The story begins in the United States of America, in the state of Pennsylvania, on Plank Street at number 107. It was December 23rd, 2021. The hands on the clock showed about 8 in the morning. An adult man approached his employee, brought him coffee, and asked how things were going. The guy asked the boss how much longer they would have to stay here. It's been 3 years and nothing. The man replied that it was already the 8th year since he had been working here, and 3 years was nothing at all. The man froze for a couple of minutes, remembering the events of the past years. The voices of the past began to speak in his head. 8 years ago, he was just starting his career at this company. He had a group of talented young people with him. The boss ordered them to keep an eye on a certain guy on the ship and keep an eye on him. This was not just a request, but an order from the CIA and the White House. He thought to himself that this company had been holding them for over 60,000 hours. Suddenly, the guy noticed something on the instruments and called out to the boss. He said that the ship's speed had increased dramatically for some reason, and red warning signs were flashing all over the map. The man dropped his coffee when he heard the news. The lid flew off and all the coffee spilled onto the floor. He immediately called someone from the top and reported the situation. Turning pale with horror, he shouted that it was code red. After his call, the people of the CIA and the White House were also seriously worried. At 11:30 in the afternoon, on the South Pacific coast, Lone Hill, a group of warships docked at the rocks. The same man from the company warned the young man not to break protocol and return to a safe place. He said the White House and the CIA are very skeptical of such behavior. The young man asked me to tell all the dissatisfied people to go far away. He said he needed to talk to the chief right now. The man started to run towards him, but the young man said it was an order, and he stopped, gritting his teeth. The man reluctantly handed him the phone to talk to the chief. The guy talked to the president himself as if he were a friend, and casually apologized for his behavior. He reminded the president that he has served America loyally for 8 years, so now he just wants to light a cigarette on his native land. He also recalled his state of health and medications. He asked the president how long ago the doctors noticed and reported that his illness was progressing. The guy offered the president to make a deal. He said those stolen nuclear warheads would be deactivated in 3 months. And in return, he asks you to fulfill 3 conditions. That no one bothers him for these 3 months. As he tapped the ash from his cigarette, he said that this was his last request. He threatened that if his demands are not met, a large-scale explosion will occur. He laughed and asked the president if the sound of a nuclear explosion sounded impressive, didn't it? And then I asked if the president agreed to this deal. After finishing the call, the young man handed the phone back. He laughed happily and said that we can celebrate and open champagne because the president agreed. The man only wished him to burn in hell. The young man grinned and asked if he was offended. The man said that he, the guys from the CIA and the White House, can be said to have served him for 8 years. He gritted his teeth and said that he was the very embodiment of Lucifer. The man looked at him warily. The young man got angry and started shouting what kind of nickname they had come up with for him. His eyes lit up, and he said that he preferred the nickname Yan Luo, the Lord of Hell. After enduring this conversation, he said that now he had nowhere to run. The soldiers immediately surrounded the guy. He calmly sat down on the comma stone and twirled a cigarette in his hands, saying that it was not so easy to catch him. The cancer is spreading by the second. It would have been drugged if it was still fun to use. He held a cigarette to the comma lighter and started counting down. The man shouted at the other soldiers to get as far away as possible. He knew the guy had an ace up his sleeve. When he reached 0, he snapped the lighter shut and lit a cigarette. And he said that hell should meet him because he was already on his way. Meanwhile, in London, an influential person was walking while talking on the phone. He was surrounded by a crowd of security guards. Well, suddenly there was a whoosh and a bullet went flying through his head. The man still had a surprised expression on his face. The young female sniper looked through the rifle scope and briefly reported to her superiors that the target had been eliminated. It is known by the code name Firefly. Immediately after that, she left the scene of the crime. She was walking and talking on the phone, complaining that the rifle didn't have enough firing speed. She spoke to the agent under the name Vixen and asked her to take this oversight into account next time. The girl got into her car. She asked Vixen not to bother her on such tasks anymore. The boss already forces her to work overtime. The voice on the other end of the phone told her that there would be no more work at all. Their entire team will immediately go into sleep mode. Firefly asked how far they would sink. The fox replied curtly that it was forever. The girl could not believe her ears and shouted into the phone, asking who gave this order. The fox told her that the boss himself had given the order. The girl began frantically shouting into the phone that it was all a lie. She was sure that the fox was lying as usual. Well, you said that they have been working together for a very long time and have known each other for a long time. The girl was shaking with fear and despair. She paused for a moment, then asked cautiously, "Did he really leave them?" The fox replied that the boss's last words were wishing them all to go to heaven, and he also hopes that he will go to hell. The fox ordered Firefly to complete her last mission and promised to see her again in the next life. The girl began to cry softly. The call ended and the phone rang. The girl couldn't hold back the tears anymore. They were streaming down her cheeks and dripping onto her phone. She just sat there in her car, holding the phone with shaking hands, and cried. But a few minutes later, she got out of the car and closed the door behind her. She came out in the middle of the street at the intersection, holding her rifle. Standing on the road, she raised the muzzle of her rifle in the air and began firing a burst. With so many shots fired, a cloud of smoke rose around her. All the people around and further down the street, hearing the shots, hurried to get out of there faster. They screamed and ran away. The girl just stood there, shedding tears on the asphalt. She said quietly that she too would like to see what hell was like. With a sharp movement, she drew the dagger from her back. A second later, the dagger was already stabbed in the chest by the same girl. She still had that look of anger, sadness, and determination on her face. Meanwhile, in South America, a private jet was flying over a mountain range. A beautiful blonde was sitting in the salon, holding a glass of wine. She said into the phone that she understood everything and would do everything. It is known by the code name Hummingbird. Right under her feet, a man was tied up, his mouth taped shut. He tried to say something, but all he could do was mumble. The girl looked at him and said thoughtfully that she too would very much like to see what it was like to be in hell. A couple of minutes after that, the same plane crashed at full speed into the peak of one of the mountains. The explosions shook the ground and air. Meanwhile, notifications gradually appeared on the computer in the chat that participants were going offline, one by one, forever. There was another girl sitting in front of the computer. Clenching her fists tightly, she reached into a cabinet by the desk, pulled out a revolver, and loaded it with a full drum of bullets. She said her last words, that the fox is also going offline. She held the muzzle of a revolver to her head. Silently shedding the last of her tears, she closed her eyes forever. The darkness is gradually parting, and my eyes are slightly open. The teacher mumbles something about a new topic, and everyone in the class sits and listens intently. The teacher asks Chen No to try going to the blackboard and solve an example. The guy did not expect that he would be called and was very surprised. On the calendar is the 23rd of December, 2000th year. It's almost noon on the clock. The guy covered his face with his hand and whispered softly that it was really like hell in reality, just like he wanted it to be. But he was even glad that his rebirth had brought him back to his teenage years. The sun on this day gave the city beautiful weather. The leaves of the trees swayed in the wind, and the sun's rays warmed the ground. A group of guys were playing basketball on the school playground. When one of them threw the ball into the net, a group of female cheerleaders screamed and screamed. Chen, standing on the playground, remembered how the teacher kicked him out of class for not solving the task and chuckled. He was thinking how strange this whole situation was. He looked around at his classmates, who were still sitting in class, and wondered how he had managed to get into a new environment with complete strangers. He raised his head and didn't look at the sky. Shading his eyes from the sun, he asked God if this was a punishment or a reward. Suddenly, someone on the second floor started shouting that someone was falling from the roof. Indeed, one of the schoolgirls was flying headfirst from the second floor. Without wasting a second, he immediately rushed towards her and held out his hand. He reached for the girl, and a second later, dust rose from the impact. The girl landed right on top of him, so her landing was quite gentle. It turned out that the first beauty of the school, Sun Kei-sei, had fallen on him. After a while, the two of them were standing at the door of the principal's office. The girl timidly looked at him from the side, studying his features. He thought to himself that if she had fallen from a higher floor, she would have died on the spot. The director opened the door abruptly and cleared his throat. They both flinched in surprise. Principal Sun Shengli immediately asked the girl if she had been examined by the school doctor after the fall. Chen smiled and told the director not to worry because she had fallen on top of him, not on the ground. And then he added that he could thus be considered her savior. The director turned to the girl and sharply asked how she could have thought to jump from the second floor. She nervously replied that she was just enjoying the scenery and suddenly couldn't resist falling over the railing. Then, a little more insistently, she told the man that she honestly didn't jump, calling him her daddy. Chen couldn't have guessed that they were related because they didn't look like they were related at all. The principal said that he was grateful to Chen anyway and asked to be released from class. He asked if he needed to call one of the guy's guardians. Chen smiled broadly and said that there was no need to worry about him. He was fine. The headmaster told him to take time off from school at any time if he got sick. Chen reached for the handle, but paused for a moment. His hand remained suspended in the air above the handle. He was obviously thinking of something. He turned to the director and asked for a favor. The guy awkwardly asked him to lend him 50 yuan. Clearly, no one expected such a request. He took his certificate of residence from school to at least have an idea who he is and where he lives. After a while, he was already standing at the entrance of the house he needed. As he walked down the ramshackle corridor, he realized that it really smelled old. The walls were covered in crumbling paint, and there were old signs and banners everywhere. He went into his apartment, closed the door, and looked around. He looked at the photos in the house, looked at the furnishings, and arranged them in a way that would be convenient for him right now. There was some comma paper on the table, and he decided to take a look at what was written on it. At this point, he found out about himself that his name in this world is Chen No. He is 18 years old, and he is in school. He also learned that his parents divorced early, and he had watched their divorce all his life. Also, 6 years ago, his mother remarried and left him in the care of his grandmother. 3 years later, her new husband went broke, and they went into debt. Meanwhile, the grandmother and son lived as if locked up. Last year, the guy's grandmother died, and he was left alone with this world. Besides, he had absolutely no friends at school. After learning all this information, he realized that it was only to his advantage. After all, the guy has absolutely no connections, and this will save you from problems. There was a training calendar on the wall. Chen glanced at it to see what the date was. After looking at it, he said quietly that it was already the 25th. It was already dark outside, and it was almost deep into the night. No one was there, and not even the streetlights were on. Chen was sitting at his computer, searching through the search engine while lighting a cigarette. He was nervous, as 15 days wouldn't be enough for him. After all, in 15 days, at midnight sharp, an innocent girl will witness the terrible tragedy of her life. He knew perfectly well that he needed to save her, but he didn't have the money or a passport. A simple guy like him can't get to her. The moon was already shining full on the surrounding area, and the leaves were swaying gently in the wind. It was very quiet outside. Chen was sitting on the sofa with a glass tumbler on the table in front of him. He was trying to use his qi energy, but no matter how hard he tried to strain his entire body, the water in the glass wouldn't move at all. After several failed attempts, he leaned back on the sofa and sighed heavily. Meanwhile, Sun Kei-sei was at her home, listening to music with headphones while standing by the window. The song's lyrics spoke of the need for courage in love affairs. Sun thought about it after hearing these lines. She remembered walking along the second-floor balcony earlier that day and noticing something. Chen No was standing under the balcony. She decided to come over and take a look. I leaned on the balcony railing to get a closer look. Well, at some point, she just couldn't hold onto the railing and slipped, and the crowd immediately began to shout that the first beauty of the school fell from the second floor. Remembering all this, the girl also became embarrassed and began to scold herself that she had been subjected to such shame. But then, suddenly, something caught her attention. She saw that there was a neat envelope in her textbook. It had her name written on it, and the sender was Chen Number. The next day, Chen was standing at a phone booth talking to someone. It turned out that he was reborn with the same name, but far in the past. He wondered what the real him was doing at this moment. He dialed number after number, but in response, he was told that the number was incorrect. Then he knocked on the door of one of the apartments. As a child, Chen had lived here, so he had hoped to be discovered. A plump, middle-aged man actually opened the door and asked him what he wanted. Chen clearly wasn't happy with the one who opened the door for him. He walked down the street and reflected that his phone number didn't work, and his house wasn't his anymore. Going to one of the kiosks, he asked for a pack of cigarettes and handed him the money. He noticed that the saleswoman was still the same. Even the fat guy standing nearby was the guy who had humiliated Chen. He was concerned about one main question. If everything is still there, then where is he in this world? Was he the only one who could have disappeared, and the rest of it was still the same? Chen shouted sharply and loudly, calling out to the author, scolding him for being so lazy to prescribe his plot. He raised his head to the sky and pointed. It was obvious that he was very angry. From the very beginning, something flashed in the clouds, and a pencil flew out with great speed. The giant pencil landed right next to him, smashing straight into the ground with its tip. Pencil was trying to help pull his head out with his hands. Chen just stood there silently watching. You finally pulled your head out of the ground a few seconds later. He gave Chen a big smile and asked him not to worry about anything, as he would tell him all the details of his life in the future. Then he shouted loudly, urging everyone to be patient and follow the rest of the story. The next day came. The whole school was already talking about Chen sending a love letter to Sun. Sun walked down the hall, past the boys who were talking about it. They talked loudly and openly about how brave Chen was to not be afraid that the director would beat him up. Chen was sitting in class, writing frantically in a notebook. He wrote Li Yinwan's name over and over until he filled out a full sheet. He saw a pair of neat, slipper-clad feet approach him. Sun stood right in front of him and asked if he had a moment to talk. He asked her what was the matter. Sun was very nervous and blushed, but she collected her thoughts and said that she was very sorry, but she would have to reject his confession. Chen thought to himself that this kid was right to tell the principal's daughter. Sun became even more nervous and shouted again, repeating her words. Chen simply agreed curtly. She asked him not to do it again, and he nodded. She added breathlessly that she was also a student now, and that the main thing for them now was to study. Chen agreed with her. Abruptly, he decided to ask her how many points she had scored for the entrance exams. Sun was a little confused by this, but she still replied that she had scored 196 points. Chen stood up from his seat, smiled sweetly, and told her that she really should study. He knew that there were only a few people with such scores. He put his hand on her shoulder and wished her success in her future studies. And then he just left. Sun stayed where she was. Her heart was racing, and she was shaking all over. She felt as if she had just been rejected. A little later, when the lesson began, the teacher told the students that next month, the Olympiad is planned in one of the districts of Korea. He said that anyone who wants to register can view the information on the stand. Chen realized that this was his chance. The entire Yanbian County is very close to Seoul, which is exactly what he needs. And he immediately reached up and called out to the teacher. He asked if he could sign up for the Olympics. The teacher asked him if he really wanted to participate in the Math Olympiad. The guy asked if there were any other Olympiads in other subjects. The class chuckled softly among themselves. When all classes were over, Chen was sleeping peacefully in his desk, while the other students chatted among themselves. He woke up and scratched his head with a yawn. Well, he complained about how boring school was. Two boys came up to his desk and asked him if he wanted to go play slot machines with them. He thought it was a good idea. He just had a good night's sleep, and now he wants to stretch out. So after school, they immediately went to one of the vending machine centers in the city. Chen won game after game. A whole crowd of guys had already gathered around, and they were all amazed at how well Chen was playing. Well, after a while, and this occupation bored him, I decided I didn't want to play anymore. Suddenly, someone came up behind him and put a hand on his shoulder. Chen turned around to see who it was. A stern guy in a leather jacket stood behind him and asked him if he was Chen No by any chance. With a fierce look, he said that they needed to go outside and discuss something. Once outside, he chased Chen into one of the narrow alleys and asked the other guys to leave them alone. Chen stood across from him, his hands in his pockets. He briefly asked what the reason for their conversation was. The guy in the jacket introduced himself and said his name was Xiao Dao. Lighting a cigarette, he cautiously said that he had heard about Chen's declaration of love to Sun. He was furious. He asked if Chen really dared to hit on his girlfriend. Chen just pictured it for a moment. The first beauty of the school, and a real gangster. He quickly came to the conclusion that such a pair looked ridiculous. Chen asked him if Sun really agreed to become his girlfriend. The guy replied that she wasn't his girlfriend yet, but she would be soon. As he spoke, he took out a penknife from his pocket and threatened Chen with it. He hinted at what was about to happen and got angry when Chen didn't immediately answer his question. Chen Yi chuckled slightly and calmly said that he knew very well where all this talk was going. He noticed that they had cornered him in a completely deserted place, but it was just the right thing for him to do. He looked at the gangster and cracked his knuckles. It was already late in the evening outside. Sun was walking down the street with a small container of food in her hands. Her mom asked her to take dinner to her dad, who was late at work. She was walking down a dark, quiet street. The street lamps only lit up the road slightly, and the moon gave off a bluish glow. As she passed the bicycle parking lot, she noticed Chen squatting on the ground. When she saw him, she recognized him immediately, but she couldn't understand what he was doing. It was like he was trying to open the lock on one of the bikes. She came closer to him and asked him why he was trying to steal someone else's bike. Chen asked her if she would believe him if he said he didn't remember what his bike looked like. She clearly replied that this was nonsense. She immediately turned around and hurried away. But Chen called out to her and asked her to stay for a moment. He asked her if he could ask her a question. The girl was immediately confused and angry, but she asked what the question was. Chen stared straight into her face, his eyes searching her features. She tried to keep herself calm, despite what he might say next. He looked at her for a moment and told her that she could go easy on him. The girl looked at him questioningly. He explained to her that he understood what the director's daughter was like and couldn't communicate with everyone. And he asked her to treat him at least a little warmer and more lenient. Sun rolled her eyes a little and asked him seriously if he wanted a lot of things. He leaned a little closer to her and said that he knew perfectly well that she was only refusing because she didn't know what to do in such a situation. He said that when she grew up, she would understand what he was talking about. While she couldn't find the words to reply, he reminded her once again that he had saved her life. She murmured softly that she was safe from the second floor. He agreed, but said that he still helped her, although it may have been by accident. Sun simply fell silent, unable to deny his words. Suddenly, Chen abruptly asked her if she knew a man named Xiao Dao. She immediately became nervous, and she knew him. Once he'd waylaid her at school, and even though he'd been kicked out, he'd come back. Chen happily informed her that this guy wouldn't bother her again. Sun was taken aback. He added that he will not cause trouble for a long time, because fractures heal over quite a long time. Meanwhile, that fellow Xiao Dao sneezed loudly in his hospital bed. He was covered in a cast, bandaged up, and had an IV plugged in. Chen hurried to tell the girl not to thank him because he did it for his own benefit too. He asked her if she had heard about the Yanbian Olympics. She said she knew, and she asked him why he'd asked her that. Chen, meanwhile, got on the other man's bike. She shouted at him and told him not to break other people's locks. She pointed her finger in the other direction and said that his bike was there. Pointing to a bicycle at the end of the parking lot, she said that his bike was black with a rusty basket and a broken horn. Surprised, he asked her how she knew all this. They don't even go to school together. Chen smiled maliciously and happily. Sun hastily explained that she just remembered something. Deciding to change the subject quickly, she asked him again why he was talking about the Olympics. He told her that he wanted to apply, but didn't meet the requirements. She asked him if he really wanted to go to Yanbian. He turned slightly to look at her and said that he just wanted to see the snow. He hinted to her that her father was the headmaster and that he might be able to help him. Sun replayed his words in her head and thought that the reason for looking at the snow sounded very unconvincing, even more like a joke. She pouted slightly as she thought. Chen immediately blushed when he saw this and inwardly scolded her for not even imagining the effect it had on the guys. He gritted his teeth and tried to control himself. Well, at that moment, his stomach rumbled a lot. Soon immediately asked him if he had had dinner today. The guy told her that he didn't have any money for dinner. She said she was well aware of how hard it was to live like this. So if we really need help, she can ask her father to arrange quotas for him. He turned and looked at her. She immediately began to apologize and say that she didn't mean to offend him, just wanted to help. Chen smiled slightly and asked her if she had already run all the information on him, since she only knew about him. The girl immediately blushed and began to justify that it was just a rumor going around the school. Chen pointed to the food container and asked her what was so delicious. Sun squeezed the container harder and said it was for her dad's dinner. Chen broke into a smile and immediately looked like a cat. He instantly became joyful at the thought of food. A little later, when the street was lit only by the moon, he rode his bicycle home. On the way, he chewed on a juicy, fried chicken leg. As he drove, he thought about how delicious it was. Meanwhile, Sun's father noticed a missing leg and asked his daughter about it. She just kept quiet because she just couldn't tell the reason. When Chen got home, he immediately started doing push-ups to get in shape. He was well aware of the path that awaited him, and so he needed to work hard on his body during this time. Meanwhile, while he was doing push-ups, the water in the glass stirred a little. When the next day arrived, the schoolyard was already empty as everyone was in the building. Chen wandered into the study hall. He knew that Teacher Li didn't work at the school, but was one of the employees in the teaching department. For some reason, he was sure that the trip was organized by his company. He entered the office cautiously, confident that it would help him with the trip. The man sitting at the computer looked at the guy and asked why he was here. Chen said that he didn't have time to register for the trip, but he heard about the quotas for exchange students. Teacher Li told him that someone's certificates are only issued to students who have some merit and also need the principal's signature. Chen immediately placed the white envelope on the table and pushed it closer to him. The envelope contained a gold card. Teacher Li immediately corrected himself and said that he had forgotten about the 3 free places for the volunteers. He asked Chen if he was aware of the responsibilities of volunteers. Chen replied that he didn't care what tasks he did, as long as he could go. Li asked him to prepare all the necessary documents for the trip, but Chen immediately handed him a stack of papers that he had already filled out. Li said they'd put a paper on the bulletin board today about the list of people who would go. Chen walked slowly towards the exit. Li thought to himself how difficult this guy was. On the same day, after school, all the students gradually dispersed to their homes. Sun walked home tired, closing her eyes and sighing heavily. She remembered that she only got 45 points on the test this afternoon. She looked up at the sky and swore that she would definitely not fail the test next time. As she passed a group of school children, she heard them talking about the posted list of participants in the trip. She immediately recalled her conversation with Chen. When she got closer to the list, she saw his name on the sheet and was surprised that he actually made it. A few minutes later, she burst into her dad's office, shouting that she also wanted to go to the Olympics in Yanbian. He slowly stood up and asked her why she had changed her mind. She said timidly that she just wanted to go see the snow. He looked at her and was disappointed that there were no seats left, but she continued to insist and said that she was ready to go at least with the school choir. Dad asked her what happened to her, because she used to hate singing in the choir. She chuckled and said that she had changed her mind. The following month, on the 3rd of January, she arrived at the platforms of Jinling railway station. When she arrived at the departure point, she shook her head as she scanned the surroundings. One of the supervisors asked the volunteers to help bring the students their suitcases. When Sun finally saw Chen, she waved and greeted him. Director Sun had already come over to help carry his daughter's luggage, but Chen pushed his hand away and said that he would help her himself. After getting on the train, Chen asked the girl how she got on the trip, because her name was not on the list. Sun replied that it was none of her business and that she just wanted to go see the snow. Watching their conversation from the street, the director nervously nibbled on his napkin and swore at Chen for being so close to his daughter all of a sudden. But nevertheless, the wheels creaked on the tracks and the train gradually began to move. All the students and their escorts have already settled into their compartments. Li ordered Chen to bring him a drink and pack his luggage, while being careful about his cell. But Chen continued to read the book in silence. Then Li turned and called out to him again. Chen closed the book and told him that he was here to travel, not work for him. Li began to refer to the fact that Chen was here as a volunteer, but Chen quickly shut him up and said that he had already paid for the tour. Then if Li is dissatisfied with something, he can provide him with a receipt. Chen moved closer and suggested that he talk to the guide and ask them to drop him off at the next stop, if that was the case. Li was absolutely horrified at how difficult this guy was. Chen was already sitting with a cigarette outstretched and offered him one. Li reached for the pack in disbelief and took one of the cigarettes. But as he sipped it, he realized it wasn't a cigarette at all. He coughed violently and puffed out his face. He looked at Chen and mentally cursed him for this joke, and Chen sat contentedly humming a song. After a while, when it was gradually getting dark outside, the train finally arrived at Yanbian Station. Sun got out of the train, dragging her suitcase behind her. All she could think was what was wrong with her if she was only going on this trip because of this idiot. Suddenly, someone snatched the suitcase right out of her hand. Sun was startled when Chen appeared in front of her. He tossed her a can of soda and briefly told her to drink it. She was startled, but almost immediately realized what was happening and caught the jar awkwardly. Chen was already leaving without looking back, holding her suitcase. Sun stayed where she was, feeling both pleased and embarrassed by what he'd done. Catching herself, she ran after him along the side of the train, trying not to lose sight of him. A light was on in one of the buildings that night. Someone was shouting loudly and asking if Chen was really going to leave the group, since the tour would actually last for another 4 days. Teacher Lee spoke sharply to Chen and ordered him not to even think about it. He said that if anything happened to Chen, it would be his own fault. Lee spoke angrily and made no attempt to hide his annoyance. Chen calmly replied that he had already paid for the tour. If Lee is unhappy about something, he can give him a receipt. He also offered to talk to the guide and ask them to drop him off at the next stop, after which he will return to school on his own. Lee gritted his teeth and called him a difficult kid. He flared up and raised his voice, cursing Chen, warning him not to play with fire, and asking if he really thought he could do whatever he wanted and get nothing for it. Lee said that he had a hard time getting the job and asked Chen not to do anything that would harm him. He offered 200 yuan, freedom to walk, and promised to fulfill any of his wishes. With that, Lee handed him the purse. He stated that Chen was too strong and could have tried harder to convince him. Chen only sighed wearily and lowered his head, not getting into an argument. The next moment, Lee was lying on the floor, pinned down by Chen's leg. With a shaky voice, Lee said that he was wrong and begged to be released. His eyes filled with tears. Chen calmly patted him on the shoulder and said that there was no reason to be so worried. He explained that he only came to talk and wanted to warn about his departure from the group, that's all. Chen helped the teacher to his feet and added that he could handle the cover-up because there were always more exits than problems. As he was leaving, Chen said that he had high hopes for him. Before the teacher could answer, he wished him luck and left the room. 36 hours later, Chen was on the border between North and South Korea. The entire area was covered in a thick layer of snow, and right in front of him was a barbed wire fence. Lying on his stomach and hiding among the snowdrifts, Chen quietly noted that the territory of South Korea already begins beyond this line. It was deep into the night. The temperature dropped to -13 degrees. Chen slowly moved from side to side, trying to avoid being seen. His movements were sharp and precise. Searchlights were constantly flashing across the entire area. He carefully monitored every light and every movement, never stopping his advance. Chen moved swiftly, changing direction almost like lightning and avoiding detection. Keeping low to the ground, he assessed the situation and concluded that he would be able to reach the base safely. At that moment, he abruptly raised his head and was surprised to see a soldier standing right above him. The soldier couldn't believe his eyes and shouted loudly, mistaking him for an intruder. In the next second, he reached for his holster. Chen instantly jumped up and rushed towards him. Without wasting a second, he slapped the soldier's jaw. He immediately began to sink, losing consciousness. To avoid making a fuss, Chen carefully picked him up and put his hand over his mouth. Then he dragged the body through the snow to a secluded spot. At this time, the soldiers on the tower continued to closely monitor the area. One of them seemed to notice something and was momentarily alert. He asked if everything was all right. The second man said that he thought he saw someone pass through the searchlight. He confidently said that it was most likely a bird and reminded that a patrol was on duty below. After that, the doubts disappeared. Meanwhile, right below the tower, Chen was crawling through the snow. He carefully cut the barbed wire, noting to himself that this untrained body was still too weak. He took a bite of the frozen chocolate, determined to replenish his strength and prepare for the minefield. After that, he crawled under the net. There was a minefield ahead. Chen thought that this was a deadly area for an ordinary person, but for him, it was the simplest area of defense. He knew this place all too well. After all, he had already completed missions here many times in his previous life. Chen continued to creep forward quietly, carefully avoiding the mines that had been set up. He grinned and whispered that the minefield exit was only about 30 meters away. At the same time, there was a dry click. Chen realized that he had lost his balance and realized that he had stepped on a landmine. Carefully clearing the snow, he saw that it was an M2 anti-personnel mine. He quickly ran through her stats in his head. She weighed about 3 kilograms and had a range of about 10 meters. Taking the device apart in his mind, Chen realized that if he abruptly removed his knee, the mine's body would burst, so he had to be very careful. For a moment, he imagined everything falling apart. First, Chen decided to cut a small piece of cloth from the inside of the school uniform to keep the pressure on Mina. He slowly held the cloth up to the fuse. The tension was building. Despite the cold, beads of sweat ran down his face, and his breathing became even. He carefully placed the cloth on the table and waited for a reaction. After making sure that everything was in order, Chen thought that now he should fix it with a pin. As he pulled his jacket back on, he was relieved to see that the next step was to get the lead out of the pencil. He took a pencil out of his pocket and carefully broke off a piece of lead. Closing his eyes, Chen mentally told himself to stay calm. Sweat continued to trickle down his face, but he was completely focused. After preparing the lead, Chen was ready to put it on the safety catch. Meanwhile, Sun was already standing in the middle of the choir, singing along with the others, barely listening to the words. One thought kept running through her mind. Damn Chen, a real blockhead. She hated Glee Club and agreed to be here just because of it, but it never showed up. Sun thought for a moment and realized that she hadn't seen Chen in 2 days, and it gave her a nasty pang. At the same time, Chen carefully tried to remove his knee from Mina, controlling every little movement. He replaced the pin with a broken pencil rod and fixed the pressure with a kind of pocket made of a piece of cloth from a school uniform. He slowly raised his gaze to the dark sky and thought ironically that since God had brought him back at this time, it was unlikely that he would let him die so early. Holding his breath and tensing his body, Chen abruptly pulled away from Mina. Right after that, he lay down on the ground without moving and listened to the silence around him. Only after confirming that there was no explosion did he slowly get to his hands and knees. Chen scratched the back of his head and said in a low voice that it was likely that the same mines were being used on the southern border as well. He chuckled in displeasure and, rushing to the next goal, decided to make sure to take this into account. After reaching the snow-covered moat, Chen jumped down without hesitation. As he crawled deeper, he thought that he was finally in a relatively safe place. However, at the same time, 2 soldiers jumped down from the other side of the moat. When they saw the stranger, they were stunned for a moment. But the next moment, without wasting any time, they reached for their holsters and rushed towards Chen. Chen didn't give them a chance to react and was the first to charge towards one of the soldiers, striking out. He jumped out of the way and reached into his pocket, groping for the right item. A second later, he threw a pocket knife at the second soldier. The last thing he saw before he died was the reflection of Chen in his own eyes and the fear that came over him. Turning around, Chen realized that there was only one opponent left. The soldier, despite his horror, still shouted the command to attack. Chen barked at him to get out and not make a strong face, gritting his teeth in exertion. After that, they clashed in a short fight and went their separate ways. The soldier suddenly trembled. A thin trickle of blood came out of his mouth, and he began to cry and choke. Chen grinned and challenged him to act like a man and not get cocky. After quickly changing into the uniform of the dead soldier, Chen decided that with this disguise and with due care, he could get past the South Korean border guards. The next day, January 6, 2000, around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, he was standing in a cap and backpack outside one of the establishments. He had bleached his hair beforehand so that it was impossible to recognize him. After hailing a taxi, Chen got inside and gave the driver the name of one of the districts of South Korea, Apgujeong. On the way, he remembered that in his previous life, he had one special task. He was going to kill the business tycoon Ha Jung-jae, for which he was promised $50 million. Then he spent a long time watching the magnate's villa, around which armed guards were constantly on duty. It was during that mission that he first met Lee Ingwan, who was only 22 years old at the time. After dealing with the guards, Chen decided to enter the main hall, but an unexpected picture opened up before him. A strange girl was already holding a gun to the tycoon's head. Chen was also 22 at the time, and he was genuinely amazed that someone had gotten there before him. The girl smiled, asked if he was a security guard, and added that he seemed to be late. Chen cursed and lunged for them, but before he could, blood flew all over the walls. The guards shouted as they realized that the boss had met with an accident. Chen threw the girl over his shoulder, tied her hands, and ran out of the room. She screamed and demanded to be released. However, a crowd of guards with guns was already waiting for him at the exit. He immediately opened fire on them in bursts. They fired back, but Chen dodged the bullets while still holding the girl down. After the shootout, he took refuge in a remote house somewhere in the woods. He threw the girl to the floor. Chen said that this was his safe place and that no one would find them here. Recalling those times, he noted that the girl was extremely unstable and suffered from severe paranoia. Undaunted, she asked if that meant he could do whatever he wanted with her now. The girl decided to attack first and abruptly rushed forward, leaving no way to retreat. Chen calmly accepted her attack, blocked the blow, and in the next moment, slammed his palm into her neck. The girl's body immediately went limp, her legs gave out, and she lost consciousness before she realized what had happened. After a while, she began to come to her senses and opened her eyes with difficulty. She realized that she was hanging on the balcony, bound and gagged. Chen tied her up. Chen slowly lit a cigar, covering the fire with his hand. He sat on a nearby balcony and smoked in silence, ignoring her. Night gradually turned to morning, and the early sunlight was already reflected in the windows of the houses. Only then did Chen approach and finally untie the girl. He asked her if she really wanted to die that badly. The girl said nothing. After a brief pause, she asked if he had saved her because she was beautiful or because he wanted to sleep with her. Chen silently put a gun to her throat and said that she was just like a little girl who had absorbed anger and hatred too early. He added that this anger made her reckless, violent, and rude. The girl was silent, not taking her eyes off him. She looked him straight in the eye and cautiously asked if he wasn't the right person. She said that he was strong and very skilled, and that last night she saw him kill several people and take her away with him. Chen still held the gun and replied that there weren't many people in this world who could compare to him. Suddenly, the girl knelt down in front of him and bowed in a prayer pose. She asked me to help her kill a few more people. Her hands were shaking as she said that she would do anything for revenge. She said that she would even give herself up if she could only get revenge. Tears streamed down her face, and she pressed her hand to her chest and screamed, begging him. It was at this point that Lingwan began her training with Chen. This training continued for the next 2 years. They were engaged in martial arts, practiced punches in defense. They learned to shoot, move, and dodge. 2 years later, she was finally able to get closer to her goal. It was raining heavily that day, and most of the passers-by were carrying umbrellas. She was walking towards the man, holding a gun. A shot rang out. The bullet hit the man in the head. Blood splattered on the wet asphalt, and the crowd around them screamed that someone had been killed. She sank into a puddle and sobbed her eyes out, ignoring the rain. In her hands was a picture of her family. She thought of her mother, father, and brother, and how much she missed them. Chen walked over to her and opened the umbrella, covering her so that the rain wouldn't fall on her. It was at that moment that he learned what had happened to her on the evening of January 6th, 1920. The next morning came, and the girl finally woke up. She opened her eyes and saw Chen standing next to her. He said it was the first time he had ever seen a man cry in his sleep. Chen got up from the bed to leave. The girl held out her hand to him. She grabbed his shirt and asked him to stay by her side and watch her sleep. She said she was afraid to wake up alone in the night, and if she didn't see him around, she might take a gun and shoot herself. Then she asked if she had told him about her past. She started with the night her mother scolded her brother for another fight at school. Then, according to her, strangers broke into the house. They killed her father and took all the assets of the family business. They shot her brother in front of her and her mother, a brother who had loved and protected her since she was a child. After that, they brutally killed the mother, nailing her body to the floor. The girl said that the man who killed her mother then dragged her into the house. He abused her next to the sunflowers her mother had planted for her. Chen asked why they didn't kill her right away. She said they wanted to lock her up, probably because they thought she was pretty. She said they came back for her later, but she managed to escape by jumping into the river. After escaping, she found a friend of her father's who took her in. But that same night, he abused her and handed her over to the killers. Chen asked what happened next. She said that while he was on the phone, she poked him in the eye with a wand. After that, she asked not to ask what happened next. There were tears in her eyes again, but now they were filled with anger. She said that before meeting Chen, she had lived in hell from the age of 16 to 22. She said that she would only live for him because he allowed her to. She added that she would die if he ordered it. She promised to obey all his orders without question and would kill anyone if they asked for it. Putting her hand on her chest, she said that for a very long time, her world was completely dark. The only light that had come into her life lately was from him. Chen said that there is no such thing as absolute darkness, because there is always light in everything. He added that he shouldn't let the darkness get the better of him. He said that each person can shine on their own. Chen reached out to her and told her that from now on, she should learn to shine her own light. He said that from now on, he would call her by a new name. He gently touched her face. Then he said that he would call her Firefly. The memory ended there. Chen only woke up after the driver called out to him and informed him that they had arrived at their destination. 16-year-old Li Yingguan was standing outside one of the buildings. She was chewing gum and blowing bubbles nonchalantly as she looked around. At one point, a passing man slammed his shoulder into her. Li Yingguan cursed and turned to look after him in displeasure. Chen stepped closer and suddenly took her ear in his hand. He calmly said that a girl like her shouldn't swear like that. Li Yingguan whirled around to face him. She screamed, asking who he was, and pushed his hand away. Chen adjusted his cap slightly, revealing his face to her. Then he calmly said, "Hello, Firefly." The girl stared at him with wide eyes. She repeated the name, clearly not understanding what he meant. She demanded an explanation and asked who he was. Chen stepped closer and held out his hand. He touched her hair and face. He said he was a man who fell from the sky to help her get rid of her nightmares. Li Yingguan looked at him and remained silent, smiling strangely. She jerked violently, trying to pull away. The girl lifted her leg and screamed, demanding that he let her go. The girl spun around and kicked him. Chen managed to dodge. The girl screamed at him to stay away from her. She called him a pervert and ran away. She started calling for the policeman. She ran up to the policeman and pointed her finger back, explaining something to him. But then they were both surprised. Her eyes widened. She realized that the guy was gone. The 6th of January arrived. It was 6 o'clock in the evening. National Intelligence Service Building. Photos from the scene are spread out on the table. Someone said that it was a secret military operation and reported the death of 2 people. A man in a suit reported that a mine was found near the place of death and professionally defused. In the conference room, several men in suits sat at a long table, folders and photographs in front of them. One of them said that preliminary analysis, information and images have already been transmitted, and this case is related to a military invasion against their country. The bespectacled man said that the enemy in the north was threatening them, and the order came from above to identify those who could invade the country as quickly as possible, at any cost. Several men abruptly rose from their seats and shouted loudly. They shouted that they served faithfully. At the same time, there is a secret border command north of the border. The commander said that the enemy had already entered from the south. He added that he declares martial law and organizes a search throughout the territory. He was determined that they should prevent the plot of their enemies. He coldly inquired who exactly was patrolling the scene that night. The soldier hesitated for a moment, obviously choosing his words, and could not immediately give a clear answer. The commander, without waiting for an explanation, abruptly gave the order to shoot the intruders. At this very moment, Chen was sitting on the roof of a nearby house when he suddenly sneezed loudly, breaking the silence of the night. He paused for a moment and thought that someone must be using an unkind word to remember him. Chen took a small bite of the chocolate bar, but almost immediately frowned as he remembered that he hadn't brought anything to drink. Suddenly, he caught a familiar smell and listened. After a moment, Chen realized that it was chicken soup coming from the house below. In the house itself, Li Yingguan was acting nonchalantly and fooling around with her brother. Chen watched them through the window without being noticed. Suddenly, he heard a strange sound. I heard the sound of an engine coming from the road as a car pulled up to the house. People started getting out of the cars, one by one. He said softly under his breath that it was starting, and tensed slightly, preparing for what would happen next. At this moment, there was an urgent knock on Teacher Li's door. The man reluctantly got up and went to open the door, still not understanding who could have come so late. Sun was standing outside the door. Li looked at her in surprise and asked what brought her here at this time of night. The girl immediately cut to the chase and asked where Chen was. She said she hadn't seen him in 2 days and was starting to worry. The man yawned and confessed that he had just woken up and didn't know anything. But Sun didn't back down and said that she had to find Chen by all means. Lee tried to calm her down and said that everyone was already asleep and it was too late for such a search. The girl clearly wanted to object. At that moment, the man's phone suddenly rang, interrupting the conversation. He gave Sun a quick glance and answered the phone. Lee greeted them and asked them what they were calling him about in the middle of the night. His tone remained polite, but slightly sleepy. Then he chuckled softly and said that, "Yes, Director, what a coincidence, his daughter is just..." Sun immediately put her hands together in a prayer pose and whispered that he should never tell his father that she was here. Without waiting for an answer, the girl abruptly turned around and ran away. Lee quickly finished the sentence and told the other person that he was mistaken and nothing special was happening. After finishing the call, Lee closed the door, slid down the wall, and sat on the floor with his back propped up. He thought wearily about how hard it was to work with students. Outside, it was already deep into the night. The people who got out of the cars entered the courtyard of the Ingguan Manor. There were a lot of them, a whole group, and they were all armed. Their intentions were unmistakable. The family did not even have time to understand anything, as the intruders had already rushed inside the house, acting rudely and decisively. One of the villains immediately kicked the girl's brother and ordered him to get away, not allowing him to get up from the floor. Among them were Che Taeyong, Ha Jung-hae, and Che Gae-hun people, whose faces Chen easily recognized. Chen immediately recalled the man that Li Yingwang had killed first in her previous life, before him. He decided to mentally reconstruct the events related to the Li family and realized that it all starts with these three. Ha Jung-hae and the Li family once ran a shipping business together, and in the early 2000s, their business took off. However, the Che brothers secretly ran illegal black businesses involving drugs and organ trafficking, which soon attracted attention. Lee's father and Ha Jung-hae found out about the offer. President Ha eventually joined the Che brothers, while Lee's father resolutely refused. As a result, President Ha teamed up with them. Meanwhile, Brother Lee was already lying on the floor, unable to get up. The girl's mother ran up to him, trying to cover him and protect him. One of the scoundrels roughly grabbed the 16-year-old Li Ingguan. Time passed painfully slowly, and Chen was still waiting. The man started threatening the girl and said with a grin that Lee's daughter was very beautiful. The girl was trembling with fear and couldn't hold back her tears. It was at this moment that all the villains simultaneously turned towards the window, feeling someone else's gaze on them. The scoundrel immediately released the girl and went to the window, determined to check what was happening outside and where the noise might have come from. The moment the window was flung open, Chen quickly ducked down and hid on the roof, taking up a position where he couldn't be seen from the inside. People in the house noticed a fire truck outside the window and swore in exasperation, realizing that the situation was getting out of hand. One of them coldly told the others that they couldn't stay here any longer and should leave immediately without attracting too much attention. The entire gang hurriedly headed for the manor's exit, no longer pausing or looking back. It became clear that it was Chen who had deliberately set off the fire alarm. He made a mental note that he was lucky to find an empty house in the neighborhood that he had been able to use. Chen thought that next time he would need to calculate the time more accurately. According to his memories, Lee's father should have died by now, and the only thing he could do now was save the widow and orphans. He easily jumped off the roof and calmly reasoned that killing everyone at once would be easier, but a large number of corpses would only cause additional problems for the remaining family members. So Chen decided to change his position. He entered the estate's garage and chose one of the Lee family's expensive cars without hesitation. Meanwhile, in the car driving away from the manor, the leader of the villains was gloomily thinking about the fact that Lee Dong-hyuk was also in that house. He hated to think about how in the past, the man had constantly humiliated him like a dog, while gaining money, reputation, and high status himself. He also kept thinking that Lee Dong-hyuk took the woman he loved from him and started a family with her, raising 2 children. The man sitting next to him handed him a cigarette and asked why his face was so restless. He said that when they reached their destination, this woman would be his, and he could do whatever he wanted with her. After lighting a cigarette, the old man said that he wanted to enjoy not only Lee's wife, but also his daughter, adding that even in hell, he would remain a loser. The entire convoy of vehicles soon arrived at an abandoned factory in Seoul, hidden from prying eyes and not used for a long time. The woman screamed in despair and begged to be released for the sake of the former friendship with her husband, hoping to somehow influence what was happening. The old man ignored her words and picked up the long whip, ignoring the bitter tears of the mother and daughter. The woman instinctively covered the children with her body, trying to protect them from the inevitable cruelty. My brother, summoning the last of his courage, decided to intervene and rushed at the old man. Despite the obvious disparity of forces, the old man didn't hesitate to hit him back, knocking him aside and suppressing his attempt at resistance. The girl at that moment thought that if all this was happening was just a dream, then let them wake her up immediately because she couldn't take it anymore. Chen and his words on the street came back to her. Then he told her that he was a man who had fallen from heaven just to help her get rid of bad dreams. Suddenly, an expensive car crashed into the wall of the factory with a deafening crash, breaking through the barrier and raising a cloud of dust. The girl immediately recognized the family car, and her heart sank painfully. Chen got out of the car, cleared his throat slightly, and calmly said that their car had some problems. He calmly added that the clutch is loose when accelerating, and there are also problems with the steering wheel, and it may be worth replacing it. The mercenaries froze in shock, not understanding what was happening or where it came from. Chen shifted his gaze to the girl, smiled slightly, greeted her, and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, calling her Firefly. One of the mercenaries shouted out in disbelief, asking who he was, and the other almost immediately gave the order to go ahead and kill him. One of the men decided to attack Chen from behind and raise the bat, hoping to catch him off guard. However, Chen spun around in time, catching the movement out of the corner of his eye, and didn't let the other party complete the attack. He immediately hit back, breaking several of the attacker's bones, and the man collapsed to the floor with a scream. The male lead shouted out in exasperation, asking what everyone was staring at, and ordered Chen to be killed immediately. The mercenaries all rushed forward at once, grabbing their weapons and surrounding him from all sides. After only a few minutes, most of them were already lying on the floor, some unconscious, some dead. Chen dealt with them one by one, moving calmly and without unnecessary movements, as if everything was calculated beforehand. The leader finally lost his temper and shouted angrily, ordering Kyung-hoon to kill Chen, then turned to his partner. The old man immediately supported him, saying that Kyung-hoon was once the most elite soldier of their frontline troops and had no equal. Chen, standing ready, said calmly that he would let him know that Ken Hong was the second person to show him a knife, and asked if he knew what had happened to the first one. In response, Hong charged with a shout of rage, ordering them to stop talking nonsense and brandishing his knife. Chen nimbly dodged the blow, the knife blade passing dangerously close to his throat. No matter how much the attacker tried to injure him, Chen constantly dodged. At one point, Hun stopped, panting, and said that enough jokes and it was time to finish. He lunged forward again, but Chen knocked the knife out of his hands and immediately went on the offensive himself. Chen slapped him across the face with such force that the man was disoriented and unable to speak. At this moment, it was clear that Chen had a hidden blade stored up in advance, which he held in his hand, ready to use it if necessary. The old man finally got angry and, realizing that the situation was getting out of hand, decided to run away without looking back. Chen couldn't let that happen. He swung his backpack sharply and threw it at him, hoping to knock him off his feet. The backpack hit the old man squarely in the back, causing him to twist his face in pain and stagger. It became clear that the briefcase was packed with bricks, which made the impact especially hard. The last of the three men tried to figure out what to do next. His gaze slid to the girl, and a desperate plan formed in his mind. He abruptly grabbed the 16-year-old girl, pulling her towards him and deciding to use her as a hostage. Holding a knife to her throat, he shouted that he didn't care who Chen was, but since he cared so much about the girl, let him go, and then he would let her go. The blade touched his skin, and Chen instantly tensed, keeping his eyes on the man. He calmly turned to the girl and asked if she was too scared right now. Then he told her not to be afraid and try to calm down by looking directly at him. At the same time, the girl stopped crying, as if clutching at his voice. Chen said softly that he didn't want to use this move, but he had no choice. He snapped his fingers and activated his internal chi energy, allowing it to freely circulate through his body. Wrapped in invisible flames, he walked towards the man step by step. The scoundrel realized in horror that he could not move, and thought that he did not understand what was happening, feeling as if his body was bound by something invisible. Walking closer, Chen said that he was the third person to show him the knife today, and slowly turned the weapon around in his hands. Then he gently, without any sudden movements, snatched the girl out of the scoundrel's hands, not giving the latter a chance to react. The man just stood there, unable to move, unable to utter a single word. Chen then touched his forehead, completely knocking out the man in one precise motion. After that, he gently touched the girl's face and asked if she was scared right now. The girl only remained silent, unable to answer immediately. Chen calmly told her not to be afraid and reminded her that he had promised to save her from the nightmare. 2 hours later, they were back at the Li family home. The living room was silent, except for the girl's steady breathing. Li Yingwang was sleeping peacefully on the sofa, covered by Chen's jacket, as if it was something natural and familiar to her. After a while, the girl cautiously opened her eyes, looked around, and slowly got up from the sofa, still feeling weak. Chen was standing in the doorway. When he saw that she had woken up, he calmly said that she was too scared and therefore lost consciousness. He finished his porridge, put down the bowl, and casually remarked that it was delicious, as if trying to lighten the mood. Walking closer, Chen asked the girl to return his jacket. He explained that when she lost consciousness, he was afraid that she might freeze, so he covered her with a jacket, but, sitting next to her, did not wake her up and decided to leave everything as it is. Then he said that he had warmed up the chicken soup, and if she was hungry, she could go eat at any time. Chen added that her brother was injured, but his mother had already given him medicine, and now his condition is not in danger. He calmly remarked that his mother would tell her everything herself and advised her not to call the police, since in any case, he completely eliminated the problem. Chen gently touched her cheek with his hand, and after a moment's hesitation, she gently wrapped her arm around his. She asked him why he sounded so much older than she was, even though he looked about her age. Chen replied that he didn't have much time, so he couldn't take care of her as much as he should, and didn't want her to have to see something like this again. The girl said that she wasn't afraid of anything anymore, just like he said before. However, she admitted that she wanted to know who he was, so that she could have the right to talk to her like that, and why he said that he came down from heaven. In response, Chen simply laughed, and then a soft and tired smile appeared on his face. He patted the girl's head and told her not to ask too many questions, adding that her mother would tell her everything herself. Chen finally remarked that it was likely that her mother would be angry because he had used unconventional methods, but she was currently asleep and would wake up in about an hour. He also added that her brother was apparently angry with him for tying him up. He sternly told her to remember to study hard. Grabbing her by the ear, he forbade her to use foul language, get tattoos, smoke, and drink. The girl hurriedly repeated all his words and said that she understood everything and would not disobey again. After a moment's hesitation, she cautiously asked him to tell her his name. Instead of answering, he got up from the couch without a word. She asked in confusion if he was leaving already. He said dryly that he did, and then added with a slight sneer, or she'd like him to stay here forever. Then she called after him to tell her the truth. I asked him if he was even human, if he wasn't an angel. This made him visibly angry, and he snapped back that he didn't believe in any god, but only in Big Brother Guan. At this moment, a strange sound suddenly came from his suitcase. He kicked the suitcase with all his might and shouted for it to stop moving. Startled, the girl asked what was inside. He coldly replied that Ha Yunjae was there, which he would need later. He was about to leave when suddenly the girl grabbed his jacket and pulled. Her voice cracked as she asked if she would see him again. Instead of answering directly, he suddenly asked her if she liked fireflies. She said they liked them, and added that her brother used to take her to catch them. And all of a sudden, he used his powers on her, so that she lost consciousness and fell asleep. Leaning in, he quietly told her not to catch them again. Through the darkness, she tried to stop him with her mind, but her body wouldn't listen. Later, she was startled awake by her own screams, a nightmare. Looking around, she realized that he had indeed left. And then I remembered something. The girl immediately ran to her office and wrote down all the rules that he dictated to her. Then, she wondered who this Big Brother Guan was that he was talking about. It suddenly dawned on her. She remembered his clothes. She hastily and clumsily wrote down the Chinese characters she saw on his jacket. Then she assumed it was Chinese. The girl, suddenly happy, cried out, remembering that her brother's office has a Chinese dictionary. She rushed over and began hastily sorting through the books on the shelves. Opening it, she searched for a translation of the hieroglyphs. Outside the window, her own brother, bound and gagged, dangled helplessly in limbo. The poor brother was still bound, unable to call for help or free himself. Meanwhile, Ha Jung-hae's secret residence in Seoul was quiet. Chen calmly placed the suitcase on the floor and carefully opened it. Inside lay an old man, twisted up like an unwanted rag. He stirred and screamed in fright, asking who he was. Chen silently grabbed his leg and dragged him across the floor to the back of the room. He stopped at the safe, offered to make a deal, and ordered it opened. The old man asked in a trembling voice if he would be released after this. Chen replied indifferently that he would let him die with dignity. He explained that he can choose any clothes from the closet, which seems to him the most decent, and then die in peace. Isn't this a fitting ending? The old man screamed in panic, begging to be released. He promised to pay as much money as he could to avoid being killed, and started banging his head on the floor. Panting with fear, he gave the password and added that there was an account book in the safe where everything was recorded. But Chen only shouted that he wasn't interested in other people's machinations and casually tossed the book aside. He added that all he needed was money for food. Chen's eyes fell on a photograph of the old man on a luxury yacht. He tilted his head and asked if it was his boat. Then he asked her how fast she was. The old man stammered back that the top speed was 30 knots. Then Chen calmly added another condition. Now he wants this yacht as well. The old man shouted in despair that in that case he should be released. Chen smiled and easily agreed, saying that it was agreed and he would let him go. After a while, he was cruising through the waves on the same shiny yacht, singing a cheerful song. A few hours earlier, he had tied up all the people on deck. One of the mercenaries shouted that there was a mistake and he was confused with someone else. Chen silently chained them to the heavy barrel. He coldly stated that it wasn't a mistake. The daughter of a friend of his has taken refuge with them, but who would have thought that he would want to abuse her? The man kept shouting in frustration that it was a lie and that he didn't understand anything. Chen then kicked the barrel into the water and shouted that the Lord of Hell would explain everything to them when they were at the bottom. Heavy barrels with people chained to them flew off the deck one after another, straight into the sea. There was a loud splash. Looking at the ripples spreading out, Chen chuckled and calmly added that he had almost forgotten that the Lord of Hell was here. Wiping the blood from his face, he reflected that he should have been more careful with his tricks. He had spent too much effort to save them, and now he was feeling the consequences. Meanwhile, the final event was being held in the Yanbian School auditorium. The host announced that everyone must attend without exception. Sun sat among the others and couldn't help but think about the fact that Chen didn't show up again. She hadn't seen him in 4 days. Teacher Lee was outside at the time. He smoked a cigarette and reflected that if any of the students were absent, the students in his class would be severely punished. He suddenly clutched his head and shouted out in frustration, asking himself why he was so obsessed with money. Biting his lip, he said that this time, he would kill this minor disciple. At the same time, a pair of shoes appeared in front of his face. The team leader, Director Fan, approached him. In a calm tone, he reminded me that Lee had said that a student named Chen would soon arrive, but that he was still missing. Lee was visibly nervous and even paled. He hurriedly explained that Chen probably went to the nearest internet cafe, since the director himself knows what boys are like. The director looked at his watch and said that the event was still half an hour away, so he would ask teachers and students to help with the search. Lee hastened to assure him that the student was not lost and stiffly wished the headmaster a good trip. As soon as Fang walked away, Lee's anger flared up again. He muttered in exasperation that he was just an assistant director from the Education Bureau, and he was acting like everyone owed him a favor. Everyone flatters him and calls him the director. Who does he think he is? He looked up at the sky, clenched his fist, and cursed inwardly, asking where Chen Nuo was wandering around. Half an hour later, a group of students gathered on the sidewalk of a street near the school. Principal Fan asked if anyone had managed to find the missing student. Sun broke down and shouted loudly that the police should be called. Their classmate is lost and they can't find him. Fan thought to himself that if he called the police, he might be fired as a team leader. then his future will be ruined. Sun continued to insist, asking why he was hesitating and demanding that he hurry up and call the police. Fang cautiously suggested that they search a little more. Perhaps they missed some detail. His face showed that he was tense. At that moment, one of the students shouted, "Teacher!" And suddenly the headmaster had an idea. He turned to Lee and asked him if he was living with Chen and if the guy had ever mentioned any friends or relatives in the area. Maybe he went to them. Lee was startled and hastily replied that he didn't remember anything like that. The director then asked where his luggage was. Lee replied that everything was still in the room. Fan perked up and suggested we go there, see if there was a contact address in the suitcase. After a while, they were already walking up to Chen's room. Lee slowly reached for the door, his hands shaking wildly. Suddenly, the door itself opened slightly, and a bright light flooded out onto his face. He couldn't say a word, just stood there in amazement, almost crying. Sun hurriedly closed her eyes in embarrassment. Chen was standing in front of them, fresh out of the shower, with a towel around his waist and a bar of soap in his hand. He scratched the back of his head and said matter-of-factly that he just went to the internet cafe to play for a while. Director Fang immediately exploded and started yelling at him for his lack of discipline, saying that he needed to be at least a little organized. He continued to scold Chen, asking him what his teachers had taught him and what kind of student he was. Then he added that when he returned, he would be punished, and he would also write a review of how students should behave. Chen glanced at Teacher Lee. A chill ran down the man's spine. Lee hurriedly made excuses, saying that the little trip was almost over and the event was about to start. When Director Fang finally left, Lee shouted after him to make sure that he would definitely take care of the student's upbringing. Chen calmly told Lee that he thought they would still get along. He smiled a little as he did so. Lee flushed with anger and started shouting that Chen had cheated on the teacher this time, and the school wouldn't forget it. Chen simply covered his ears as if he didn't want to hear anything. Then he showed me his phone and said that he had deleted the video as a sign of reconciliation. He offered peace and added that he is a man of his word, so you cannot worry and trust him. Lee only said grimly that he thought he was an imp. In the dead of night, when it was cold outside, Chen stood at the door of one of the rooms and knocked. A girl opened the door, and he asked her where Sun was. She smiled and said that Sun was in the shower. Chen quickly looked inside the room to see if this was the case. Sun was indeed in the shower, her silhouette barely visible through the steam from the hot water. He asked the girl to tell him that he would be waiting for Sun on the roof. After a while, Sun took a shower and changed her clothes, then went up to the roof. Chen was already waiting for her there and told her to take a look. It was snowing. He motioned for her to come closer. Then he handed her a can of soda and offered it to her. Sun replied that it was too late to drink it, otherwise she would get fat. Chen glanced at her without much ceremony and remarked that it might be a good idea for her to recover a little. She just gave a small tisk in response. He admitted that he was in a very good mood today. Sun asked why. Chen carefully began to catch the snowflakes in his palm and said that he might have done what he wanted to do for a long time. Sun guessed that he meant to watch the snow together. He exhaled a cloud of steam into the cold air and said thoughtfully that he had often heard people say before, "Life is always full of regrets. It is beautiful, but difficult." All of a sudden, he almost shouted out that he was so damn sorry. If there is a gap between the world of the living and the dead, it is only a matter of time. He added that they were all hostages to their own lives, but he would take care of himself and clenched his fist. Sun couldn't help but admire how beautiful he looked. He turned to her and asked her to answer a question. Sun was embarrassed but told him to talk. In her mind, she began to panic, thinking that he might have something strange to offer. At most, she would let him hold her hand, but she couldn't kiss him, especially on the lips, and she couldn't take any chances. Chen chuckled softly, scratched his head, and suddenly asked me to help him write a book review because he doesn't know how to do it himself. The next day, the school was covered in a thick layer of snow. The roofs and windowsills turned white. The school radio was warning that heavy snow was expected due to the continuing cold south wind. Everyone was asked to stay warm and observe safety measures. Sun's father sat in a chair at home and said thoughtfully that he had only returned yesterday and hoped that the children were taking everything seriously. Scratching his chin, he added that he was still worried about what had happened to his daughter, and separately he would like to understand what kind of classmate this Chen is. The day before, at the Jinling railway station, where the train from Yanbian arrived, Sun was getting out of the car and slightly tripped. Chen caught her arm in time to stop her from falling. Shengli cleared his throat loudly after seeing this scene. The two young men immediately pulled away from each other in a hurry. Sun called out to her father in surprise, reminding him that he had said he couldn't come. Shengli abruptly pushed back his chair and seriously said that his daughter can't fall in love so early, right? A little later, he was standing behind the glass of one of the classrooms. The classmates whispered animatedly as they noticed that a new teacher had arrived. They wondered why the old teacher didn't show up. Meanwhile, Chen was sleeping peacefully with his head on his desk. Suddenly, he woke up abruptly and thought that the classroom had become too quiet. The atmosphere seemed strange to him. When he looked up, he saw the headmaster in front of him, announcing to the students that Teacher Wu had gone outside last night, had been injured, and would now be replaced for a while. The director added that he had prepared a test to better understand their level and hoped that everyone would be able to do it. Adjusting his glasses, he warned that those who fail the test will stay after school to clean up the snow on the playground. Chen wondered inwardly if he was imagining things or if he was really being targeted. And indeed, after school he was sent to clean up the snow. He sighed inwardly and decided that his male intuition was right. But how did he manage to offend the director so much? Suddenly, Sun ran up to him happily, holding a thermos in her hands. He asked her what she was doing here. She handed him the thermos and told him that she had come to help and brought him a hot drink. The headmaster watched the scene from the window and muttered softly about what was going on with his daughter and Chen. On the second and third days, the situation was repeated almost exactly, although on one of the days there was not even a test. It got to the point where the first thing the headmaster did when he entered the classroom was to call out Chen's name. He just sighed heavily. Once he even abruptly got up from his desk with a broom in his hands, ready to go clean up the snow without further ado. But the director suddenly said that there was no need to clean up the snow today, and Chen should come to his office. There was a law enforcement official in the office who asked if he was Chen number. The director explained that he was a gentleman from Longtan prison. Chen calmly asked what had happened. The man said that his mother is undergoing rehabilitation in their institution, and for good behavior last year, she was approved to visit relatives. The guard added that he did not know why her son never visited her. Chen shuddered inwardly, remembering that this had happened before his rebirth, and he just didn't know about it. The guard asked why the mother had asked to talk to him, because she missed her son. Didn't he want to visit her? Chen knew it was probably because of their complicated relationship, but the guard didn't know that. The man also noticed that visits to relatives usually have a positive effect on the prisoner's changes. At this point, the headmaster intervened and said that Chen was just a child and shouldn't be pushed so hard. He'd better talk to the student himself. The guard agreed and left after saying goodbye. When they were alone, the headmaster admitted that he had read his school record to understand the family situation, but did not expect it to be so difficult. He smiled softly and said that Chen was a very intelligent child and could take care of himself, but he shouldn't be overexerting himself psychologically. If you have any difficulties, you can contact them. The director then looked at his watch and noticed that it was late, and Chen was probably hungry. He offered him dinner at his house. Sun was sitting on the sofa in her house clothes, calmly eating boiled corn. Suddenly, she heard someone open the front door. She happily shouted that Daddy was back, but then she saw Chen standing behind him. Chen smiled at her and greeted her casually. Sun was instantly startled, screamed, and dropped the corn from her hands. She stormed out of the hall and into another room, slamming the door behind her. As she slid to the floor, she wondered in a panic why he'd come to her house right now. She was dressed inappropriately, and she was also eating at that moment. What a nightmare. Chen also noticed how cute she was, and Shengli was already gloomily thinking that it looked like he had brought the wolf into his own home. He sternly told his daughter to change and go out to the living room to do her homework. Sun quickly changed out of her clothes and went out to ask them why Chen was here. His father calmly replied that he had invited him to dinner, and now they both had to do their homework for tomorrow. Then, he suddenly raised his voice and ordered Chen to do his homework in the dining room and his daughter in the living room. And don't let them talk to each other. They went to separate rooms. Sun thought as she went through the tasks that Chen was probably just pretending and wasn't really afraid of her father at all. Suddenly, a roll of paper landed on her desk. She unfolded it and saw the caption, "Your dad is watching me." She giggled softly and thought that maybe he was trying to win her father's approval. Meanwhile, Sheng Li sat with the newspaper and thought irritably about how this brat was acting like he wasn't here at all. The clock ticked and time passed. Chen crumpled the paper again and called out to Sun. This time, the note said that something was wrong with her father. He had been reading a 2-day-old newspaper for a long time. Is he all right? Sun couldn't help but laugh out loud. Her father flushed with anger and calculated that the scoundrel had already thrown the note 32 times, and his daughter had looked at him 57 times. He abruptly jumped up from the sofa and called out loudly for his daughter. He announced that it was already 7:30, her mom was probably late at work, and he was going to go buy something to eat. When he left the house, he thought that he didn't want to see the boy again and would never let him come to them again. However, later they still sat at the same table and had dinner. Sheng Li cheerfully offered to lean on the duck legs. Sun wanted to put one leg on Chen's plate, but when she saw her father's stern look, she immediately changed her mind and put it on his plate, telling him to eat. 3 hours later, a contented Chen was still sitting at the table, chewing and smiling. Sheng Li noticed that it was getting late and it wasn't safe outside, so it was time for him to go home. Chen calmly replied that he was used to walking at night. He stroked his stomach and asked for more. At this moment, Sheng Li slammed the table and loudly declared that he had already eaten. There would be no supplements. After that, he literally threw Chen out of the door and slammed it shut. As Chen walked down the stairs, he wondered if he should worry about his future relationship with his potential father-in-law. As he was walking away from the house, a strange woman approached him. She was middle-aged, neatly dressed and businesslike, but looked very tired. He walked past the woman, only glancing at her briefly. Almost immediately, he concluded that it must be Sun's mother. As he stepped outside, he noticed a car parked nearby, cigarette smoke billowing out of the half-open window. He took a deep breath and realized that the smell of cigarettes was exactly the same as that of Mother's Sun. Looking up at the light in the window of their apartment, he said softly, Director Sun. It was Monday morning. There was a thin layer of snow everywhere, and the streets were unusually quiet. Chen was sitting in an internet cafe, smoking and tapping away at the keyboard quickly. Suddenly, someone slapped his arm. Turning around, he saw the director. He sternly asked why he was skipping classes. Chen handed him a cigarette and calmly suggested that he not stand there with such a stony face, but rather light it. The headmaster was frankly shocked by the way the student was talking to him. Chen even happily offered to light a cigarette, but the director himself grabbed a lighter and set it on fire, after which he said that you should not take an example from youngsters in order to appear cool. When you grow up and look back, you'll realize how ridiculous and naive it was. He added that he understands their age, the rebellious period, and even the difficulties of the house. Blowing out smoke, the director said seriously that he knew about his temperament and that he liked to get involved in other people's affairs. But did he ever think about his future? He directly asked what Chen was going to do next. He doesn't want to see him become a bully and will be very disappointed if he does. Chen just smiled and said that it wasn't what it looked like. He's not such a problem kid. He wants to become an adult fish and believes that this is a good option. Stretching, he explained that he actually liked to go with the flow and not worry about anything. He also added that sometimes he likes to molest his daughter. Noticing the director's expression, he immediately apologized and said that it was just a joke. He then said seriously that the headmaster was a good person and a good teacher, but it was better to leave him alone. He's not the type to go astray. The director asked him what he was going to live on. Chen thought about the wealth that he had already acquired recently. Then the director handed him an envelope and said it was a letter of recommendation. It will help you find a part-time job. He added that in 2 years, you can save up money for college and living expenses. It will be hard and exhausting, but he believes in it. Chen thanked him and asked if anyone had ever told the director that he was a very nice person. And I thought to myself that in 20 years, such people might disappear. The director asked him not to annoy him and said that it was time for him to go. That evening, it was still cold, and everything was covered with ice. Chen walked out of the internet cafe and thought how tired he was, but how nice it was to be idle. He quietly apologized to the principal in his mind and decided that he would skip class tomorrow anyway, because he had to go to the prison to visit his mother. Early the next morning, he went to Longtan prison. At the entrance, he introduced himself and said that he had an appointment. The employee notified his mother about her son's visit. When they spoke on the phone, His mother burst into tears and asked him why he had refused to come before. Did he hate her that much? Chen smiled gently and said that he didn't understand some things well before and was in pain. But now he feels relieved and honestly doesn't hate her. My mother was even more delighted. He added that he had brought her some chocolate and cookies. She said that she had been doing well lately and asked how he was doing. Then she promised to try to get out early so they could catch up. The escort reminded that there is not much time left. Finally, his mother asked him about one request. He has a half-sister. Her daughter is now 5 years old. Can he visit the girl? She confessed that she was very worried about her and again burst into tears. Chen was genuinely surprised to learn that he had a younger sister. After a short pause, he calmly replied that he would definitely visit her. The next day, Chen went to visit his little sister with Miss Liu, an employee of the Women's Federation. On the way, he said that he would stop by first to buy sweets, cigarettes, and some booze before they went to visit. As they walked, Miss Liu said that she had visited his sister several times and that the little girl was very cute and beautiful. She added that due to the special situation of their parents, the family did not have enough money, so the Federation allocated funds for her maintenance. Ms. Liu explained that she now transfers money to the foster family's account every day, and Chen thanked her for her concern. He thought to himself that after his father ended up in prison, his sister was given to his father's younger brother, and according to Miss Liu, her life should be much better than his own. They knocked on the door of the foster family's apartment. A young woman met them at the entrance and led them inside. Miss Liu introduced Chen to the hosts. Chen apologized for bothering him and said that he had only come to see his little sister. The owner of the house replied that he would call his wife to bring the girl because she likes to play in her room. After a minute, the woman brought the little girl out and gently told her that it was her big brother and she needed to say hello. A blue-eyed little girl, timid and silent, came up to Chen and greeted him softly. The man noticed with a smile that she was a little shy and didn't talk much, but they were trying to raise her well. The woman immediately added that they loved their niece very much and recently even bought her an expensive new sweater. After that, she went to the kitchen to prepare dinner, leaving the guests with the child. Sitting on the couch, Chen handed the girl a banana and asked if she wanted one. The girl immediately looked at her foster father, as if waiting for permission. The man was visibly nervous, laughed awkwardly, and said that his brother had already peeled the banana, so it was okay to eat. The girl happily took the treat and began to chew. Chen then handed her a packet of chips and offered her another treat. The girl reached for the chips, but at that moment, someone snatched the package from her hands. It was her adopted brother, who laughed and said it was his treat now. The man just waved it off and said that the children are constantly fighting over food. Soon the wife called everyone to the table, saying that dinner was ready. The host invited Chen to help himself and make himself at home, and the woman put a chicken leg on the girl. They sat at the table and pretended to discuss the delicious food and weather. After lunch, Miss Liu accompanied Chen to the gate. On the way, she said that she was very sorry for his little sister and that the Federation closely monitors the lives of such children. She added that she would not allow anyone to offend them. Chen replied that he was relying on her then and thanked her for her help. Miss Liu said that she still had a lot to do and hurried away. Chen was left standing alone and thought that although she was full of enthusiasm, she was still too young and inexperienced, which meant she might not notice much. As he was leaving, Chen noticed that there were some washed clothes hanging on the balcony, but there weren't any children's items among them. So, the girl has almost no change of clothes and wash it very rarely. He also remembered the sweater the woman had mentioned and realized that it was dirty and worn, probably worn by her stepbrother before her. At the table, the girl ate greedily and cleaned the plate to the last crumb. She didn't leave a single piece of meat, as if she didn't even get it on normal days. Chen thought that the 200 yuan a month allowance was quite a large sum, and now he understood why his mother was so worried. He decided grimly that he had robbed his sister of a normal life, and at least now he had to do something for her. He turned around and went back to the same apartment, intending to knock. At that moment, the door swung open, and a man appeared in the doorway with a bag in his hands. After him, his wife ran out and started hitting the little girl with a stick while she was crying loudly. The woman screamed at her to stop crying and keep her mouth shut. The girl was lying on the floor, her head in her hands, sobbing helplessly. The man tried to block out what was happening and pushed Chen away, but his wife had already noticed him. Chen didn't think twice about kicking the man and storming into the apartment, shouting how dare they treat his sister like this. The woman rushed to protect her husband and shouted at him not to touch him. Chen easily pushed her aside and ordered her to stay out of the way. He grabbed the man's leg and dragged him across the floor. At that moment, an elderly woman ran out of the room and started shouting at him to let her son go. Chen, choking with rage, asked how she could calmly watch her daughter-in-law beat up a 5-year-old child. The old woman continued to squeal that the girl was only a burden and that because of their family, her son had once gone to prison. Chen coldly replied that she was just as vile as the others. He pushed her away and went to the balcony, throwing the window wide open. Then he stuck the man out upside down, holding him by the leg. The man screamed and begged me to let him go. Chen warned that no one should approach, otherwise he would open his hand. The wife, in a panic, shouted at him not to touch her husband and offered to discuss everything. Chen smiled wryly and said that they could finally have a real conversation. Chen threw the man back into the apartment with all his strength, and the man fell to the floor with a thud. His wife and the old woman immediately rushed over and started shouting, cursing Chen and wishing him bad luck. The woman screamed that he was breaking the law and she would call the police to arrest him immediately. Chen just grinned viciously and turned his gaze back to the man. He shouted at his women to be quiet, otherwise they would really kill him. Then he hurriedly addressed Chen, calling him a friend and offering to discuss things calmly. Chen, remaining serious, laughed softly, saying that the conversation was finally getting interesting. He went into the kitchen and returned with a large kitchen knife. The women immediately screamed, and the old woman screamed that he had better kill her. Chen slammed the knife down on the table and said coldly that he wasn't going to use it today. He added that if they don't want blood, they should answer honestly. The wife continued to threaten the police in prison. Chen calmly replied that he wasn't afraid because he hadn't injured anyone today, and even if they took him away, they would probably give him a lecture. He added that after the release, he knows very well who he will return to because they all live in the same place. The woman paled, and the man ordered her to be quiet in a trembling voice. He approached Chen and asked him what he really wanted. Chen interrupted him and said that there was nothing else to talk about because he already understood everything. He said he would take his sister with him. Chen reminded them of the 200 yuan allowance and alimony they were receiving and said he could leave them the money. Technically, the child will be registered with them, but she will live with him. The man hesitated, trying to object. At that moment, Chen kicked him sharply on the knee, and there was a crunch. The man dropped to his knees in front of him. Chen coldly said that this was not a request, but a decision, and they might suffer the consequences of not agreeing. He pointedly reminded her that there were 4 of them in the house, and he was alone, but that was enough for him. Then he asked how old their son was. The woman was completely frightened and shouted that he should take the girl and never come back. Chen calmly agreed and said that they wouldn't see each other again after that. He walked over to the girl sitting in the corner, sat down next to her and gently said that he was her own brother and they had the same mother. He promised that he would never beat her and asked if she wanted to live with him. The girl, still crying, immediately nodded. Chen patted her cheek and told her to hold on to him from now on. He asked her name, and she quietly replied that her name was Gu Xiaoye. Chen turned to the family and said that there was nothing good in this house, not even a surname, and now she would have the surname Chen. Later, they went to the store, bought groceries and new clothes for the girl, and then went home together. As Chen approached his entrance, he noticed Sun standing at the entrance. She called out his name. Chen asked Sun why she was here, and she said she called him, but he didn't answer the phone. He looked at the phone and calmly said that it was just dead. Sun noticed the little girl next to him and said how sweet she was. She immediately asked who he was and where he had brought her from. Chen sneered and said it was his daughter. Then he leaned over and told her to call him Daddy. Sun literally sank to the ground in disbelief at the news. The girl asked quietly why he asked to be called Daddy. Sun knew he was playing a trick on her. She jumped up, walked over to him, and began pounding his chest with her fists, scolding him for making a stupid joke. Chen stopped her and asked seriously why she was looking for him. Sun asked where he had been for the past few days. She lost her temper and said that her father was very worried, several times rode down his street on a bicycle to offer a job. When he returned at night, he was limping and bruised, saying he had fallen. Chen briefly asked her how long she had been waiting for him. He took her hand while she didn't understand. He noticed that it was cold outside, and asked her again how long she had been standing there. Sun said it wouldn't be long. Chen immediately pulled her along, telling her to go to his house. She got nervous and refused. Then he said it was dark and suggested we go somewhere else. Later, they sat in a small cafe and had dinner. Chen chuckled and asked if her father liked to pry into other people's affairs. Sun said that when he was a homeroom teacher, he often invited troubled students to their homes. She remembered one boy who didn't have a family, who didn't study well, skipped school, and fought. Once her father hugged him and held him for a long time, but he pushed him away sharply. Later that night, the boy came to their home, fell to his knees, and begged them to leave him alone. He asked for forgiveness for his behavior, but her father hadn't forgiven him. A few years later, this guy was stabbed to death on the street. After that, my father stopped going to work for a long time, and constant quarrels began at home. Sun added that if Chen does not start attending classes, he will lose benefits and a stable income in the future. Chen scratched his chin thoughtfully and said that her father just saw the reflection of that guy in him and didn't want him to end up like that. At that moment, he noticed that the girl wasn't eating anything. She handed him a chicken leg and told him that he should eat first. Chen gently interrupted her and told her to eat by herself. The waitress came over and placed the ice cream they'd ordered in front of them. The girl looked at him with loving eyes, but was in no hurry to take it. Then, she picked up the spoon and handed it to Chen. She quietly asked not to give it back, promising not to interfere, to wash herself, sleep, and even clean up. Chen calmly reminded her that he had already told her that she would now live with him and never return to that terrible place. Sun noticed with a smile that he was very gentle with her and that they didn't look like each other at all. Chen asked if her father would look for her if she didn't come home for dinner. He added that she could tell her father that she was with him, and then maybe he would sweep the playground again. Sun replied that her parents had had a fight today. She said that her father had never argued with her mother before, and that her mother was always busy with work, and now she didn't understand what was going on at home. Chen advised her not to interfere in the affairs of adults. Sun sighed and said that her father told her the same thing, gave her 50 yuan, and sent her out with her classmates so that she wouldn't stay at home. Chen reached out and offered to split the money in half. Sun slapped his arm, stuck out her tongue, and told him not to dream. When they had eaten, Sun thanked them for their company and said goodbye to them at her house. She opened her arms wide, and Chen thought at first that she wanted to hug him. He spread his arms too, laughed, and told her that he was just walking her out and she was already getting into a hug. But Sun didn't hug him, she hugged Xiaoye. Chen was left standing there in utter disbelief. Sun was moved by the girl and suggested that we spend the night at her house sometime. After that, Chen and Xiaoye went to their apartment, but at the entrance he noticed an unfamiliar car. Sun's mother was inside, and he recognized her immediately. The next morning, Xiaoye woke him up by shouting for breakfast. There was already food on the table, and he wondered if she had made it. It struck him that at the age of 5, she already knew how to cook. Xiaoye timidly asked if he was doing well. He tasted the noodles and said they were delicious. The girl asked him to eat faster so as not to be late for school. Chen replied that if she went to school, there would be no one to take care of. Xiaoye immediately became gloomy and said that she could take care of herself and didn't want him to get tired and then hate her. Chen patted her head and assured her that he would never hate her. Then he smiled and said that he would give up and go to school after all. The girl immediately beamed and said that she would bring his coat. In the evening, after class, Chen would head to the school gate. When he reached the bike park, he saw that his bike had disappeared again. Chen approached the guard and asked where his bike had gone. The man just looked at him sleepily with half-closed eyes and didn't understand anything. Chen realized that he would have to search for it himself. When he did find the bike, he said quietly that he had been looking for you for a long time. He purposely left it on the street as bait and went to the side to wait. After a while, 2 men appeared and started fiddling with the lock, trying to steal the bike. Chen was just waiting for this. He followed them unobserved to Dansa Street, where second-hand bicycles and cars were sold. There they were met by the owner and immediately asked if they had brought a new product. One of the men replied that they had brought an almost new bicycle. The owner asked where they found it, and they said it was far away. One of the thieves asked for more money because the bike was in good condition. The owner handed them the usual amount and told them not to talk nonsense. At that moment, Chen knocked on the gate. He said he had a question. The owner came over, waved his hand, and ordered him to get out and look elsewhere. Chen sighed heavily and released the metal chain from his sleeve. The chain clattered to the ground, and his expression immediately turned cold. With a single blow, he pushed open the closed gate. The bald man asked warily what he wanted here. Without further ado, Chen asked where the safe was. The owner's name was Wu Dalei. He once served a long sentence for grievous bodily harm, but was released earlier for good behavior. In prison, he met an influential man, and after his release, expanded his underground business with his help. He grinned and said that he had learned to make money over the years and had long since stopped being kind. Grabbing a wrench, he shouted that he was now a man without mercy. But before he could hit, Chen immediately wrapped a chain around his leg. Gripping the metal tightly, he looked at Dalei with a cold smile. With a sharp tug, he yanked the chain so that it first split into twine, then collapsed to the floor, writhing in pain. Dalei immediately admitted that the money was in the locker. Chen smiled ominously, took all the cash, and calmly left. Lei gritted his teeth, cursed, and called someone. Meanwhile, Chen was already sitting in a nearby cafe and ordered fried meat dumplings. After counting the money, he realized that it was about 50,000. He was happily eating when a car pulled up outside the restaurant. Chen saw what was coming, chuckled, and asked me to pack the leftovers with me. People from the car ran up to their boss and started asking what was wrong. Dalei shouted for them to find the guy who robbed him and promised to tear him to pieces. The bandits asked him what he looked like. Lei said he was just a normal guy. One of them asked if he had a limp when walking. Lei wondered how he knew. At that moment, everyone turned their heads and saw that same guy calmly walk through the gate. Dalei became enraged and shouted why he had come back. Chen calmly replied that he hadn't gone anywhere, just went out to eat, and his bike was still here. The bandits immediately ran into battle, and Lei ordered to lock the gate and not let him escape because he had the money. Chen was surrounded on all sides. One of the men with the wrench lunged forward and swung. Chen caught his arm lightly, threw it over his shoulder, and used the same key to break his arm. Dalei stared at the scene in silence, beads of sweat running down his bald head. Chen picked up the same wrench from the ground and slowly walked towards Dalei. 10 seconds later, all of his men were on the ground, and Lei himself was covered in bruises and had a huge bump on his head. He hastily stated that he understood everything, and it was a misunderstanding. Chen calmly replied that he knew that he just didn't have time to accept it, so it was better to solve everything now. He said that he would give him time to gather all the people, and he would not budge. After that, he sat down on a chair in the middle of the courtyard and waited. Lei started crying and started yelling that he was wrong. He knelt down in front of Chen and begged for mercy, promising to run away and close the business if Chen would let him go. He added that the money has already been taken away and he surrenders. Chen chuckled and asked if he could offer something more interesting than a bicycle. Lei immediately pointed to a Yamaha motorcycle that was standing to one side, saying that he had installed a jet exhaust on it himself. He smiled nervously and asked if he was satisfied. Chen noticed that his helmet was missing. Lei instantly handed him a carbon fiber helmet with fog glass. He said he'd never used it before. Chen said that he would forgive you for the first time, but he has one drawback. He hates bald people. He added that there was no point in pretending to be a ruthless, bald man. Lei burst into tears and began to explain that it wasn't him who was shaving, but his hair had fallen out by itself. A few minutes later, Chen was racing down the street on his new motorcycle. Suddenly, he noticed Sun on the sidewalk. He first picked up speed for a spectacular appearance. Then he braked hard and drove right up to her. Sun immediately clenched her fists and threatened to scream. Chen calmly told her to scream her heart out, then took off his helmet and showed her his face. Surprised, she asked where he got the bike from. Chen offered to give her a ride, but she declined. He noticed the brooch on her jacket and said it was very pretty. Sun replied that it was a gift from a friend of her mother's who had invited them to dinner 2 days ago. She added that the brooch is not expensive, but she really likes it. Chen noticed that neither she nor her mother understood how valuable she really was. Then he handed her a strange bundle. He wished her a good meal and winked. Sun unwrapped the container and saw the buns that he had kept under his jacket all this time to keep them warm. Meanwhile, it was already deep into the night at Li Yingguan Manor in Seoul. Yingguan was standing in front of the mirror, practicing her greeting in Chinese. Her brother Yingguan overheard her rehearsal and asked her mother if they really wanted to send her to study abroad. The mother calmly replied that it was her daughter's own wish and that she would still need to find a boyfriend. Meanwhile, Sun visited her father at school. He said that he was currently busy distributing classes for the new semester and asked for dinner to be brought to him every day. Sun handed him the bag and told him to eat first. She invited him to sit on the sofa and took his place at the table. While her father ate, she quickly went through his documents. When she found the necessary papers, she wrote something down. It turned out that she had put herself and Chen in the same class for the next year. On the last day of school, students went home and said their goodbyes. Chen sat at Sun's home with her father and listened to her praise for her grades. He couldn't help but remember that he had received them mostly by cheating. Sheng Li said that he had heard that he had taken his little sister and asked how he was going to study and take care of the child at the same time. Chen replied nonchalantly that he could skip classes. Sheng Li immediately frowned and noticed that it was inappropriate to say that in front of the director. He said that the child needed a daycare center, and if Chen wanted to raise her, he would have to arrange everything. Chen thought to himself that in his time, children grew up on the streets and without kindergartens. There was a knock on the door, and Sheng Li asked his daughter to open it for her mother. Mama Sun entered the house. She was immediately introduced to Chen and asked to call her Aunt Yang. She said she would wash off her makeup and start cooking dinner. When the new semester started, Chen was standing with Xiao Ye at the kindergarten gate. Behind the fence, children were crying and begging for their parents. He noticed that the girl was trembling and about to cry. Chen sat down and said that from Monday to Friday, she would stay here, and on weekends, he would take her home. He stroked her cheek. Xiao Ye asked if he would definitely come pick her up after school. Chen promised that he would pick her up today. After that, he went to class to meet new classmates. For a moment, he thought he'd gotten the office wrong. He remembered that the classes in the new semester were disbanded, so there were many unfamiliar faces. One of the girls told Sun that Chen was here. Sun was immediately embarrassed, and her classmates started teasing her. Chen sat down next to her to see if she didn't mind. At that moment, Sheng Li came in and announced that he would be their homeroom teacher until graduation. He immediately called out to Chen, who raised his hand. The teacher pointed to an empty desk at the end of the classroom and told him to sit there. Chen thought that he still didn't understand. The guy sitting at that desk was mentally begging him not to come over because he wanted to read a novel in peace. He almost tearfully asked Chen not to mock him, saying that he knew about his relationship with the most beautiful girl in the class. Chen glanced at the book and recited a few lines from it. The guy immediately perked up and said that he sees in him a kindred spirit. His name was Luo Qing. After school, Chen was already waiting for his little sister at the kindergarten entrance, standing next to his bike and looking at the gate. When the girl saw him, she immediately threw herself into his arms and wept bitterly, clinging tightly to his clothes. After calming down a little, she wiped away her tears and confessed that she was very scared and she was afraid that he would not come for her again. They got on the bike together, and Chen calmly said that he would feed her first because she was probably hungry. On the way, the girl asked if they were going to see Sun today. Chen was surprised and asked how she even knew about this. She replied that she knew perfectly well that he liked Sun, which made him a little confused because he did not expect such a thing from a child. As they drove, Sun and Luo appeared on the sidewalk, and Chen pulled up beside them. He thanked Luo for the borrowed bike and nodded his thanks. Luo noticed Chen's little sister and offered her a chocolate bar, holding it out with a smile. The girl immediately reached for the sweets, not hiding her joy. Luo ruefully said that if he had met her earlier, he would have also asked his parents for a little sister. He then added that his father spent half his life earning money, so he was born late himself. Chen calmly replied that even if a son was born in his father's old age, he was still his father. Sun chimed in and said that the original plan was to invite Xiao Ye to dinner tonight, but her father is working overtime due to an expected inspection. She suggested that dinner be rescheduled for another day, as it wouldn't be possible today. Lo was happy and said that he was still bored at home alone, so he suggested that everyone go to the game room together, play, and then eat. They agreed and went there together, discussing what they would play on the way. In the game room, they stopped at the slot machines and began to decide where to start. Soon suggested that Chen play basketball with her, to which he replied that he would go to the bathroom first and then join her. At that moment, 4 young men, 2 of whom were clearly drunk and barely able to stand, burst into the hall. One of them loudly announced that his cast was removed this morning, and he immediately came to celebrate. Someone in his group noticed Sun standing nearby and pointed her out to the others. The drunk guy's mood immediately lifted, and he said that today was really a great day. Chen came out of the toilet and saw that these young men were already harassing Sun and Xiaoye, blocking their way. He calmly walked up to one of them, put his hand on his shoulder, and asked if he was released from the hospital. Du wanted to say something sharply, but when he turned around and saw Chen, he immediately fell silent, his eyes wide with fear. One of his buddies started yelling at Chen to get out, claiming that his brother was talking to his sister-in-law and that he wasn't needed at all. Luo also intervened and told Chen not to be afraid, standing next to him. Luo then ordered them to attack him. He added that his father was Luo Duren, suggesting to see who would be stronger. Hearing this name, the bandits visibly tensed up, as if a heavy weight had fallen on them. Du hurriedly said that everyone had misunderstood, that they were just talking and were about to leave. Lo called Hulu over and asked her to handle the situation. A large man rose from a nearby table and called out loudly as he walked toward them. As he approached the crowd, he asked Luo what had happened. Lo pointed at Do and said that he wanted to kill him. Do immediately shook his head and denied saying anything like that. Without another word, Hulu grabbed him by the throat and he began to beg desperately for help. In response, Hul slapped him hard across the face, which barely kept him on his feet. Do tried to explain that he wasn't going to attack anyone and that it was all a misunderstanding. Hulu continued to hold him by the throat. Do said breathlessly that he was mistaken and that he just mentioned that he had met with Boss Luo, hoping to get out of it. In response, he received another powerful slap in the face, which completely lost his confidence. Almost crying and struggling to keep his feet, he began to ask for forgiveness, admitting that he was wrong and that he had made a mistake. Luo waved his hand and said quietly that that was enough, making it clear that he didn't want to continue. Hulu said goodbye to his boss and added that if he needed help, all he had to do was call out. Luo turned to Chen and calmly said that he had forgotten to mention, this game room belongs to his father. Chen pointed out with a touch of irony that he had rich parents and was the heir to the underworld boss. Law waved it off at once and said that he was not an heir and usually did not use his father's influence. But if someone offended his friends, he had better leave. Chen made a mental note that he hadn't expected Luo Qing to be Luo Daren's son at all. He recalled that when he lived in Jinling, he had heard the name Daren since childhood and knew its history well. In his youth, he was an ordinary worker and unloaded sand at the factory, gradually making his way up. Later, he made a fortune, became a powerful man in the city, and, using his connections in the criminal world, built a large family business. However, Chen knew that despite his success, the end of his life would be bleak. He thought that the Luo family would be able to enjoy life in peace for another year or two, no more. He also noted that Luo Qing himself is a rather down-to-earth and reserved person, likes to read novels and behaves at ease. When the street was completely dark and there were only streetlights left, Chen accompanied Sun to her house. She knocked on the door and called for her father to open it, but there was only silence. She said in surprise, as she took out her keys, that the light in the school office was off, so her father wasn't at school, but neither was he at home. Sun began to wonder where he might have gone at such a time. Chen said that he needed to go somewhere tonight, but he couldn't leave his sister alone. He asked Sun to put the girl to bed and look after her until morning. Sun asked him where he was going so late, but he just sighed and told her not to ask too many questions. He added that he would pick up his little sister in the morning. After that, Chen went outside and headed towards the school, thinking that Sheng Li must be somewhere nearby. While walking down the street, he noticed a car parked nearby, which immediately caught his attention. Sheng Li was sitting on a bench nearby, nervously smoking a cigarette, constantly looking around. A man in a suit, accompanied by security guards, Yao Weishen, walked towards him. Sheng Li tried to get closer, but the guards tried to stop him first. Yao ordered them to let him pass, and the guards reluctantly retreated. Chen crouched nearby, trying to hear what they were saying. As he watched, he thought that he didn't understand what exactly Sheng Li was doing here. Sheng Li tried to hand the man a briefcase, holding it out with both hands, but the man abruptly pushed him away. The briefcase fell to the ground and opened, and numerous bills spilled out, scattering on the asphalt. Sheng Li shouted that he had given him everything and was indignant that he dared to do so after receiving the money. However, The car had already taken off and was speeding away. Sheng Li sank to the ground powerlessly amidst the scattered bills, losing all support. At that moment, his wife rode up to him on a bicycle and hurriedly ran up when she saw what was happening. He glared at her and accused her of being the one to blame. In a rage, he shouted and swung his arm at her, intending to hit her. The woman just closed her eyes and quietly told him to hit her if it made him feel better. His hand wavered, loosened, and finally came down, never quite reaching its target. The woman took his hands and confessed that it was her mistake and she was to blame for everything, offering to go home and talk quietly. Chen watched from afar as the two of them slowly walked away, leaving the money lying on the ground. He thought that Sheng Li had actually handed over the money, which confirmed his suspicion that the situation was much more complicated. It was another school day on Monday, but someone was already shouting over the loudspeaker at the gate. The man loudly declared that if the principal did not pay his debts, then he was not worthy to be a teacher. Sun, hearing this, was horrified, covered her face with her hands and could not believe what was happening. At this moment, Director Song walked out of the building at a brisk pace and headed straight for the gate. He told the man that he would return the money and he had 2 more days, asking him not to make a fuss. Then he handed over the briefcase and said that he only had this, and asked me to take the money first and leave without making a mess at school. The man ordered his men to disperse and said that he would return in 2 days. Chen thought that the headmaster didn't want his daughter to see this, so he pulled Sun away from the gate. Rumors immediately spread around the school, and students began to whisper and discuss how bad the headmaster was. A man who had maintained a reputation as a teacher all his life suddenly found himself in a position where his world began to crumble. When everyone was already in class, Luo quietly asked Chen how Sun was doing. Chen replied that the headmaster had gone to take care of his own affairs, and that in the current tense situation, it was better for her not to stay at school. He then asked Luo to help find the person who came to collect the debt. He added that even if they are loan sharks, his father's company probably knows who they are, and asked to find out who exactly is doing this. Luo said it was easy and he would call his brother, but he asked why Chen needed it and if he would help the director. Chen replied that he wanted the money back. Luo asked if there was anything else to ask. Chen asked me to cover for him in class and tell him that he was just playing truant. He got up from his desk, tapped Luo on the shoulder, and told him to text him as soon as he found out. With that, he walked out of the office, his face as serious as ever. An hour later, he was standing in front of an unfamiliar building, and he thought that Luo had done it surprisingly quickly. As he approached the entrance, he noted that the Guohua Financial Company should be located on the 3rd floor. He knocked on the door and was answered by the same man who had been standing outside the school with a megaphone. Chen said he was looking for someone, and the guy asked who it was. Chen smiled under his helmet and said curtly that he was looking for him. A second later, he delivered a direct kick. The guy bounced back against the opposite wall with a crash. Chen calmly said that if they had knives or guns, they should take them and fight harder because he was in a bad mood. One of the men tried to attack, but Chen immediately hit him, preventing him from attacking. It crashed through the door and cracked. Chen then grabbed a hot kettle. He threw boiling water at one of them and told him to wash off all the dirt. The boy screamed in pain as he crouched on the floor. Chen shouted to the others to attack more actively. After that, the bandits all went on the attack at once. A few minutes later, they were lying on the floor, either unconscious or badly beaten. Chen grabbed one of them by the hair and dragged him to a chair. He sat down and said that if he understood everything correctly, he was in charge. Then he added that he would ask a few questions, and it was better to answer honestly because he does not like lies. He asked him if he understood, and the boy was slurred. Then Chen broke his finger and said that was the first question, and the answer didn't suit him. The guy started talking louder and introduced himself as Cui Da Peng. Chen asked him if he had ever done anything wrong, and he hesitated. Chen broke his other finger. Cui shouted that he had been in prison for 3 years. When asked why, he said that he caused harm to people. Chen said that they understood each other now and asked if there was a safe here. The guy answered positively. He gave him a bag and ordered him to fill it with money to the top, threatening him with violence. After a while, the bag was filled with money. Chen asked a final question about where customer data and contacts are stored. Kui initially refused to speak, fearing the boss. Then Chen grabbed him by the arm and he shouted that the documents were on the second shelf of the cabinet. Chen started searching for the right book, scattering papers around. When he found it, he put the book back in his jacket and said he was done. Then he lit a lighter and tossed it up. One of the men on the ground warned Chen that if he revealed any customer information, he would cross the boss's path. Chen asked who their boss was, and the man said it was Zhao Guhua. Chen asked if he knew who was standing in front of him. The guy said that he couldn't know because of the clothes and helmet, because even the face can't be seen. Chen held out his hand and demanded the phone back. Chen threw all the phones out the window and left the room. On the way, he only thought about the boss of these people. That same evening, Zhao Guhua thought about what had happened and tried to figure out who dared to interfere. A well-fed man came out of the grill bar. It was Zhao Guhua. The valet asked if he could be escorted to his car, but he refused. He thought that the case might be related to the foreign goods in the missing Guo Jianlu. Then he decided that if someone was encroaching on his business, they would have to meet in person. The day before, he ordered his men to gather everyone and turn everything over to find the culprit. After leaving the building, he went to the car. He got in the car, ordered the driver to go home, and closed his eyes. 10 minutes later, he realized that the road was unfamiliar. He took out a cigarette and lit it. He offered it to the driver, who declined. Xiao looked out the window and asked where they were going. He tried to buy them off by offering money and help. He threw a wad of bills on the front seat and said that he could solve any problems. The driver looked in the mirror and said he was talking too much. The driver was Chen. He began to beg for mercy and said that he was ready for anything. Chen replied that he had a few questions and forbade anyone to reach for the phone. He added that they were far from the city and he had plenty of time. The car stopped at a large pit with a shovel stuck in it. Chen turned around and said that now we can talk if we ask for a cigarette. As he lit a cigarette, he noted that Xiao had been too busy with business lately. He mentioned his children, which made Xiao turn pale. He suggested that they take a family vacation. Xiao agreed with him and said that he would leave for a month. Chen said that a month was too long and 2 weeks would be enough. Xiao promised to take a ticket to Thailand with his family tomorrow. Chen approved the decision, unlocked the doors, and told them to get out. Xiao ran out of the car and said in a trembling voice to keep the car. When he saw the shovel, he screamed with relief. He realized that if he had done otherwise, he would have been in the ground by now. He called his people and ordered them not to look for this person and not to leave the house. Then he told me to book a flight to Thailand for 2 weeks and leave my business temporarily. The next day, Teacher Lee stood at the supermarket checkout with a large bag and thought about how Chen had taken his travel card and now he needed it himself. The cashier said that the card doesn't have enough funds. He tried to pay a small amount in cash and asked how much was left on the card. She said it was only 80 cents, and he was shocked. He came out of the store with a small bag and almost tearfully shouted, "What a scoundrel Chen is after all." At that moment, he noticed Director Sun nearby and wondered what he was doing outside the hotel so late. He decided not to meddle in other people's affairs. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he thought he saw Chen. He turned around, but there was no one there. Sheng Li was waiting for Yao Wai-shen in one of the VIP rooms of the hotel. Sheng Li walked in with a bad mood and looked annoyed. Yao said they hadn't sat at the same table in years. Sheng Li replied that it had been more than 10 years since Yao left the country, and he didn't expect him to return. Yao said that he returned last year and worked with his wife. He admitted that he deliberately chose her for the project. Sheng Li asked if it was a trap. Yao replied that he had only offered her an investment and she was interested. He added that he opened an account for her abroad and did not expect her to invest so much. Sheng Li jumped up and accused him of setting it up. He said that Yao helped her open an account, got her into debt, and moved the money out through a joint project. Then he made her invest more and sign a contract. And now, all of a sudden, the company decided to check all of its accounts. Sheng Li shouted, "Does Yao want her dead?" He said that even though she was trusting, it was still Yao's fault because she trusted him. Yao replied that without proof, the words meant nothing. He asked why Sheng Li thought she believed him. Then he said that if she had gone abroad with him 10 years ago, things would have been different. Sheng Li shouted that she was already his wife, so why was he clinging to the past now? Yao asked if he was sure he was talking about her. Sheng Li paled and slowly sat back down. Yao said that Sheng Li probably understood long ago, but he didn't want to admit it. He said that when he was shown the photo, He immediately realized that Sun was his daughter. He added that when he recovered from a serious illness, he learned that he could no longer have children. Shengli furiously shouted that Sun was his daughter. Yao replied that she didn't look like him, and he could tell right away from the picture. Shengli couldn't help but think back to Sun's childhood and all the happy moments with her. He covered his face with his hands and repeated that this couldn't be happening. Yao said that he understood his thoughts, but the family had been short of money for a long time, and that was the root of the problem. Yao said that this amount was not enough, recalled yesterday's meeting, and said that he was not going to settle things in the company for such money. Shengli shouted and asked him what he wanted. Yao shouted back that he wanted his daughter, Sun. Shengli was furious, called it crazy, and claimed that Sun was his daughter. He said he didn't believe a word of it. Yao suggested doing a DNA test and checking everything out, or just asking his wife, for example. At that moment, Lao Song appeared in the doorway. She was trembling and fighting back tears. Yao demanded that she tell him whose daughter Sun was. The woman shouted that she did not know anything and did not understand why he was asking this. Shengli hit Yao and shouted for him to let go of his wife. Yao said that he would forgive the slap because he had raised his daughter for so many years. Shengli grabbed his wife's shoulders and asked if Sun really wasn't his daughter. Lao Song knelt down, wept, and begged for forgiveness. She admitted that she was pregnant when she married him and didn't know what to do. She said that later she met Shengli and he became her mainstay. She called him a good husband and father and again asked for his forgiveness. Shengli calmly replied that he would not give up his wife or daughter. He helped her up and told her they should go home. Yao said that the company's settlement would be made next week and threatened to arrest his wife. He showed her $1 million card and offered to give it to Sun to send her to study abroad. Then he laid out 3 contracts: proof of paternity, waiver of rights, and transfer of custody. He said he was giving them 3 days to decide. Later that day, Yao stood in the shower and thought that he should get rid of everyone who interfered with him. He turned off the water and left the bathroom. In the room, he saw a man sitting in a chair. Startled, he asked who it was. Chen greeted him calmly. He said cryptically that he had come for justice. Yao tried to escape, but Chen stopped him with his power and made him unable to move. Yao didn't understand why he was paralyzed and couldn't breathe. Chen said he couldn't get away and asked him not to even try. There was a click of fingers. Chen released the pressure and Yao could breathe again. Chen poured himself a whiskey and said that if he hadn't intervened, Yao's plan would have worked. Yao shouted and asked if he had come because of Shengli. Chen replied that he just wanted a peaceful life for the family. He threatened to kill Yao right here and now. Yao begged and promised not to take the child as long as he spared his life. He called and ordered to cancel all actions of the company. He said that he did everything and asked not to kill him. Chen replied that he didn't believe him because he knew such people. After all, he was such a bad person himself. With another flick, he took the air out of him again. He said that after a hot shower and alcohol, everything would look like a normal hemorrhage. He added that Tom should remember this in the next life. Yao took one last breath and fell silent forever. The next day, Chen was standing outside a bicycle parking lot. He noticed Shengli's bicycle there. Chen took it and mentally apologized, deciding that he needed it more now. At his workplace, Daly rested and thought about how his right eye had been twitching all day. When Chen rode into the courtyard, he started. He immediately greeted him and asked what he needed. Chen sat down in a chair and said it was quite comfortable. One of the assistants started shouting and asking who he was. Dale slapped him on the back and reprimanded him for his tone. Then he walked up to Chen and asked him what he wanted. Chen replied that he would just wait for one person. Dale smiled and said that he would make some tea for now. Later, Chen drank tea and Dale gave him a massage. And he genuinely did not understand how he had turned from a bad boy to an errand boy. As Shengli passed by the gate, Chen called out to him. When asked about absenteeism, he said that he worked part-time at his Uncle Lei. Chen and Dale looked at each other, and then Dale played along and confirmed it. Shengli asked Lei to keep an eye on the guy because he is young and stupid. He later asked if they had a bike because he had lost his the day before. Daly said he would sell any of them at a good price. Chen offered 80 for a good bike instead of 280. Daly lowered the price and said he would sell it for 50 altogether. Chen asked if he needed to go to the finance company to check the accounts. He explained that his brother is engaged in small loans and works legally. Daly tried to understand what he was being dragged into, but continued to play along. Cheng Li asked for a phone number and left. After that, Chen said that such people deserve to be rich. Chen praised Lei for his good acting. At Brother Dalei's office, he asked what else was needed. Chen placed the bag of money on the table. Daly was surprised by the amount and said that he does not deal with murders. Chen replied that he wasn't asking for anything like that and told him to give Cheng Li 200,000 in any way. Daly asked if he wanted his house since he was so concerned about it. Chen said to arrange a contract with 10-year installments in favorable terms. Daly noted that the money is too much. Chen replied that it was $300,000. Some of it had already been returned, and he might need the money for medical treatment himself. He added that if necessary, everything can be spent on hair treatment. Dalei's eyes filled with tears, and he turned into a small puppy. He rushed to hug Chen and drool on his trousers, and Chen scolded him for it. Later, they said their goodbyes, and the assistant asked who it was. Daly said that this guy is a real person, and thanks to him, the store will flourish. At the investment promotion office, the secretary brought the project application to the director. The director noted that the conditions are favorable and the implementation will bring profit. The secretary added that a foreign businessman is asking for help with enrolling a child in a local school. The director said that this can be easily solved through the Education Bureau. The secretary clarified that secondary school number 8 was chosen. The principal was surprised because this school is at the bottom of the rankings. Meanwhile, an unidentified man arrived at Jinling International Airport, clutching a suitcase tightly in his hand. His assistant immediately clarified that the car was already served and offered to take him to the hotel first. The man slightly lowered his glasses and coldly replied that they should not go to the hotel, but directly to the police station. A little later, he was sitting in a dark apartment, talking on the phone. He told the source that the hotel where Yao was staying was registered in the police file. According to the official version, the cause of death was called an accident, alcohol, and smoking. He briefly added that this should be finished as soon as possible. However, his anxiety did not leave him, and he admitted that he felt that something was hidden behind the death. He asked to continue the investigation and give him all the documents without exception. The person on the other end of the line agreed to help, but on the condition that no unnecessary actions were taken. He also mentioned that another key investigation is underway for another death, where even more help is needed. Anderson then revealed that Yao had been in frequent contact with a woman named Lao Song shortly before his death. She was one of the last people to see him before he died. The man only replied that they were talking about an unusual couple and told them to return to the conversation in 3 days if nothing became clear. The next evening, Chen slowly drove Sun home on his bicycle. Stopping at her house, he patted her on the head and asked her why she suddenly had a fever. The girl replied that her home battery broke down and she just caught a cold. Going up to the entrance, she added that her parents were probably not at home. Chen recalled that after the riots over debt collection, the director went on vacation. He found Lei's brother and expected to borrow money from him. But when he entered the apartment, he immediately sensed that there was someone else in the house. Sure enough, Mr. Anderson was standing just outside the wall, trying to avoid being noticed. Chen noticed that a stranger dared to enter someone else's house in broad daylight, and it looked strange. He asked Sun to sit still while he brought the medicine. When he entered the room, he found that the stranger had already disappeared and noted his skills. Anderson, on the other hand, noticed that Chen was completely calm and didn't try to defend himself, and decided that he was just an ordinary person. At the same time, Chen realized that this was a foreign master and a very unusual thief. After finding the medicine in the cabinet, he slowly got up. Anderson was already soaring up and hiding under the ceiling. Chen returned to Sun and offered her some medicine. After that, he secretly used his powers on her, coaxing her to sleep. The girl struggled, saying that she didn't want to sleep at all, but soon her eyes closed. Chen went back into the bedroom and realized that the stranger had left through the window. He opened it wide and immediately jumped down from the floor to the ground. Meanwhile, Mr. Anderson was already in his headquarters, looking at the board of suspects. He crossed out the name of one of them and said softly, "Is this just an accident?" Chen watched him from the window, unnoticed. Anderson sensed something and whirled around, but there was no one outside the window. Chen went to a small cafe nearby and ordered rice and meat noodles. As he ate, he reflected on the fact that this was Anderson from the Abyss organization. He wondered if he should bury it the same way he did in his previous life. The Abyss organization consisted of several influential people who had committed many violent crimes. Among them, such dangerous figures as a doctor and a cheetah stood out especially. Among the key members was Anderson himself. But the most powerful leader was the one called Captain, who had truly incredible abilities. In addition, there was an organization called Gold Digger. Its participants traveled the world, created social networks, and earned money by parasitizing other structures. In the year 2000, Chen, in his previous version, destroyed the Abyss because they tried to blackmail him. Then he received the name Yang Luo, the Lord of Hell. Now, it was the Abyss business that had provoked him again. Chen thought that if something happened to Anderson, the Song family would definitely suffer, and that couldn't be allowed. He admitted to himself that he was tired of going back to that dark world. He wanted to change his life and no longer touch those who don't touch him. Moreover, Sheng Li's name had already been removed from the list. The next day, the weather was warm, and students played basketball in the yard. One of the more confident guys challenged Chen, saying that he would still lose. Chen called him a show-off and immediately scored a three-pointer. The female fans immediately screamed and screamed with delight, but Chen walked past the entire crowd and walked right up to Sun. She handed him a wolfberry drink and told him that he should not drink cold water. Otherwise, he would have health problems in his old age. She added that her father said that these berries are good for the kidneys. At that moment, someone called out loudly to Chen. A group of guys with bats and chains entered the courtyard. Their leaders said that they were making too much noise, and this angered him. Chen calmly asked who he was. He was told that it was Zhang Lingsheng, the gang leader of the Peibei district. Chen clasped his hands and said ironically that he had long admired his older brother. Suddenly, a strange girl bumped into him from the side and hugged him tightly, which confused everyone. Li Yingwan happily said that she had finally found him and that he was safe. Ling Sheng thought irritably that some schoolgirl had messed up and dropped the chain in surprise. Chen cursed Firefly inwardly, not knowing what she was doing here. Sun immediately became sad and thought that she was not needed here. Chen frantically debated whether to tell her about his twin brother or call Sun for help. He immediately rejected the idea, thinking it would be too humiliating. Taking his mind off the girl, he turned to Lin Shen and loudly declared that senior year was a great time and it was shameful to do such a thing. He added that Lin Sheng needed to be taught a lesson. Then he rushed forward and shouted that today he would take his place and remind him that everything had to be paid for. One kick was enough for him to knock his opponent to the ground. Chen leaned in and whispered softly that it was better to get him to the hospital quickly, otherwise he would really take his place. After that, he threw Lin Sheng on his shoulder and ran away from the schoolyard. Sun and Ingwan hurried after him. The rest of the gang members were left standing in complete disbelief. Ingwan was looking for Chen on the street, looking around. Suddenly, someone grabbed her and dragged her into a dark alley, holding her mouth tightly. It turned out that the person in the alley was Chen. He quietly told Ingwan not to make any unnecessary sounds. Someone was standing upside down in a nearby trash can. Ingwan wanted to throw herself into Chen's arms, but he immediately stopped her. He asked her not to give him any trouble and asked her why she was looking for him. The girl explained that she remembered the Chinese inscription on his coat, and this led her to this school. Chen asked if she was going to make trouble for him. When the answer was yes, he said that he would then set up a few rules. The first rule was not to tell anyone that he had saved her family. The second is to come up with a plausible story of their acquaintance. The third is to learn Chinese so that you don't stand out. Meanwhile, Sun sat on the sidewalk, hugging her knees and crying softly. Suddenly, someone handed her a napkin. Chen asked her why she was crying. Sun snatched out a napkin and immediately asked why the girl had hugged him. Chen thought that if you didn't know what to say to a girl, it was best not to answer at all, because any answer would be wrong. So he decided to put it another way and said that it was a distant acquaintance of his. Sun protested that the girl had followed him and even passed her. Chen said he hadn't seen her. Sun persisted and asked him what his relationship was with her. Chen realized that he couldn't ignore the question. At that moment, Teacher Li came up to them and informed them that the headmaster had searched them. Meanwhile, at school, The same gang was harshly reprimanded, shouting at them and calling them a complete disappointment. Chen tried to explain that the gang tried to beat him up, so he just ran away. The headmaster shouted and asked why they didn't touch others and only attack him. He assumed that Chen was provoking them. Chen calmly replied that he was really being bullied and asked if he had to put up with it. The director got even angrier and reproached him for the way he talked. He threatened to call his parents. Teacher Li walked up to the principal and whispered softly in his ear, explaining the situation with Chen's family. That night, Chen, Sun, and Sheng Li sat at their home and discussed a new student who had just been transferred to the school. Chen barely listened to the conversation and noticed that Sun's eyes were very swollen, which meant that she had been crying for a long time. Chen quickly explained that it was all just a coincidence. He explained that the girl's car had broken down and he had only helped fix it. Sheng Li genuinely didn't understand how a foreign woman could fall in love with Chen so quickly. Chen jokingly replied that it was probably because of his beauty. Sheng Li mentally compared that Chen was handsome, the girl was also beautiful, and it was quite normal for their age. He said that since everything was fine, it was time for Chen to go home. Sun volunteered to accompany him. Seeing him off at the entrance, she hugged him tightly and quietly told him that she had not hugged him as much during the day as that girl. Sun was embarrassed after the hug and quickly ran away, and Chen thought how cute she was. Meanwhile, Ling Sheng came to his senses and climbed out of the trash can, not knowing where he was or what he was doing there. As he recalled what had happened, he started cursing Chen furiously. Suddenly, someone slapped him hard across the face. It was his father, who was shouting, "How dare he come back after what he had done?" He dragged his son out of the alley by the ear, saying that he would be dealt with at home today. The next day, the class teacher and acting teacher, Teacher Wu, introduced a new student, Ingguan, to the class. He invited her to take any empty seat next to Chen in the back row. Sun immediately jumped up and said new girl should sit closer to the board because it was hard to see from behind. Luo turned to Chen, laughed at the battle that had begun, and said that Chen would have to thank him later. He got up from his seat and invited Ingguan to sit there, then moved to the last row next to Chen. Ingguan sat down at her desk, opened her pencil case, and said quietly that she thanked Guan for protecting her. Classmates immediately began whispering to each other, saying that you need to respect any religious beliefs. Later, during lunch, Sun sat down next to Chen and offered him her own food. He began to eat with relish and clearly enjoyed it. After a while, Ingguan sat down next to him and asked him to share. Chen immediately felt Sun's gaze on him. Ingguan started teasing him, calling him greedy. At that moment, someone called out to Chen, and he knew that he was finally saved from an awkward situation. Lin Sheng burst into the dining room, angry, short-haired and shouting threats. Chen silently tossed 2 chopsticks in his direction. The chopsticks hit his feet, and Lin Sheng immediately sprawled on the floor. Chen leaned over and calmly told him that he would take him to the hospital again. Picking up the boy in his arms, he announced that he was accompanying him to the examination. At the same time, somewhere abroad, in the middle of the sea, there was a boat. Mr. Anderson was on it, talking on the phone. He said that they should send a signal. Anyone who crosses their path will pay a price for it. Then he reported that another body had been found. Chen, meanwhile, decided to skip school and headed to Tangzi Street for a delicious meal. Chen noticed that Lei's place was completely trashed, and at first he thought it was someone's stupid trick. He approached the owner of a nearby cafe and asked if he knew where the owner of the car dealership across the street was. The man replied that the owner was abducted early in the morning. He suggested that Li Qingshan was behind it and added that the chances of a comeback are almost zero. At the same time, at a resort in the south of the city, Lei was hanging upside down over the pool and choking on water. Li Qingshan sat importantly in the chair opposite. Lei was frantically shouting that this was all against the rules. He begged to stop and give him 2 more days because his family needed to eat too. Qingshan calmly replied that he had no right to bargain with him and that he didn't need his shop anymore. In the next second, there was a bang from the direction of the door, and 2 subordinates were sent flying to the side. Chen appeared in the doorway, wearing his usual jacket and helmet. Qingshan asked in surprise who this guy was, stating that he hadn't seen such audacity in a long time. The guards immediately rushed to protect their boss. One of them was instantly neutralized by Chen. The other one he just threw into the pool. Qingshan offered to settle things peacefully and pretend that they weren't fighting, while trying to retreat to the exit himself. But Chen understood and knocked him down with a single kick. He said briefly that it wouldn't work out peacefully. After releasing Lei, they later sat in a small restaurant and ate. Chen asked him what he would do if Qingshan came again, because he couldn't be his bodyguard. Lei admitted that he didn't know. He didn't even have the money to pay. He said he needed at least 100 grand a year, and he couldn't fight every day because there was too much competition in his business. He added that he was going to contact a car sales agency and try to develop through them. Chen offered to lend him 500,000 so that he could go into business. Lei was immediately happy and said that together with his savings, this would definitely be enough. He also noticed that after today, Qingshan was unlikely to bother him again. Chen specified that he would give the money tomorrow, but it would be a loan. Lei was moved, trembling, and shouted that Chen was like family to him and that he had nothing to repay but his own loyalty. Meanwhile, Ingguan was returning from school. A classmate came up to her and told her that they had done a biological experiment together and handed her a love letter. She immediately asked him directly if he liked her. She got into the car and tore the letter into small pieces. She threw them at his feet and coldly told him that she didn't like him. Sun and Luo watched from the sidelines and thought that there were too many broken hearts in the world. Luo made fun of Sun, telling her that she would have to try harder. Sun only smiled slightly and said that it wasn't her fault that she was clinging to Chen herself. She added that she didn't know where he was now, but she did. When Sun found Chen, she rode up to him out of breath. He asked her why she was here, and she said she found out about his part-time job and decided to visit. Chen noted that it could take her at least an hour to ride her bike in this cold weather. He immediately asked Lei to bring a warm coat. Then he took Sun's hands and asked her if she was cold. Lei brought a padded coat. Chen introduced them to each other. After that, he told Sun that he would take her home. As they drove, Sun softly hummed a cheerful tune. Meanwhile, the gates of Li Ingguan's home in Wuhan opened a crack. Her mother, Li Jiang Yingxi, got out of the car. She opened the door and said she was home, but suddenly Mr. Anderson appeared in front of her. He introduced himself and said that he had come to ask some questions. The woman screamed, demanding to leave the house immediately and threatening to call the police, took a hypodermic needle out of his pocket and calmly remarked that she wasn't going to cooperate. He added that she might not like the next step. At that moment, a mercenary came up from behind, pinned the woman down, and covered her mouth. Later, Anderson would recite all the information he could get out of her. He deduced that she knew Chen and probably had already seen him. Meanwhile, Chen was walking with his little sister. She suddenly asked where his dog was. The girl explained that boys usually go out with their dogs to please girls, and today, 53 girls came up to meet him. Chen was surprised and asked how she knew that. The little sister replied that her classmate was bragging about her 8 boyfriends. Chen was shocked and thought that he needed to talk to the kindergarten director. At that moment, Ingguan ran up to them and decided to meet his sister. She leaned over and introduced herself as her brother's future wife. Then they started discussing their age and just chatted. Ingguan pointed at Chen and said that he was the head of their family. Chen buried his face in his hands and thought, what a nightmare this is. Later, they sat at his house and had dinner. Ingguan said that she had come to show off how well she had learned Chinese. She started to say a saying, but she did it completely wrong. Xiaoye decided to show a master class. She said the same saying without a single mistake. Xiaoye proudly said that her brother had taught her everything she knew. After dinner, Chen walked Yingwang to her car and advised her to practice more. Inwardly, he thought that it might actually take longer this time. Someone was watching Chen through binoculars. The mercenary radioed that the girl was gone. The target was climbing the stairs, and nothing unusual was happening. In response, an order was received to continue surveillance, specifying that the main target was the guy. Mr. Anderson was in the car, talking to another hired woman. He said to get ready because today the operation will be completed. The mercenary asked if they were going to act right now. Anderson said that Alpha is responsible for such tasks, and their group works head-on. He added that everyone should be ready and alert the doctor and Cheetah. At that moment, a strange voice came through the mercenary's earpiece with an apology. Chen was already standing behind her, took off his earpiece, and calmly told her that their Alpha was now down and out of touch. He pinned the girl to the ground and noticed that he didn't have much time because there were unwashed dishes waiting for him at home. A few seconds later, Anderson, Cheetah, and the doctor appeared. Anderson ordered Cheetah to break into Chen's house and eliminate the girl. The cheetah was already on the roof. Chen asked if they understood the mistake they were making. He pressed the mercenary harder with his foot and said that the first blood had already been shed. Anderson ordered the cheetah to attack, but Chen intercepted him with his power even from a distance. It immobilized him and paralyzed him. Then he pulled her toward him lightly in the air. Anderson made a mental note that holding a target at a distance of more than 20 meters was a sign of great strength, and shouted to the others that the enemy had the gift of control. The mercenary tried to use the ghost explosion technique to stun him. Chen only increased the pressure of his energy and suppressed it in one move. He pinned her to the ground again, making it completely impossible for her to resist. Anderson lunged at him with a knife. Chen easily dodged the blow. When he saw the doctor, he grinned and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The doctor did not understand how he knew him and attacked with a scalpel. Chen caught the blade in his fingers and directed a stream of energy at it. The doctor's hand immediately loosened and the weapon fell out. Chen added that he knew his technique from his previous life. Anderson tried to escape as he realized what kind of monster he was facing. But Chen caught up with him instantly. Grabbing him by the throat, he lifted him into the air and killed him. A short time later, Chen was driving their van, and there were 5 bodies inside. They called him and asked how the operation went. Chen calmly replied that 5 of their men were dead, including Anderson. After sinking the car with the bodies in the lake, he offered to send someone to collect the remains. He also told all their people in East Asia to get out. The captain realized that he was talking to Yang Luo, the Lord of Hell. When Chen got home, he went straight to the shower to wash off the blood. He noted that he is not strong enough yet, but the recovery is going faster than he expected. He also realized that his strength couldn't be measured by their system, probably due to his second life. 2 days later, at recess at school, he was sleeping soundly at his desk. Ingguan came up to him and offered him a taste of her chicken soup. The same guy who liked her was watching, and he didn't understand why she chose Chen. Later, Sun came over and brought him a sweatshirt because it was cold outside. Chen noticed that it was her father's sweatshirt and asked if he would mind. Sun replied that her father was sleeping at home and wouldn't notice. At that moment, she saw that he was eating someone else's soup, and her eyes immediately became wet. Chen hurried to pull on his jacket to avoid her reproaches. Sun suggested that he take a couple of days off because he wasn't feeling well. He replied that Lei had bought some cars and needed to go on a business trip to help him. Noticing her concern, he patted her head and told her that he was only going away for a couple of days and wasn't going to get any more sick. He asked her to look after Xiaoye over the weekend. It was the 20th of March in the year 2001. The streets of Nepal's capital, Kathmandu, were completely empty. Chen went to the ticket office and asked for a ticket to Lucca, a city in Italy. The cashier replied that he had friends who were flying to a mountaineering camp tomorrow, but the place would not be cheap. Chen silently placed a stack of money on the counter. The man looked at her and said that in this case, a generous person will not be refused. It was the 21st of March. It was almost 10 o'clock in the morning. The plane at Lucca Airport was fully prepared for departure. 2 blue-eyed sisters, Nivier and Lacus Devonhill, were finishing their preparations for departure. Their father informed them that they were waiting for another guest, who at that moment flew up to them in a helicopter. Chen came out in full gear and apologized for being late. At the entrance to the plane, Chen was asked to show his identification. After checking the papers, one of the men complimented him on his good English. The father of the family warned that during the flight they fly together, but after landing, they will no longer be connected by anything. Chen calmly replied that they didn't need to worry. He was going to spend the entire flight sitting on the phone. Back in the car, Lacus watched him and decided that he was a novice. He was wasting his battery power thoughtlessly and looked too relaxed. She also noticed that his build looked fragile and he was late for the flight. Chen took off one earpiece, greeted her, and told her that he had seen her somewhere. Then he asked her if she was using the nickname Hummingbird. The girl replied that he probably saw her in a magazine. He said she was very beautiful and she thanked him briefly. Chen glanced at Nivier and thought that Hummingbird was her code name in memory of Lacus, who had saved her. He remembered their first meeting. It was the 22nd of March, 2001, on the peak of Mount Robo. During the climb, the girl's uncle suddenly pulled out a knife. Before the others realized what was happening, he cut the rope, and the whole bunch fell down. The panic started, but Lacus managed to cling to the man, trying to hold her back. They ended up disappearing into the abyss together. 2 months later, they decided to sell their estate. Nivier was against it. It was the only memory she had of her family. In a fit of desperation, she attacked her father with a knife, shouting at him not to sell the house. For this, she was sent to prison. At the same time, Chen was assigned to eliminate her supervisor. He opened the door and pointed the gun. When he entered the office, he saw Nivier chained to the floor and the matron who was bullying her. Chen silently shot the woman in the chest. She tried to scream for help, but Nivier took advantage of the moment. She grabbed the matron by the throat and strangled her. When it was over, Chen walked over to the weakened Nivea and threw his jacket over her. Then he decided that in this life, she would no longer be a hummingbird. She would be herself. She would be Nivier. Chen returned to the present. The plane had already arrived, and the participants had gone their separate ways. In parting, he handed Nivea a small gift. She wondered how he knew her favorite chocolate. Lacus noticed with annoyance that he hadn't really appreciated her appearance, only paying attention to Nivea. After a while, the events began to repeat themselves. The team was climbing the mountain again. My uncle pulled out his knife again and cut the rope, and they all fell down. But this time, Chen caught Nivier in mid-flight and held her back. He calmly told her not to worry. He'd caught her. When she regained consciousness, she found herself lying in a tent, wrapped in warm clothes. Chen handed her some hot water and asked her to drink it before it cooled down. The girl sat up abruptly, her face pale with horror. He hurried to reassure her and told her that her father, mother, and sister were not around. Chen explained that everything that happened was just a figment of her imagination. She had been living inside false memories all this time. He told her that on the 17th of April, 1997, her parents, famous mountaineers, were killed on Mount Everest due to bad weather. On the 3rd of June, 1999, her older sister was killed in training. On July 21st, 2000, Uncle Benjamin tried to force her to sell the house and was shot by Nivier herself, after which she was arrested, but later acquitted. Chen said that she had divided her consciousness into 4 personalities: father, mother, sister, and uncle, and they all existed only within her. When they met, she spoke for all 4 members of the family, even though she was the only one present. He took her by the shoulders and reminded her that she had dropped out of school last month due to a long absence. And the day before yesterday, she had used her sister's passport to get into the mountaineering program. He paid for her flight and saved her during training when she started hallucinating. In his mind, he thought that in another version of events, it was she who cut the rope, which caused the team members to suffer, and then he was assigned the same mission. Only the mission was to kill her specifically. Hearing the truth, Nivier burst into tears. He said she needed to wake up from this nightmare and get out of the darkness of her own memories. Chen gently hugged her as she cried. The next day, he took her to a small altar at the top and offered to leave her tokens there, including her sister's. He said that he took care of the team and no one was injured. It was explained to everyone that Nivier had suffered a bout of hallucinations and altitude syndrome, and the participants promised not to talk about it. The girl said that she wants to donate her parents' property to the Mountaineering Support Fund. Chen replied that he would then give her all the money. She asked if they would see each other again, and he said he probably wouldn't. Nivier admitted that she wouldn't have minded if he'd been closer to her last night. He offered to stay another day with a small smile, but she declined. Then he calmly waved his hand in farewell. However, she suddenly hugged him from behind and told him that she was willing to follow him without asking questions or being afraid of his secrets. Chen put his hand on her shoulder and told her that he wanted her to live her own life and find herself in something else. She gave him another hug. He thought that Hummingbird's name would only remain in his memory. As he watched her walk away, he decided that this life would suit her much better. Sun couldn't sleep that night, no matter what methods she tried. Suddenly, she jumped up and complained out loud that it was her birthday tomorrow, and Chen wasn't picking up the phone and was away on a business trip. It occurred to her that he might not even remember the date. At that moment, something softly hit the glass of her window, and she went over to look. A text message from Chen immediately came to my phone, asking me to look outside. And then, congratulations on your birthday. Sun was instantly relieved that he did remember. She opened the curtains and looked out the window. Chen hadn't expected her to appear so quickly and had already swung the next stone. To avoid hitting her, he threw a rock to the side, but hit the window of the next room, right in front of her parents. The lights came on in the room, and Sheng Li started cursing loudly, while Chen hurried away. A couple of days later, unknown people came to Sheng Li's house and talked to him about something for a long time. The man closed the door behind them and sighed heavily. There was another knock on the door, and Chen was standing in the doorway. He held the door open and quickly said that he had come to fix the glass and had already called the master from the glass shop. Sitting next to him on the sofa, Sheng Li thought about how this guy was taking care of his daughter by breaking windows at night. Chen asked about the people who had just arrived. He guessed it was a contract extension, since the school was supposed to be private by the end of the semester. Sheng Li, the only holder of the title of Outstanding Teacher, was needed by the administration. Chen asked if he was satisfied with the amount offered. Sheng Li replied that it wasn't about money. Chen chuckled to himself, knowing of his large debt. The man suddenly noticed that Chen was skipping class, and Chen immediately started making excuses, promising to come back. As Chen walked out of the apartment, he thought that it had to do with the high-interest loan that was being rumored at school. He remembered that Sheng Li's school trip to the park was scheduled for Saturday, and he had a plan. On Saturday, Sun and Yingwang played Xiaoyi in the park. Chen and Luo sat on the side and discussed how convenient it was to have a younger sister to meet girls. Chen thought that he had done the right thing by taking his little sister with him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to stand the competition between the two girls. He asked Luo to keep an eye on them and walked away. Chen walked up to Lin Shen and called him Brother Haonan out of habit. He replied that he no longer bore that name and was now simply Ling Sheng. He sat on the side and looked enviously at the new group of popular guys at school. Chen said that their fame was temporary and they would soon be forgotten. Then he asked with a sneer if Ling Sheng could swim. He admitted that he could not. In the next second, Chen pushed him into the lake. Lin Sheng began to flounder and try to swim out. Chen immediately shouted and called for help. Director Song and Luo came running to Lin Sheng's screams. Chen showed the director exactly where he was drowning, and Luo held him by the sleeve so that he wouldn't jump into the water first. Director Song jumped into the lake without thinking. A minute later, he pulled Lin Sheng onto the bank. When he tried to get out on his own, he slipped. Chen reached out, helping him up and pulling him to shore. After that, Chen loudly announced that Teacher Song was the best. Students immediately picked up his words, praising the act of the director. Luo asked him why Chen had stopped him, but he didn't say anything. Chen then called Yingguan over. He asked for her help, remembering that her family invests in local businesses and has media connections. Soon, all the newspapers and news were full of headlines about how a high school teacher saved a student. Later, an award ceremony was even held. The same people came to Sheng Li again with a contract, and this time he agreed to sign it. After school, Ling Sheng stood alone and thought that every time he met Chen, he would get into trouble. He noticed that Sun wasn't heading in the direction of the house, so he decided to follow her. The girl came to see her brother Lei Lin Sheng, decided that she wanted to buy a bicycle. Lei told her that Chen had gone out to eat and would be back soon, but Sun went to look for him herself. On the way, she remembered that she had forgotten to give the gift to Lei and turned back. Ling Sheng realized that he might be exposed and pretended to tie his shoelaces. Sun noticed him anyway, called him by his first name, and asked him why he was following her. He started making excuses, saying that he lived nearby. At that moment, a group of unknown people were sitting in a car nearby, looking for a guy and a girl. After getting out of the car, they quickly grabbed and tied up Sun. The bandits told Lin Shen that they had heard about his skills and ability to fight. He didn't understand what she was talking about. He was offered to get in the car and talk to their boss in exchange for the girl's release. Lin Sheng agreed and asked them not to touch Sun. The car drove away, and the girl's purse was left lying on the street. Chen returned to Brother Lei's side, and when he heard that Sun had left, he immediately became alert. A few minutes later, he was back on the street and noticed her bag lying on the ground. The bandits brought Lin Sheng and Sun to their boss's luxurious estate. Ling Sheng still didn't understand what kind of injuries and what kind of person he was referring to. At some point, the bandits were about to kill him on the spot, but the boss waved his hand in order to stop. He introduced himself as Li Qingshan and demanded to be called master, then asked what Lin Sheng lineage he belonged to. Lin Sheng replied that he was from Haonan High School, which caused Qingshan to be surprised. He did not expect to see such a person among the students. The boss placed a briefcase filled with money on the table and said that it contained 500,000 yuan. Ling Sheng was taken aback by this amount and asked what he was being paid for. Qing Shan replied that there was only one mission to complete in return, to bring him Lei's hand. He gave her 3 days to do so, adding that Sun would be their guest and would be treated well, and then the exchange would take place. Ling Sheng realized that he was being confused with someone else, and if the truth was revealed, he would be killed, so he decided to continue playing the role. At that moment, he guessed that he had been mistaken for Chen Number. He remembered his childhood, a poor family, a laid-off father, a cleaning lady mother. Violence was the only way for him not to be humiliated at that time. He knew that people were still talking behind his back, but at least they weren't doing it to his face. He remembered the first time he had fallen in love at the age of 16 and lost his rage. A little later, he fell in love again, and this girl turned out to be Sun. But he was wearing a mask again and hiding himself. Ling Sheng thought that this was his chance to make things right. He pulled himself together, pinching his leg, and declared that 500,000 wasn't enough. Qing Shan laughed, called him bold, and promised to pay the same amount after completing the task. Ling Sheng took the briefcase and said that he would return in 3 days with Lei's hand. As he approached Sun, he quietly promised to save her and deal with Chen's affairs, even though she didn't understand what Chen had to do with it. When he came out of the manor, his legs gave way under him. Fear covered him completely. He realized that he had to find Chen immediately. At that moment, Chen was passing by on a motorcycle. Lin Sheng shouted at him that Sun had been taken hostage, that he had been mistaken for Chen, and that they had given him $500,000 for Lei's hand. Chen ordered him to go home and told him that he would take care of it himself. One of the bandits noticed that the girl looked pretty cute. Li Qingshan coldly replied that there were enough women around as it was, and if things didn't go according to plan, then you could do whatever you wanted with her. He added that after completing the deal, the girl will become free prey. At that moment, there was a loud bang as the door burst open. Chen appeared in the doorway. Qingshan chuckled and asked why he had come back, and even put on the same clothes they had first seen each other in. Chen replied that he was bothered by the cameras, and he also decided to find their safe at the same time. Qing Shan said that he was just lucky last time, and now at a single word from him, 50 people would kill Chen, and asked if he could handle all of them at once. Chen calmly said that it would take a couple of minutes. Qing Shan closed his eyes and remembered his former bodyguard, a man who did business in Myanmar. Meanwhile, all of his subordinates were rushing at Chen. He remembered that the bodyguard had walked on walls, was extremely strong, and could break anything. In Myanmar, he was able to kill 70 people, and everyone gave him a standing ovation. But unfortunately, 2 years later, he fell into a trap and was shot. He remembered that even the man had been killed by bullets in the end, and concluded that no one could resist a firearm. When he opened his eyes, all of his men were already on the floor. Qing Shan didn't believe what he saw. Chen said that Qing Shan was a man who had come out of poverty and become strong, and that he would still try to shoot to test his strength for himself. Qing Shan immediately grabbed his gun and fired. Chen caught the bullet with 2 fingers. He came closer and said that for some people, the world doesn't change because they are the world themselves. He asked if Qing Shan was giving up. He replied that he was ready to obey. Chen gathered the energy in his hands and said that he would spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair, after which he placed his hands at his feet and used all of his strength. He then carried Sun out in his arms and carried her to the motorcycle, calming her down. Ling Sheng watched from the side and realized that he hadn't done anything himself, so he mentally gave his beloved to Chen for safekeeping. Sun quietly asked if this was really Chen, because he was different. It used to be gloomy, but now it's too bright and far away. She admitted that she was afraid of this change and felt that he was moving away from her. She started talking about the future, college, working at Lei's car dealership, living together, the house, Chen's little sister, and the baby. She pictured herself waiting for him at Brother Lei's after work, how they go to bed together and talk about everything. She said that if they have extra money, they will spend it on going to the movies, theaters, and outdoor activities. She imagined how they would live together until old age, and even remember each other in old age. Then she snuggled up to him and cried, saying that she couldn't imagine their future right now. Chen stopped the bike and took off his helmet with a smile. He took her face in his hands and kissed her suddenly. Inwardly, He promised to protect her world and everything she held dear and make her see it as the old Chen. After that, he used his power to hypnotize her. After driving away from the estate, Chen stopped in a vacant lot. He left the bike, put Sun down on the grass, and sat down next to her. Sun said that she had a sad dream, so she was upset. Then she remembered that she was going to look for him in the car dealership, but then the memory stopped. Chen calmly explained that she was just tired, wanted to go for a ride, and accidentally fell asleep. He said in a commanding tone that it was time for them to go home. Sun first asked if she was going to see him or herself, but then changed her mind and didn't say anything more. Chen used hypnosis again to make her forget what had happened for a while. He knew that hypnosis didn't erase her memory completely, but without triggers, she wouldn't remember anything. He also decided that he would hypnotize Ling Shen later so that he wouldn't accidentally let it slip. A month later, Yingwan met her parents at Jinling International Airport. She hugged her mother tightly and said that she missed her, and also invited one of the boys to dinner. Her mother immediately asked how far her relationship with Chen had progressed. Yingwan replied that they were just friends. My mother was visibly upset, but decided to just get ready for dinner. In the evening, Chen arrived at the meeting point on a bicycle. He was met by Yingwan's parents, herself, and security before being invited inside. His mother took out the soju he'd brought for Chen and offered him a drink. She even gave her daughter a drink. After taking a few sips, both mother and daughter quickly became intoxicated. Chen realized that the conversation wasn't going to go very smoothly. Suddenly, the woman fell to her knees in front of him and began to thank him for helping her family. She mentioned that she had heard how he dealt with Zhengzhe, and that without him, their family might have perished. She said that this time she was here to express her gratitude. Chen tried to pick her up, saying that it was inappropriate, but she interrupted him and said that she wanted to repay him. But she suddenly asked him to be together with Yingwan. Her request was that he take Yingwan to China with him. Chen was completely taken aback by the suggestion. The woman said that she was ready to give her daughter even as a servant. Chen, dumbfounded, asked her if she understood what she was talking about and what problems made her ask for such a thing. The woman replied that this is the only way to repay and ensure the future of the family. Chen said that no payment was needed and helped the woman up. He poured himself another glass of soju and drained it in silence. Putting it down loudly, he said that he understood their feelings perfectly. He turned and headed for the exit. Yingwan and her mother tried to stop him. The woman threw herself on her knees again and started to beg, but he got out and slammed the door. After he left, his mother yelled at Yingwan, and she started crying. The woman immediately apologized and began to calm her daughter down. She said that after the death of her husband, the family needs support, and the younger brother is still too young. Her mother added that if Yingwan didn't get married, at least she could become someone's mistress. The main thing is that she is appreciated and can help her family. Yingwan was indignant. Why she should be a slave and why they want to send her away. The mother replied that Chen wasn't going to be with her, or he wouldn't have left then, and that without those characters, she wouldn't have been able to find him at all. Yingwan clearly said that even if she had to give up everything and her own dignity, she would still follow him. The mother agreed and said that for the sake of her younger brother, she should do it. It was almost midnight on the street, but all the windows of the rich entertainment establishment were still lit. A man sauntered out with his arm around the girl, and it was clear from their looks that they were making an appointment for the next meeting. Ling Shun sat nearby and watched. The other girls noticed him and started whispering to each other, calling him Aunt Luo's cute son. At that moment, Zhao Sha came up to him and gently stopped the others from scaring him. She gently touched his face, noting his cute appearance. Later, Ling Shen would recall every feature of her face over and over again and repeat her name in his mind, realizing that he had fallen in love. When he returned to the gym, he met his mother, who worked there as a cleaner. She explained her plans for the next few days, and Ling Shen asked her not to overwork herself. His mother assured him that she was not tired and advised him to go to bed because in the morning he had lessons waiting for him. As he left the place, he thought about how good it was to be rich. The cost of one room here per night was more than his mother's monthly salary. Outside, he suddenly heard screams. Turning around, he saw one of the rich men roughly pulling Xiao by the arm, demanding that the deal be completed. The girl tried to justify herself and offered to postpone everything until tomorrow, But the man did not want to listen. He yelled at her and called her a girl of easy virtue. At that very moment, a heavy water bottle flew at him. Ling Shen ran to the girl, grabbed her hand, and they ran together. Xiao was yelling at him to run away on his own. Xiao defended him, convincing the man that the guy had nothing to do with what was happening. Then, she abruptly turned to Ling Shen and demanded that he leave. Otherwise, he would be in serious danger. At that moment, the boss of the restaurant came up to them. When he saw Ling Shen's face, he turned pale. He remembered once seeing this guy single-handedly lay dozens of people on the floor. The man immediately knelt down, started apologizing, and hurried away, not wanting to deal with him. Ling Shen didn't understand why he had such a reputation. Xiao put her arm around his shoulder and tried to find out, and playfully asked him who he was, while Ling Shen himself felt like he didn't know either. It started to rain outside, and Ling Shen took Zhao on his bike to her house. Meanwhile, Yingguan knocked on Chen's door. She was wet and tear-stained. Chen was surprised to see her and asked if her mother had made her come. Yingguan made it clear abruptly that she had come of her own free will. He took her by the hand, led her into the house, and asked her why she was soaking wet in the rain. Later, he handed her some dry clothes so that she could change. While sitting at the table, Chen noticed that Yingguan didn't eat much and only drank alcohol. As she got out of the shower, she thought that her mother's words that night must have made Chen look at her differently. She sat down next to him and started eating a bun while he asked her about the problems her mother had mentioned. Yingguan confessed that if she couldn't stay with him, she would have to go home. Chen didn't think that was a bad idea. She burst into tears, thinking that he just didn't want her around and that he didn't love her. He tried to calm her down, patted her on the head, and advised her to talk to her mother directly. Yingguan tearfully revealed that her mother had threatened to give her to someone else if she wasn't with Chen. Meanwhile, Xiao and Ling Shen arrived at her apartment. Ling Shen heard crying from the next apartment and decided that someone was hurting the girl. He told Xiao that it was probably time for him to go home, but she stopped him. She put her arms around him and kissed him passionately. After that, she calmly said goodbye, promising to invite me to coffee next time. Overjoyed, Ling Shen started jumping up and down the corridor and banging on the walls, accidentally hitting Chen's apartment door, after which he immediately ran away. When Chen opened the door, all he saw was his back moving away, and he thought it looked familiar. When he returned to the apartment, he heard Yingguan admit that she had lied to her mother, saying that their relationship was still uncertain in order to avoid unnecessary questions. She asked permission to stay the night because she would probably be questioned at home. Chen allowed her to spend the night in Xiaoye's room, noting her stubbornness. Sitting down on the bed, Yingguan desperately began to ask why he didn't like her and if she was so unpleasant to him. These words reminded Chen of a similar conversation from his previous life. He agreed briefly, then quickly wrapped the blanket around her, making it impossible for her to move. Chen warned her not to make any noise, otherwise he would just throw her out of the window, and told her to calm down. To her insistent questions, he replied that he had feelings for her, deeper than usual sympathy, but it was not love, and ordered her to sleep. The next morning, Yingguan woke up and stretched. Chen told her to wash up and go home. She didn't want to leave, fearing her mother's shrewdness and the inevitable questions. Chen said he could help her explain, asked her to turn around, and gave her a little slap on the back of the head to give her a plausible reason to tell her at home. On Friday afternoon, Chen was standing outside the kindergarten as usual, waiting for his little sister. The teacher praised the girl for her quick wit and asked him to keep an eye on what she was watching on TV. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Yingguan. He wanted to ask if she had managed to deceive her mother, but the girl panicked and reported that something had happened to her mother. Not fully understanding the situation, he decided to leave his sister with Luo for a while. He promised the little girl to pick her up later and take her to an interesting place. A short time later, he was back in Yingguan's apartment. In the room, he saw her mother in a serious condition. The girl said that she called a doctor, but he could not help. He noticed a high fever, shortness of breath, and a strange smell. Chen asked if the room had been sprayed with disinfectant, then went to check the bathroom. After running a cotton swab over the shower and sniffing it, he understood the reason for what was happening. When he returned, he reported that a substance was dissolved in the water and that it was poisoning. Yingguan panicked, but he reassured her that the symptoms were not fatal and would soon pass. He warned her not to show anyone that she knew anything and not to trust even the bodyguards. Leaving her to take care of her mother, he went to find the culprit. On the street, he reasoned that when a poison attack is attempted, the target is usually under surveillance. Usually, 2 bodyguards are always around, but the family isn't stupid enough to trust them blindly. After looking around the nearest office building, he decided that the observer must be somewhere between the 8th and 10th floors. 15 minutes later, he checked all the suitable apartments and found the last closed room. Easily opening the door and entering the dark room, he found the surveillance equipment. At that moment, he was attacked with a knife. He dodged it. Then he knocked out the weapon and left an incision in the enemy's neck. It turned out to have a blade. The attacker asked who he was. Without engaging in conversation, he quickly dealt with the attacker. While searching the body, he found a fake passport and a hotel keycard. When he got home, he looked at the flash drive he found. By the way it was decorated, he knew that the past had caught up with him again. After connecting it to his computer, he logged into a private, dark website. The octopus logo appeared on the screen. This network had long belonged to the underworld. There, creatures were divided into 5 levels of power. In his previous life, he reached a level of control and worked as a site security consultant with a huge salary. He changed his name to Arsonist and saw $2 million in the account. After studying the active tasks, he realized that the Ingwan family was safe for the next 11 days. While looking through the other missions, he announced his return to the underworld. Then, he deliberately provoked his longtime enemy, the Star Queen, in a private chat. He deliberately made fun of her and mocked her. In one of the residential areas, loud shouts and screams suddenly rang out. Lu Sisi, known as the Star Queen, opened fire in a rage and vowed to find the arsonist. When asked by her student, she said that she was infuriated by the fact that she could not find the abuser because of the privacy of the network. Her student, Niu Tao, suggested a way to identify the abuser. The story flashed back to Chen No's previous life. On December 23, 2021, in a small coastal town on the west coast of Maple Leaf Country, Niu Tao was talking on the phone and heard the last message about a meeting in the next life. She was only 20 years old, and after the call, she was sad, remembering how he called her Niuto. She was talking to someone about responsibility for someone's death. In front of her was a bound man, to whom she reminded him of his crimes, and that death could save others. He was trying to buy me off with money. She believed that his wealth was obtained by fraud and would not be able to save him. She accepted responsibility for his death, saying that he was very lucky. Later, she sat in the car in tears, reflecting that her lover already had another in his heart. To a sad tune, she steered the car off a cliff and into the water. As the car sank, she recalled her past life. In the present, Niu Tao developed a plan to calculate the arsonist. She used a few baits to attract his attention and lower his guard. Then I posted messages that he had already responded to, hoping that he would show up on his own. She felt like a real psychic. She understood that the site's identities were hidden, so she prepared for a long collection of information. Using 9 accounts, she tried to gain his trust and planned to entrust him with a mission in a month or 2. Suddenly, a message appeared in my personal chat with a joke about the Star Queen. Niu Tao opened fire on the laptop in shock, realizing that she had been found out. Chen, meanwhile, was aware of her attempt at deception and calculated the time frame, noting that less than a year had passed since her service to the Star Queen. Later, he came to Lei for his little sister. Lei hesitantly decided to ask Chen something. He asked for permission to become Xiao Ye's godfather. He asked to be understood correctly, referring to their warm relationship. Chen abruptly rejected the request, throwing his backpack at him. Xiao Ye said a warm goodbye to Lei, and Chen noticed their mutual liking. On the way home, his sister asked him why his briefcase was so heavy. On Monday, in gym class, Chen and Sun were lying on the grass, and Sun was still thinking about the kiss. She was disappointed that she wouldn't be able to spend time with him tonight because she had a Chinese class today. She tried to be more confident and decided to get her own way. She leaned over to Chen and said that she wouldn't have anyone at home today. But then she said that she would be taking Chinese literature classes in the evening. Chen agreed to see her off. He said it was enough for him to watch her from the sidelines. Her Chinese teacher, Zhang Gang, met them at the entrance. Chen also greeted him. Sun happily said that she would be able to arrive without delay, since they live very close by. The man asked why Chen had come. To himself, he thought that his politeness prevented him from sending him away. Chen said he'd heard about the extra classes. He asked the teacher to talk in private. After entering the kitchen and locking the door, Chen said that he also wanted to improve his studies. That's why he wants to study with them. Chen placed the roll of paper on the table. Let him go back out to everyone and call out to Sun. The teacher, taking the envelope in his hands, realized that the guy was trying to hide something carefully, but nevertheless he showed that his motives were not bad. After a few minutes, the teacher started teaching his class and asked Chen if he had brought his textbooks and notebook. A few minutes later, the teacher told everyone to take turns saying phrases and explaining the meaning of the hieroglyphs. All the students were talking and explaining the meaning of phrases, and Chen just looked at Sun. This went on for several minutes, and the teacher was enraged. I tried to yell and made Chen give me examples of his complex words. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Ling Shen and his father appeared outside the door. The father brought a bag of groceries and asked the teacher to study with his son. He kicked his son right inside the apartment and yelled at him that if he didn't study, he would be beaten. Leading Ling Shen inside, the teacher thought about where to put him. Ling Shen was terrified when he saw Chen number. He was already regretting why he had become classmates with him. Chen, on the other hand, was delighted to see him and thought that Ling Shen was his lucky star. Chen immediately picked up the lesson and asked the teacher to put the newcomer next to him. Chen whispered to him, what, if anything, would help him with the hieroglyphs? Ling Shen thought to himself how much he wanted to leave right now. When the lesson ended, all the children were standing at the entrance to the apartment and talking to the teacher. Zhang Gang would tell them their weak points and where to tighten them up. He only told Chen to be careful on the way. That was all. Chen and Ling Shen walked down the stairs together. Chen happily asked to go on the same road with him, otherwise he was bored beyond belief. As soon as they left the entrance, Ling Shen immediately started running. As he walked away, he realized that his inner voice kept telling him to stay away from Chen. Behind him, Chen's motorcycle was already visible. Chen rode up to him and offered him a ride. Ling Shen immediately noticed his awesome motorcycle. Chen had warned him to hold on tight, otherwise he might fall at high speed. Lin Shen thought that if he had such a motorcycle, it would be great to ride it with his beloved. After a while, Chen and Ling Shen drove up to his mom's place of work. Chen thought to himself that he needed to repay the debt for the time Ling Shen had helped with Sun's abduction. Chen came in from a distance and asked if Ling Shen liked his motorcycle and knew how to ride it. After receiving a positive response, he threw him a helmet and told him to try a ride. Half an hour later, Ling Shen returned from the trip and shouted with joy that the trip was just incredible. He thanked Chen for the ride. Chen said he could lend him a motorcycle for 2 days. Lin Shen was just overjoyed and couldn't believe it. Chen also offered him his own set of jacket and helmet to fully fit into the role. Ling Shen couldn't understand why Chen was treating him so well. Chen calmly replied that they were now friends and that it was just a matter of routine. Ling Shen shed a few tears and thought to himself how glad he was that they had become friends. Chen knew very well that Ling Shen wasn't here for his mother and decided to look at his beloved girl. Just then, Xiao was running out of the place. The guys who were chasing her shouted at her to get out quickly, otherwise they would beat her up. Xiao ran to Ling Shen and said that she needed to run urgently. The guys who ran out after him, seeing the guy in the leather jacket and helmet, immediately ran away one by one. Lin Shen briefly asked if they were bullying Xiao and asked them to speak up. The guy immediately threw himself on his knees, gave his name, age for which he was in prison, recalling the previous incident. Ling Shen genuinely couldn't understand the reason for such a violent reaction. The guy decided that the only way to avoid punishment would be to break the bottle over his head. Ling Shen couldn't understand why bandits were crippling themselves these days. The guy hurried to get out of there. Xiao stared at Ling Shen with amorous eyes. She whispered softly that he could take her home today if he wanted to stop by. Meanwhile, Qingshan was having a meeting to discuss what had happened with the guy in the leather jacket and helmet. Suddenly, Qingshan's phone rang. He picked up the phone and asked why they were calling him so late. The voice on the other end said that he had met the same guy today. All the people immediately shouted for him to get out of there quickly. At home, Wu Xiao, Ling Shen, and she were lying together on the sofa, enjoying each other. Xiao told him that he looked like a little wolf cub that wanted to eat her. She introduced herself. Her name is Chu Xiaoling, but she likes to be called Xiao. She told him how strong he was and how he was able to chase away her abusers from Li Qingshan's team. When he heard the name, he jumped up and felt sorry that he had gotten involved in something he shouldn't have. He recalled everything that had happened in Li Qingshan's manor back then. He remembered being confused with Chen No back then. He immediately ran out of the apartment and shouted that he would think about everything and come back somehow. 2 days later, at the entrance of the KTV building, Xiao stood with her eyes downcast and crying. Ling Shen walked up to her and asked her what she was doing here. She immediately threw herself into his arms and started screaming why he had left her for 2 days, because she was so scared. Ling Shen couldn't tell her that he remembered everything that had happened in the manor, and because of that, he decided to find out more. He just silently hugged the girl back and then said that he really missed her. Xiao asked him to accompany her to visit some of her relatives. Already in the hospital, she explained that the other girl's father is a bad player and her mother has kidney disease. She said that she warned the girl not to borrow money, but no one listened to her. When they entered the room, they saw a weak woman lying on a bed with her eyes closed. Ling Shen left the room so that Xiao could talk to the woman about everything that was hurting her. As he turned away for a moment, 2 young men entered the room. Ling Shen only heard screams coming from the ward a moment later. Xiao yelled that they didn't have the right to kill a person for paying off a debt. Men calmly said that the debt must be paid at all costs. Xiao shouted that she had already paid 80,000 and didn't understand where the rest of the money came from. The man said that he absolutely does not care where she will take the money, because the debt must be paid in full. Ling Shen heard the conversation and was dumbfounded by the amount. The 2 men turned to face Ling Shen as he entered and barked at him to mind his own business. Enraged, Ling Shen went outside to smoke and calm down. The same guys had stopped by in the car to tease him. Ling Shen could only reassure himself that he wasn't Chen Wo and that there was absolutely nothing he could do. He closed his eyes, bared his teeth, and thought there was nothing he could do. Suddenly, there was a thud behind him. The same car with the guys crashed into another car and exploded. Now they were all engulfed in flames, and Chen was coming out of the smoke. Chen only thought about one thing. If Ling Shen wants to do something, let him do it. And if he can't, then he will do it for him. A few days later, all the students gathered at Zhang's house again. They studied and put their textbooks in their bags. The teacher said that they needed new material that they should buy. The books cost about 50 yuan, but he has a former classmate who can buy a set for 40. Chen immediately handed him the money and told him that he would pay for himself and son. Then he said that he would add a little more and pay for Ling Shen as well. After all the students left, Zhang Pring looked at the bills. His wife, Song Chao Yun, noticed his worried face and asked what was wrong. He told her that he was a little panicked as he had started earning money from the students due to the price difference. His wife immediately told him that everything was fine and they could just buy her cheaper medicines. But he firmly said that he would rather take the risk than let her illness develop further. Students came down the stairs and talked about how their teacher could sell sets of books and make money from it. Chen stopped their conversations and asked them not to discuss it. He said that if they didn't like something, they should buy all the kits at school. Ling Shen supported him. Chen asked Ling Shen if he was doing well today, having been missing with his motorcycle for a couple of days. Ling Shen calmed him down and said that he had problems at home. And then he timidly thanked Chen for the bike and said that he was very glad that they had become friends. A few days have passed. Chen sat at his laptop and thought about the deadline for completing the mission to kill Jiang Yingzhu. He thanked the site for keeping all personal information private. Otherwise, if the queen saw the ad, she would kill Jinling. 6 people responded to the ad in a short time. He was sitting there thinking about which of the suggestions to choose when he noticed a strange nickname. He decided to take a man named Fu Sheng. Together, they could certainly protect Yingguan and her mother. He activated his power and strained his ears as much as possible to listen for every rustle around him. He unwittingly eavesdropped on the conversations of all the neighbors. They had some kind of showdown. Then he suddenly remembered that it was the weekend, and he was afraid. He made a phone call and reported, like a good citizen, that someone was at the hotel and asked for someone to be sent to investigate. And then he continued to listen to the police showdown with the neighbors. The next morning, he felt like a vegetable, having been on pins and needles all night. There was a knock on his door, and when he opened it, he saw Ingwan bringing him breakfast. He looked at the beautiful girl and wanted to reach out to her. But then he abruptly slammed the door in her face, leaving her in the dark. As he held the plate of scones, he thought how difficult it was to deal with animal instincts in a young body. He received a message from Fu Sheng. He said he was on the spot and already working. Meanwhile, at Westminster College, Nivier went to talk to a friend of her father's about finding the path she wanted to follow. She decided that she would drop out of school. He tried to talk her out of it, but seeing how stubborn she was, he just told her that she could come back at any time. Later, in her room, she looked at her school uniform and thought that she had never liked it. In the mirror, she saw her second identity, Lakis. She tried to reason with her and said that the whole family went to this college. Nivier was swearing at her sister, as they had agreed that from tomorrow onwards, it would only be her time. Then Nivier happily announced that the next step in the plan was to go to Hong Kong and find Chen number. The sun was already setting outside the window, so the sky was pinkish. Ingwan's mother's assistant came over and said that she would be required to receive guests at the industrial park. Fu Sheng called his wife and warned her that he was still on a mission. That same evening, an important meeting was being held in the industrial park, with Mother Ingwan as the main speaker. Ingwan herself corresponded with Chen and talked about their every move. When she was free from the meeting, her mother suggested that she go out to eat. She asked her daughter how she was doing with Chen. Chen, who was watching them from around the corner, thought that he shouldn't pry into other people's business. And then he wondered where the bodyguard he'd hired for $500,000 was. Suddenly, he sensed something was wrong. He sensed that a killer was approaching. The elevator doors opened, and an ordinary-looking man stepped out. The man just wanted to get a gun out of his pocket, but suddenly someone grabbed his arm. The masked man said that the elevator wasn't working today, so no one was allowed to enter. As soon as the elevator doors closed, the men immediately started fighting. The battle was very intense, but Fu Sheng still outnumbered the opponent in strength. Shouts and blows could be heard outside the doors. The unknown assassin tried to escape, but Fu Sheng grabbed him and prevented him from doing so. And the mercenary tried to attack him with shurikens, but Fu Sheng deftly dodged all of them. As soon as the mercenary disappeared, Fu Sheng immediately clutched his back and thought about how hard it was for him to work. Chen watched him from the side and had rather mixed feelings. At night, in an internet cafe, Fu Sheng sat at his computer and corresponded with Chen. He initially scolded that the mission was much more difficult than expected, but then, when he found out that the client had money, he agreed to another mission. The next day, the entire Li family, along with the bodyguards, left the establishment. Ingwan had spoken to Chen the day before. He said that tomorrow he would take them to a restaurant that he had recently visited. He asked her to just do as he said and follow his plan. Her mother noticed that the girl looked a little distracted today and asked what was the matter. The girl said that everything was fine, but suddenly the mother pushed her daughter away from her and shouted for her to step aside. Her eyes reflected the rapidly approaching car. The car was flying at high speed right at them. At that moment, Fu Sheng appeared and used his power to stop the approaching car. One of the mercenaries decided to attack the woman with a knife while everyone was distracted by the car. But Fu Sheng used the lion roar technique and threw the mercenary aside. Then, with a quick, light kick, he knocked the knife out of the attacker's hand. And right after that, he hurried to hide so that no one would know his identity. The mercenary, who had been beaten up, hurried over to his comrades and got into the car. He said that he had failed and suggested that their third person might set up an ambush. A little later, they arrived at a remote location and waited. Their third mercenary finally returned. After discussing all the difficulties of this mission, they came to the conclusion that they needed to request a higher reward for this case. They decided to visit their fallen brother, who unfortunately failed the mission today due to the cruelty of people. The boy lightly patted the body covered by the sheet, and suddenly, he was electrocuted with such force that his hair stood on end. He immediately fell to the ground, senseless. It turned out that Chen was hiding under the sheet with a stun gun. The other mercenaries didn't understand where he came from or who he was. The mercenaries asked if he wanted to know the name of the client, but Chen said that he didn't need that information at all, and he wanted to know what kind of account they had on the Octopus website and how much money was on it. One of the mercenaries risked a knife attack, but Chen immediately pointed a stun gun at him, saying that metal conducts electricity well. The other mercenary, realizing this, threw away his spear and decided to charge into the melee. But Chen electrocuted him and told him that the human body also conducts electricity. Then, placing the two mercenaries in front of him, he asked who their client was. Men began to say that they don't even know who their client is because his identity is protected by the site. One of the mercenaries timidly asked what he was going to do with them. Chen replied that he didn't think they should live at all. The man warned him that when he got to their client, he would be in trouble, and therefore asked him to take revenge for him and his brothers as well. Chen asked why they were so angry with him. The man said that this client deceived them because he did not inform them that they would meet such a strong person as him. Chen, using his power, said that he promised not to use electric shocks and that it would not hurt at all. Meanwhile, Fu Sheng hid behind one of the courtyards of the houses. He was coughing violently and gasping for breath. At his age, he thought, this job was too much for him. He called his wife and calmly discussed what they would have for dinner. He gave absolutely no sign that he was feeling ill. Then, he carefully removed his mask. He started talking to the mask and said that 25 years ago he promised to make it famous, but broke his promise and hid it. Later that evening, Chen wrote to Fu Sheng, asking him to deal with 4 corpses at the same address, promising to add money. Chen was already waiting at the address to follow him. He saw a blackbird and was surprised to find one in the city. But then he realized that this bird was Fu Sheng's eyes and ears. He held his breath and became invisible. Then he saw Fu Sheng using corpse powder on the corpses and realized that it was quite an old trick. After a while, they were written off again. And Fu Sheng was very happy that this time he earned a lot more money than usual. He thought that even though he was risking his life, he would be able to cover his wife's next medical expenses. Suddenly, he was notified that only $12 had been transferred to the account. Fu Sheng immediately became indignant and wrote to the client that he had deceived him. He was furious. Later, he received a notification that $500,000 had been transferred to his account. He clutched at his heart and thought that it was lucky that the mission reward was posted on the official website. Otherwise, this customer would have cheated him out of it. The next day, Chen sat with Xiaowei on the sofa. He was disappointed because he thought those people would have 4 flash drives, but unfortunately, they only had 1. Putting the flash drive in his laptop, he looked at the $880,000 on their account, so he made a profit. After reading the recent correspondence, he realized that it would still be possible to earn money. Suddenly, his account received a transfer in the amount of $250,000. He stretched and thought to himself, what a good sponsor. The Octopus website is really a great way to make money. At one point, he thought, why not publish a post and offer a reward for his own murder? He turned to Xiaoye and said that they were going to Uncle Sun's party today. After a while, they all sat together at the table and had a delicious dinner. Sheng Li scolded him for bringing an expensive bottle of wine and asked him to better return it to the store. But Chen smiled and said that he couldn't return it since he had already opened the bottle, so he would have to drink it. When Sheng Li got very drunk, he began to talk about how he would no longer study for Chen and that he needed to choose the right path and earn money. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to entrust his daughter to him in the future. His wife tried to stop him and said he had been drinking too much. But Sheng Li asked not to interrupt and said that they were very lucky that his daughter was able to attract such a good guy like him. Then, turning serious and slamming the table, he said, no dates before graduation. He said that after graduation, his daughter would go to university and then he wouldn't worry so much about her. Chen promised him that he would continue to love Sun until graduation. Sheng Li said the guy was a miracle. He turned to his wife and said that even though Chen was very young, he was very wise and didn't go astray. With a hiccup, Sheng Li suddenly fell off his chair. The woman said she was going to take her drunken husband to his room. Chen told Sun that he would pick up Xiaoye and go home. Sun looked at him with worried eyes and said, trust me, I'm not afraid of difficulties. I'm not afraid of anything. Chen only briefly replied that he believed her, thinking that she had nothing to fear next to him. After leaving the house, he decided to check on teacher Jiang. His wife let them in and told them that her husband had gone to get medicine. When Chen asked who the medicine was for, she said that he had gone to buy a couple of patches for himself. Chen asked her if she used Chinese medicine. She said that she used it quite often, but her husband was always afraid that the students would be able to smell the Chinese medicine. The woman said that he was quite a nice guy and asked if he was dating Teacher Song's daughter. The hands on the clock showed exactly 1 o'clock in the morning when suddenly she abruptly got up, slammed her hands on the table, and began to scream very loudly. She began to dance strange dances and shout completely incoherent sentences, presumably from some opera. Chen and Xiaoye sat in silence and just didn't understand what was going on or what she was doing. Chen couldn't help but see through the half-open door that a mask was lying in another room and a bird was locked in a cage. At that very moment, Zhang came running out of breath with a package in his hands. He immediately poured medicine for his wife and gave it to her to drink. He blamed himself for being late, but his wife calmed him down and said she just forgot to take her medication. Chen was about to ask what was the matter, but Zhang beat him to it and told him that his wife had been ill for many years. Previously, his wife was a member of the troupe, but due to illness, she was forced to leave it, after which she developed a rather strange illness with seizures. Chen said that if that was the case, he wasn't going to bother them anymore, and they would go home together with their little sister. An hour later, Sun lay in bed and kept asking her husband if she had disgraced herself. Zhang reassured her and said that Chen even liked her performance. She said that despite all the difficulties, Chen No was a very good person and that she and Sun would be able to help them in the future. She added that she also really likes his little sister because she is such a cute girl. She suddenly became sad and said that because of her illness, she could not give birth to a child, although she would very much like it. Zhang quickly reassured her and said that he had stopped thinking about it for many years and just accepted it. Song said that Chen somewhat resembled him when he was young, which made Zhang immediately sulk and say that the boy was no match for him. Then they laughed together, remembering how he had tried to persuade her father to marry her to him. He told his wife that thanks to a recent deal, they would be able to live in peace for another year or two because their family would have enough money for $500,000. He added that he was no longer going to get involved in such cases, as this is too dangerous an occupation. The next morning, Chen walked down the road and chewed on a bun at a leisurely pace. He was thinking that he didn't expect that the mercenary was his teacher, Jiang. Recalling the recent correspondence, he thought that his teacher must be basking in bed right now. But suddenly he saw his teacher on the playground, where he was doing exercises. Chen approached him and immediately began to praise him and asked him to teach him techniques. Jiang was afraid that the guy would be able to reveal it and refused him. But Chen pretended that he was too weak and that he probably wouldn't even live to 20. After clearing his throat a bit, he said that his life was worthless anyway, thus playing on the teacher's pity. Jiang decided to give up and said that he could help him with some techniques and inner breathing. Jiang decided to ask what kind of illness he had. Chen asked him for a napkin and said it was just tomato sauce with chili peppers. Jiang just raged when he found out that the guy had lied to him, and Chen continued to laugh and advised the spicy buns he was eating. He said goodbye to the teacher and said that he would be on time for the first class tomorrow morning. Inwardly, he thought that the teacher might be able to teach him something new. The next day, he took Ling Shen along with him and introduced him to the teacher as if he had forced himself with him. He gave Lin Sheng a kick in the knee to keep his secret from being revealed. Lin Shen, who had fallen to his knees, completely didn't understand what he was doing here at all. Jiang asked them to follow him. He tried to teach the guys the first technique, but Ling Shen wasn't very good at it yet. On the first exercise, he fell and sprawled on the floor. After calling Chen over and looking at his technique, he came to the conclusion that he was slightly better than Ling Shen, but still just as irresponsible. Jiang told the guys to practice while he went to rest because he couldn't stand it anymore. Chen told Ling Sheng to continue while he stopped doing the exercises. He said that because he was handsome, he could leave, and Ling Shen was a freak, so he would continue to train. That same night, Ling Shen slept like a log in his bed. Chen quietly used his powers on him and asked him not to let him down in the future. A few days later, Chen was still trying to break a glass from a long distance away. He thought that the teacher's techniques were quite interesting, and he had even learned something new. But still, he couldn't break a glass at a distance of more than 3 meters yet. Suddenly, someone knocked on his door, and when he opened it, Chen saw a strange man. The man introduced himself and said that he was Gu Kang, and they had already met a couple of years ago. Chen immediately recognized Xiaoye's father and asked why he was here. As he sat down on the sofa, he couldn't believe that in such a short period of time, Chen had made so much money and bought himself an expensive TV and air conditioner. Chen asked dryly what he wanted. Gu Kang was surprised that the guy had changed so much. But then, getting down to business, he said he wanted to take his daughter back. Chen asked him if he planned to leave his daughter at home while he drank godlessly, or if he would give her back to his brother or mother. Chen said that he understood how much he didn't care about his daughter, so he asked how much money he wanted in return. Gu Kang replied that 3,000 would be enough for him, and his daughter would continue to live with Chen. Chen suddenly said that he would add another 1,000, but in that case, Gu Kang will have to go out to dinner with them today as her father. It is for this that he will add another 1,000. When it was time to meet Xiao Ye from kindergarten, they came together. Chen showed the girl that her dad was here. The girl immediately burst into tears and threw herself into his arms. The man tried to calm his daughter down and told her not to cry. Chen sarcastically said that she was crying because she was bullied in his brother's house. The little girl burst into tears and talked about all the horrors that she had experienced in her uncle's house. The man then tried to calm his daughter down and told her not to cry. Chen suggested that they go out for a meal. Sitting in the cafe, the girl continued to offer food to her dad first. She told him about everything that was going on in her kindergarten, about her friends, about her teacher, about delicious food. The man didn't seem to be listening at all. Chen thought that no matter what he did, he would not be able to replace the girl's parents. But it would be enough for him to make sure that in Xiao Ye's memories, her father remained the same as when she was a child. After all, her family used to be happy too. They always had fun together and were a perfectly ordinary, happy family. But later, Gu Kang became addicted to gambling and became less and less human. After they left the cafe, the man immediately hurried away, saying that he had done everything Chen asked. Chen picked up the sleeping baby and said that she was his own daughter and that he shouldn't take care of her. The man yelled that he wasn't interested at all. Chen told him that if there was even a shred of humanity left in him, he would stay and spend time with his daughter, at least on the weekend. But the man lit a cigarette and turned around, saying that he still had a lot to do and therefore he had to leave. After a while, Chen dialed Lei's number and asked him for a favor. Gu Kang, meanwhile, arrived at an expensive establishment but was a little late, causing him to get scolded a lot. Inside was a rich man with beautiful women. Gu Kang was supposed to be introduced to him. The two men talked it over, drank, and agreed that they would be able to rely on each other in the future. The rich man decided to leave accompanied by one of the beautiful girls and said that he would meet Gu Kang the next day. Gu Kang was very angry that he hadn't been able to talk to the man properly, but he thought that since Chen had money, he would have to find an excuse to take some more. Suddenly, a girl walked up to him and introduced herself as Shan Shan. He invited her out, but the girl said that in such establishments, girls usually do not go out. Entering the apartment, the girl told the man to wash his face first. While he was in the bathroom, he heard some strange screams. Another large man burst into the apartment, knocking down the door. He swore at him for what he was going to do to his sister. A large man dragged Gu Kang out of the apartment. The girl screamed that she wasn't his sister. The man asked if her name was Lily. The girl wanted to answer that her name was different, but did not have time. The man slapped her hard and asked her again. The girl began to cry and agreed that her name was Lily. The man suggested that Gu Kang think about exactly how he would pay for his mistakes. Privately, the man thought about what Brother Lei had told him, that the average health insurance cost was 4,000, and it was worth thinking about. The next day, Gu Kang would come out of the hospital completely battered and bandaged up, wondering who he could have hurt so much. His boss called him and yelled at him for not being able to reach him all day. Gu Kang tried to justify himself and said that he had had an unpleasant incident last night and had just come out of the hospital. His boss asked who had done this to him. A little later, a solid man asked Gu Kang about his daughter. Gu Kang said that her older brother lives in a very well-equipped house and has enough savings. The man remembered that he needed to be more careful because at the last meeting, Chen made his master disabled. He stood up, put his hands on Gu Kang's shoulders, and assured that his team would do everything right. The next morning in the park, Ling Shen was busy studying with teacher Zhang. The teacher was very happy with it, as he had already learned a lot in a couple of days. On the other hand, he was completely dissatisfied with Chen, who had barely trained at all. Chen came with his little sister. Zhang greeted the girl and told her not to be afraid if he shouted. He picked up the little girl, and they walked together toward the water. Ling Shen was indignant because he wanted to talk to Chen, but he didn't come yesterday. Chen asked him when exactly the teacher worship ceremony would be held. Lin Shen replied that the teacher would skip lunch and bring incense, and he also mentioned something about tea. Ling Shen enthusiastically asked Chen if he would become his younger brother after the ceremony. When Jiang heard the two men talking, he yelled at Chen for distracting Ling Shen. When he saw that the little girl was scared, he changed to a more calm tone and asked what they were discussing that was so interesting. Chen replied that they had discussed discipleship. Jiang only said that he had accepted one disciple and that he would be their big brother. Chen immediately told Ling Sheng that he would then be his second big brother. Realizing what a stupid thing he had said, he covered his face with his hand. Teacher Liu asked the caretaker to open the gate as the car with Mr. Zhao was coming up. The car pulled into the yard. A tall, pretty blonde woman with dark glasses got out of the car. It was Nivelle. At school, everything was still the same. The teacher told the students that they were going to have their final exam next week. Chen asked Sun to ask him out of the teacher's office after lunch, as he wanted to visit Brother Lei. When he saw that the girl was pouting, he quickly told her that he would deal with her rival soon, and he silently thanked his fate that Ingguan was not allowed to come to school this month. A little later, at the awards ceremony, the main presenter asked Nivelle if she wanted to say a few words, to which she replied in the negative. Luo whispered to Sun, pointing at the stranger. He said she had some pretty expensive clothes. Luo said it was a famous brand, but he noticed something strange about it. He noticed that the girl was always looking at the group through her sunglasses. Chen No was at home, sitting on his laptop. He was trying to deal with the mission to kill Ingguan. He noticed that a new client added a new task to attract more people. He only thought about how he could understand the internal affairs of the enemy. Half an hour later, he received a notification that his application was accepted and that his level had increased. He had a mission to kill Zhang Yingzi. He saw on the website that as many as 6 people had banded together to kill her. He grinned that no one had yet guessed that there was a rat on their team. He thought that to be completely safe, he needed to add another level of insurance. That was why he wrote to Fu Sheng again. The man was already annoyed by his impertinence, but when he received the promised money, he wondered why the client was so generous this time. Lu Shi was basking in the bathroom and only thought about how she would see the arsonist's surprised face when she met him. She got a call from her student who told her about a new mission. Lu Shi said that she had made enough money this time, so it would be a good idea to go to Las Vegas. Neo Tao asked her not to say such nonsense. Lu Shi said that at her age, she had already started drinking. In addition, on her last birthday, she put alcohol in the student's cake. Remembering that situation, Neo Tao started shouting furiously and said that she would soon run out of patience and go to another teacher. Neo Tao yelled very loudly into the phone, while Lu Shi listened to all her curses. Lu Shi was looking forward to her trip to Jinling City. After arriving in Jinling, Lu Shi immediately got drunk. The next morning, she complained of a splitting headache from a hangover, but then she remembered that she still had to find the arsonist. At this time, Ingguan tried to persuade her mother to take a walk with her in the fresh air. It turned out that both girls left their rooms at the same time. They met eyes and complimented each other's outfits. Lu Shi suggested that they go for a walk together, but Ingguan said that she needed to go for a walk with her mother. Lu Shi was really upset because she liked a beauty like Ingguan. Chen was sitting on the second floor of a nearby building, watching Ingguan's walk. He thought that the view from his apartment would be better than from here. Fu Sheng was also sitting nearby, waiting for the mercenaries to arrive. Suddenly, a blackbird landed on Lu Shi's arm. The girl chuckled, finding this interesting. She thought that it had been a long time since she had met people who interact with animals, so she asked the bird who its owner was. The bird immediately gave her all the information she needed. Fu Sheng noticed the girl from afar and immediately felt uneasy. He sensed the blood magic in her. Lu Shi thought that he was an arsonist and was very happy to meet them. Without wasting a second, she immediately decided to attack. Fu Sheng couldn't figure out what kind of arsonist he was talking about. He could only parry her blow. Chen was calmly drinking his beer when he noticed that he had missed the moment when Fu Sheng was attacked. After reviewing the chat again, he realized that all of those accounts belonged to the Starry Sky Queen. He grabbed his phone and hurried out of the building, warning Ingguan. Fu Sheng fiercely tried to prove to the assailant that he was not an arsonist and that she was mistaken. But Lu Shi didn't listen to him at all and threw her next punch, which the man thankfully dodged. She was furious that she had abandoned all her business and chased the arsonist all the way to another country. She abruptly approached Fu Sheng and grabbed his shoulders. She threw it with all her strength into the bushes nearby. And then she cheered and shouted that she had finally done it. And here she is again approaching the already weakened man, preparing to deliver a decisive blow. He only has time to ask her who the arsonist is. He explains that he is not an arsonist and has no idea who he is. Lu Shi guessed that she must have made a mistake. Suddenly, a glass bottle whizzed past her head. Lu Shi deftly catches the bottle and thoughtfully asks the man if he has any friends nearby. In her rage, she squeezes the bottle so hard that it explodes in the air. All of a sudden, all these little pieces of glass start rushing towards her at high speed. She immediately used the shield, completely unaware of who could have such power. Suddenly, a wave of energy attacks her from behind. She realized that the shards were just a feint and immediately activated the shield from behind her. She used all her strength to hold the shield on both sides. Her heels dug into the asphalt. As she turned to look at the fainted Fu Sheng, she realized that he wasn't there. Her eyes lit up with rage. Her energy began to stand out from all sides, and she shouted that she would definitely catch the arsonist. A bell rang in her hip bag. Niu Tao called her and yelled at her after learning that Lu Shi had gone to another city for an insignificant mission. She said that she couldn't help but be angry because she spent so much effort and energy to make a star queen out of a girl, and she just lowers her price like that. Lu Shi said that she thought that since they had quarreled, she had a few days to do her own business, so she decided to take the order and earn some pocket money. Niu Tao screamed even more loudly than before, telling Lu Shi to cancel this order right now and return home. Then she hung up. Chen brought the injured Jiang over and laid him on the sofa. He called Yingwan and told her not to go back to the hotel with her mother for a few days. He had used his healing powers on the man, and he wondered what such a strong woman could be doing in their city. He was extremely glad that his teacher wasn't badly hurt, because he could heal minor injuries. He deeply hoped that the presence of that woman would not affect his life in any way, because in his current state, he would not be able to resist her. A little later, he decided to stop by his favorite dumpling shop for dinner. As soon as Chen dictated his order, the host immediately rejoiced at his generosity. Chen laughed and said that their ramen is very good for him, and it is absolutely necessary to eat it. Suddenly, Lu Shi walked into the same place. She walked right past him, ignoring him. Chen tried to reassure himself that she hadn't seen him yet and that it was all just a coincidence. He knew that he couldn't be too calm so as not to get himself into trouble. Lu Shi abruptly turned to him and asked if he thought she was pretty. Chen laughed like any schoolboy would and answered all her questions. An hour later, the owner sat down next to him, switching on the TV, and kept asking why he was eating so slowly. Lu Shi said that she would like to try his ramen too. The man said that he was currently busy with another client and asked to wait. Lu Shi insisted. The man used his sleeping powers on Chen. Chen dropped his head on the table. Lu Shi told the man that he looked exactly as she had imagined him to be. She said that she had heard of the Shu family's son who won every competition he participated in. The man was embarrassed by the praise. Lu Shi directly asked why he had run away from such a life. After all, because of his departure, their sect had suffered great losses. He even received an arrest warrant. The man suddenly slammed the table and shouted that he only ran away because he was forced to marry. He said that out of the 6 girls in the family, he liked the 4th one, and they gave him the 5th one. He burst into tears, clutching his head and shouting that he had plans for the future, and his fiancée cut them off. Chen lay there and chuckled softly as he listened to all this nonsense. Lu Shi said that she had received a mission, and therefore couldn't let the man go alive. Therefore, she didn't waste a second before pouncing on him, but he managed to dodge. He asked the girl to go somewhere else so as not to destroy his store. Therefore, after a while, their further fight took place on Nusho Mountain. Lu Shi kept trying to persuade the man to follow her and just give up. But the man did not want to give up because he managed to get out of the nightmare of his past with such difficulty. He asked the girl what the clan had promised him for his arrest. The girl said that she was promised a whole ore vein. He suddenly kicked off the ground and rushed towards her, shouting that he would choose either freedom or death. They came face to face. Lu Shi continued to persuade him, saying that he was no match for her. But the man wasn't going to give up and pushed even harder. The girl grabbed his fist and used her power, warning him that she might injure him badly if he continued. But when the answer was no, she threw it at the other end of the forest. She said that if he agreed to go with her, he would marry safely and save his life. The man tried to catch one of her energy whips, but when he caught one, he realized that the energy was just dissolving in his hands. After her words, the man made a wise decision to run away as soon as possible. He reached the edge of the cliff and jumped into the water. Lu Shi vainly ordered him to get out of the water, which he refused to do. Chen, who was quietly watching them, noticed that the man was as strong as him. Chen knew that if the man realized that Lu Shi was aquaphobic, he would survive. Lu Shi abruptly turned in the opposite direction, clenched her hands into fists, and said that she was completely angry now. She went to a huge tree, grabbed it with both hands, and uprooted it. Unfortunately, this was the tree Chen was hiding in. He couldn't believe his luck, or how she'd chosen this particular tree in the first place. Lu Shi threw the tree towards the opponent with all her strength. While the man stayed afloat, untangling himself from the tree branches, Chen swam out, disappearing under the water. The battle broke out again between the two of them. Lu Shi, using her shield, hovered above the water and threw trees into the water one after another. But at some point, she realized that her shield was sinking. And in a couple of seconds, she was already underwater, trying to swim to the surface. As soon as she came to the surface, a strange woman hit her on the head, shouting that no one dared to touch her husband. Lu Shi realized that this stranger was her target's wife. She asked Fifth Lady Zhue Yi why she deserved to be hit by her, since it was her family that hired her to capture the man. The girl replied that she was not the fifth sister, but the fourth. She grabbed Lu Shi's hair and prepared to strike at his head. Lu Shi, who was late in noticing the incoming strike, was unable to prevent it. As soon as the energy touched her head, she immediately fainted. The husband and wife pulled her ashore and sat on dry land, learning from each other how she felt. My wife offered to kill a stranger. The husband agreed because they had never met such a strong opponent before. Suddenly, someone in the darkness began to shout the words of prayer. After that, the clumps of energy began to dissipate not far from them. The husband and wife stood back to back. My wife said that she had heard about various spirits and sects on this mountain. Chen was hiding behind a rock, laughing at her guess. He spoke these prayers into an empty jar, turning it into a megaphone. While they were distracted by this, he calmly approached Lu Shi. He easily lifted her onto his shoulder and scolded her for not even resisting. Then he changed his mind about carrying her that way, because that way she wouldn't fall in love with him. After a while, he brought her to his dorm and had already prepared some clothes to change her into. After undressing her, he carried her to the shower, as she needed to wash off all the dirt first. After he bathed her and changed her clothes, he carried her back to the living room. He was thinking that no matter how much resentment he had for this woman in his previous life, he couldn't help but save her now. Chen brought her to Xiao Ye's room and laid her on the bed. He placed his hand on her head and used his power to make her spiritual recovery go faster, but he still doubted that she would wake up in less than a couple of days. He thought back to their previous mission, when they had gone to Antarctica together. When the ice broke, they had fallen under together. Only then did he find out that Lu Shi was hydrophobic. He touched her lightly, and suddenly she opened her eyes and looked directly at him. He hurriedly took his hand away from her and froze, not moving. She woke up and for some reason called him her husband. He was startled, not understanding what she had just said. She sat up in bed and covered her head with her hands, trying to figure out how she had forgotten everything she knew. She couldn't remember who she was, but she could clearly hear a woman's voice in her dream calling out to her husband. She said that as soon as she opened her eyes, she felt Chen's touch. Chen stood there, not sure if she was sane. She suddenly grabbed his hand and squeezed it hard, shouting and demanding an explanation. She threw it with all her might toward the door, which shattered into splinters. Then she grabbed it again and threw it right into the middle of the table, causing it to shatter as well. She pinned him to the floor while he tried to explain himself. He couldn't think of anything better to say than that he was her husband. Only then did the girl stop, and all her energy dissipated. She asked him where she was. He tried to calm her down and said that he would tell her everything in order. He said her name was Lu Yi and that they had been married for over a year. He said that at first they lived quite sweetly until one incident. Chen said that she had lost her mind and treated him like a stranger every day, causing trouble. For the sake of theatrics, he even let out a tear. He said that he never blamed her and never would, and inwardly chuckled at the thought of making the Star Queen feel guilty. He pointed to the new TV and said that he had only recently bought it because she had smashed all the old furniture. He took her to the room where Jiang was lying unconscious and told her that it was his father who had suffered a heart attack. Lu Shi, like a naive fool, believed every word he said. Chen added that there are no photos of the documents either, as she burned everything when she got sick. Then the girl asked him how she could be sure that he was her husband. Chen leaned over and whispered that he knew where the small mole was on her body. Lu Shi was very confused, but she thought that since he knew such details, then he really was her husband. A few hours later, she fell asleep on his lap on the couch. Chen decided to take this chance, hoisted her onto his shoulder, and hurried out. Half an hour later, he found himself at the same spot on Nusha Mountain. He told her that he was deeply sorry for the lie, but that if his memory didn't come back, he would definitely be in trouble. He took a deep breath and said that if she was a reasonable person, they would be even. But she's a woman, and women don't have much logic. He left her lying on the damp ground and turned around, shouting that he just wanted to live in peace. A little later, as he was hailing a taxi, various thoughts involuntarily crept into his head. He decided to go back and check on her, after all. When he arrived at the place, he saw that it was missing. He searched for her in every inch of the forest and shouted her name, but found no trace of her and was sure that no one had taken her. Half an hour later, he was trudging back to his apartment, wondering where she might have gone. Suddenly, the girl came out to meet him, shaking with fear. He grabbed her by the shoulders and said he woke up in the middle of the night and went looking for her. Lu Shi replied that she had somehow ended up at the lake. He asked her how she had found her way. She said she just smelled him and followed him. Chen tensed up very much when he heard these words, because in this case, he would never be able to get rid of her. When he got home, he helped her to something to eat and asked her if she remembered anything. The girl said no. She decided to ask him something. She guessed that they weren't exactly ordinary people. She remembered that when she woke up by the lake, she felt an incomprehensible force inside her, and at the same time walked much faster than ordinary people. Chen sighed heavily and said that it was quite a long story. He thought to himself that he needed to start making up stories again. He told her that 10 years ago, some villains tracked down a 10-year-old boy and he got lost in the mountains. The villain was Lei, and the boy was Chen himself. He said that a girl living in the mountains saved this boy and taught him martial arts. A little later, they fell head over heels in love with each other and decided to be together. He added that later she fell ill, and so they went down from the mountains to the city. Abruptly, he realized that he had to send her back, or else if she remembered everything, he would definitely be finished. The next morning, Lu Shi stood by the sink and confusedly said their names together. Suddenly, she heard a woman's voice. Chen was on the phone with Ingguan. He tried to do it as quietly as possible, but Lu Shi sneaked up behind him and scared the hell out of him. She smiled sweetly and asked him who he had just spoken to on the phone and why there was a female voice there. Chen made up a story that they called to collect the electricity bill. When he saw the basin in the girl's hands, he asked her what she was doing. She said she wanted to help. Chen advised her to peel the potatoes while he took her father to the hospital. He took Jiang on his shoulders and left the house. Meanwhile, Jiang's wife wondered where he might be since the bird had returned alone without him. She went straight to Chen's house because she saw that a blackbird had flown onto the balcony of his apartment. Lu Shi, meanwhile, was furiously trying to peel a bag of potatoes. She was very bad at it. When she heard a knock on the door, she opened it and saw an older woman standing there. The woman asked sharply where her husband was, but she soon realized that she must have made a mistake and come to the wrong place. The hands on the clock showed exactly 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The woman threw the bird cage to the floor with all her might. She started having a seizure and started humming an unknown opera and doing strange things again. At one point, the woman came out of the house and Lu Shi followed her. The woman kept saying that she needed to pick up someone. When she reached the kindergarten, she said that she needed to pick up her daughter. In a car not far away, Gu Kong was accompanied by several men. They told him to pick up his daughter from kindergarten and leave. One of the men suddenly saw Lu Shi through the glass and was simply struck by her beauty. Gu Kong went to the kindergarten gate and picked up Xiao Ye. At that moment, Song appeared out of nowhere. Xiao Ye, seeing her, was overjoyed and shouted. None of the men understood what was going on. One of them approached her and started shouting, asking who she was, to which he received an answer. The woman shouted that she had never seen them and therefore could not know for sure who they were to the baby. But the little girl confirmed that it was her father. Then they suddenly began to argue over which of them would take the child home. Only Xiaowei was suffering. As a result of such stretching, she was about to turn into noodles. Lu Shi arrived just in time. She called out to Sun, calling her godmother. When she came over, she said that she was very worried. The man offered to have lunch together in this case. As Lu Shi got into the car, the man was drooling. Chen pushed open the door and returned home. When he entered the apartment, he realized that the girl was not there and assumed that her memory was restored, and therefore she ran away. He went outside to look for her when the phone rang. Gu Kang called him to tell him that he had picked up a little girl from kindergarten. Chen curtly stated that they had nothing to talk about and asked directly what the man wanted. He replied that he wanted a reward of 50,000 yuan. Gu Kang said they were currently at the Zhefeng Tang restaurant and asked Chen to bring the money there. Chen could tell from his conversation that he was afraid. Chen was very annoyed by Gu Kang's behavior because in his heart of hearts, he hoped that something paternal would awaken in him. It was getting late outside, and the sky was once again tinged with pink. The man was beckoning Lu Shi to go to the third floor together for dinner. He told his subordinates not to go upstairs in any case, no matter what the screams. After sitting down at the table, Lu Shi immediately asked for a drink, and the man happily agreed. Song immediately began to list out the numerous dishes to order, causing the man and Lu Shi to be taken aback. The man asked Gu Kang to take his daughter and godmother to a private room and prepare a table there. Gu Kang said he would come check on it in half an hour and bring some more cool juice. Gu Kang went to Lu Shi to pour her juice, and she asked him to borrow her phone to make a call. Chen received a call from Gu Kang's number at that moment and wondered if Gu Kang was calling to raise the price. But when Lu Shi called him husband, his face immediately changed. She said she had left the house and asked him to pick her up. She whispered into the phone that she had met some bad people and was asking him to pick her up as soon as possible. The men were listening to her talk. Chen realized after a moment how bad the situation was. He realized that Xiao, Song, Lu Shi, and Gu Kang were currently together. Lu Shi turned to see if the men were eavesdropping, and they immediately turned away abruptly. Chen said he would be here soon. She said she was going to have a drink for now. Chen pictured this horrifying scene in his mind for a second, and all he could do was think about what Lu Shi might do to a drunken head. He started shouting into the phone that she shouldn't drink, and then added to Gu Kang that he would be coming to rescue them soon. The man told the girl to order whatever she wanted. Lu Shi became enthusiastic and said that no one in this room could drink too much of her, and if anyone can, she'll kill them right away. The man immediately asked with interest how she would do it. She giggled and said she'd throw him off the top floor. 20 minutes later, Lu Shi was no longer drinking from the glasses. She was scooping directly from the jar. The blush was already all over her body, and she was very drunk, but very happy. Everyone present was almost on the floor from intoxication and could not understand how she was still standing on her feet. The man approached her and offered to escort her upstairs to rest. She slapped him across the face with all her might and told him she wouldn't let him stop drinking. She handed him a glass and told him it was his turn to drink. One of the subordinates, angry, decided to attack her, but she grabbed his leg and dragged him to the open window. With her power, she easily threw him off the balcony. Then she turned around and said with a small smile that she was sorry that the guy probably wouldn't die falling from the third floor. The man swore that he would definitely kill her. Lu Shi had already calmly said that she hated people who didn't know how to drink. She pulled the bottle towards her with a slight movement, using the force, and, shaking it, realized that it was empty. She pulled the bottle down one by one and checked the contents. The men were clearly shocked by this. Finally angry, she broke the bottle with her bare hands and said that she was very upset that the man was not going to drink. Gu Kang wanted to run away, but she grabbed his leg and told him that no one would run away from her today. She was already dragging him to the window when he started shouting that he was going to have another drink. Then she stopped. She immediately smiled as he drained another glass and said that he could have done it sooner. He set the glass down on the table, but there was only one sip left in it. This made the girl very angry. She slapped him hard across the face and shouted that he seemed to be mocking her. Gu Kang forced himself to continue drinking. The bald man was wondering what was wrong with this girl after all. His guards were standing outside and heard all the shouting, but they didn't interfere, as they remembered his orders not to go upstairs at all. Meanwhile, in the dorm, Zhang was still sleeping peacefully on the bed. Then he suddenly woke up and shouted that he wasn't an arsonist. Looking around, he realized that he was in a dorm, but he didn't know why. He went out to the kitchen, looked for his wife, and called her. She didn't recognize him at all. At that moment, Xiaoye picked up the phone and greeted her godfather, telling him where they were. Zhang tried to understand why Chen had invited his little sister and his wife to this particular restaurant where only the bigwigs gathered. Meanwhile, Chen was already rushing back to the restaurant at full speed. When he arrived, he simply rode his motorcycle through the main entrance, leaving the guards baffled. He began to ask them where the beautiful girl and the little girl were now. The guards shook with fear and immediately gave out that they were on the third floor. Meanwhile, in the apartment, the two men couldn't drink anymore. They could barely stand on their feet, and Lu Shi forced them to drink again and again. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and the men were glad that they were finally saved. One of them ran for the door, shouting for help. When Chen opened the door, he immediately fell to his knees and screamed in fear. A joyful Lu Shi screamed when she saw her husband. The man screamed when he found out that this girl was Chen No's wife. He was shaking with fear and didn't understand how he didn't know that she was the wife of a famous assassin. Chen was asking Lu Shi where his little sister was now. She replied that she and her godmother were eating in the next room. Chen scolded her for disobeying him and causing trouble. She said she just threw a man out of a window. Chen decided that the best idea would be to throw everyone else out the window as well. Lu Shi complained that the bald man wanted to get her drunk and take advantage of her innocence. The man immediately began to scream and beg for mercy, saying that he had done nothing wrong. Chen realized that the man knew him and had been at Qingshan's then. The man began to beat his head violently on the floor and beg for mercy. Chen said that the best outcome would be for him to jump out on his own. The man thought that this was really a good idea because then he would be able to choose a safer position. Without thinking twice, he jumped out of the window himself. Chen scolded the girl for leaving the house and calling her Lu Yi, but the girl corrected him and said that she was Lu Shi. Chen asked her if she knew her nickname. The girl replied that she knew that she was called the Star Queen and her student was called Butterscotch. Chen slowly backed away towards the door and was about to pull the handle. He asked the girl if she knew who he was. Lu Shi replied that he was her husband, and she recognized him even under the helmet. He decided to ask her again what her name was, just to be sure. She answered all his questions, but couldn't figure out what kind of butterscotch he was talking about. Then he realized that there was still a lot she didn't remember, and that he was still safe. He scooped her up in his arms and let her out, telling her that he would tell her everything in the evening. Chen slightly opened the door to the next room, where Xiaoye and Song were sitting. Sun asked who wanted to come in. He immediately slammed the door shut and began to panic. After all, if Xiaoye's godmother blurted out something unnecessary, then Chen would have to explain to his wife who she was to him. Lu Shi asked him why he didn't open the door, and Chen frantically tried to think of what he should do. He was well aware that he couldn't allow Lu Shi and Song to meet. Suddenly, he heard Zhang's voice. He started swearing at him for coming to the restaurant when he was sick. Chen quickly grabbed the girl and locked himself in the next room. He lied to Lu Shi that he really wanted to go to the bathroom, which was why he ran back to the room. He was listening to the conversation outside the door. Meanwhile, Lu Shi had already taken 2 glasses and offered him another drink. Chen's phone rang. When he picked up the phone, Zhang told him everything that had happened, and he pretended not to know that his little sister had been taken away. Zhang hurried to reassure him and told him that his little sister was safe for now. Chen replied that he would try to tell them everything when he got back. Lu Shi started to blatantly molest Chen. She hugged him and leaned against him. Chen quickly hung up. He asked her what she was doing. Lu Shi didn't explain anything, just silently pulled him in and kissed him. Chen turned away and thought about what would happen when her memory returned. He told her that the restaurant was a rather inappropriate place and they should go back home and continue there. He scooped her up and slung her over his shoulder, putting on his helmet at the same time. Then he jumped right out of the window to take a shortcut. When he landed, he accidentally stepped on the foot of one of the men and apologized. He reached for the man's phone from the trash can and said he'd borrow it for a while. Meanwhile, somewhere in the eastern suburbs, Qingshan was thinking about what the doctor had told him. He basked in the hot springs as it improved blood circulation and relaxed his tendons. Suddenly, the phone rang. Wang Hu called him. When he picked up the phone, he realized that it was Hao Nan's brother calling. He recognized that voice out of 1,000 because he had had nightmares about it more than once. He cautiously asked what his subordinate's phone was doing. Chen replied that the same subordinate had abducted a woman on the street today and brought her to a restaurant to get her drunk. When Qingshan heard that this girl was Chen's wife, he couldn't help but clutch his heart. A subordinate ran up to him and reported that someone had entered the city and all his mercenaries were thrown out of the window. Qingshan started waving his arms and shouting, causing him to drop his phone in the water. Qingshan told the subordinate that Wang Hu was only in trouble because he couldn't resist women, and this time he ran into the wife of the same person. The subordinate was perplexed. Qingshan repeated his words once more. He asked the guy to sort things out and gave him half an hour. He also ordered Wang Hu to be brought to him. Chen brought the drunk Lu Shi home and laid her on the sofa. He poured water into it bottle by bottle to dilute the alcohol and drugs. Qingshan called him back and apologized for dropping the phone, saying that he had dropped it in the water. He immediately asked if the girl was okay. Chen said that if she wasn't fine, then Qingshan wouldn't have the opportunity to call him now. Qingshan apologized and said that he was completely unaware of Wang Hu's plans. He offered to give him the night to sort things out and clear things up. After putting down the phone, Chen continued to get the girl drunk. But at some point, she freed herself from all the ropes and screamed that she didn't want to drink anymore. She pulled Chen close and asked him to give her a hug. Chen was trapped and couldn't move since the girl was strong enough. But after a couple of minutes, thankfully, she fell asleep. An hour later, she woke up again and started to wake Chen up. She happily ran to the bathroom and said that she needed to freshen up first. A little later, she looked out of the shower and asked for dry clothes. Chen panicked because he didn't know where women's clothing would come from in the house. A few minutes later, he brought her some dry clothes. After getting dressed and leaving the bathroom, she couldn't understand why the underwear was so small that she could barely put it on. She sat down on the sofa next to Chen and said that she wasn't ready for anything like this today, apologizing. Chen patted her head and told her not to worry. At this time, no one was sleeping at the hot spring resort. Qingshan was informed of the situation over the phone. His subordinate said that he had brought Wang Hu. Qingshan replied that he did not want to see him, but asked him not to let him die. He shared his thoughts on why his wife, godmother, and child are familiar with each other. He asked to know what kind of blackmail plans Gukong had. 10 minutes later, his subordinate came back and said that the little girl's brother's name was Chen Nuo, and he was a middle school student. Qingshan realized that Hao Nan's classmate and the woman was Hao Nan's godmother's friend. Qingshan immediately gave up the idea that turning over not only Wang Hu, but also Gukong would be an excellent compensation for the damage. At 3 o'clock in the morning on Saturday, a drunk Zhao Jia was walking home, barely moving her legs. When she entered the house, she saw scattered things and realized that there were thieves in the house. She immediately ran to check the box with the gold necklace, but it was still there. 10 minutes later, she noticed that the thief had stolen her underwear and belongings. The next day, Chen called Lei in the middle of the night and apologized for waking him up. He called to ask him to get some women's clothing somewhere. He asked that the clothes were not new, but also not old, not too bright, as well as underwear and shoes. Lei marveled at how interesting it was to work with Chen day after day. He repeated all the preferences again and said that he would fulfill everything. Chen stood at the door and thought that he just took some clothes, so there was no reason to call the police. Lu Shi asked Chen about what had happened that day. She was apologizing for leaving the house without asking. When she looked at that woman, she just felt sorry for her, so she went after her. Lu Shi asked why Chen didn't open the door to see the woman and the baby girl. Chen made up a story that since they were proficient in martial arts, they needed to be careful about everything. If anyone found out, they'd be in trouble. Lu Shi enthusiastically asked him if that was why he was wearing a helmet yesterday. Chen responded positively and said that once they decided to get away from all the adventures and go to a normal life, the next day they walked around the city together. Lu Shi wondered if they would go any further. Chen told her that she looked a little pale and tired lately, so he decided to take care of her. They went to the spa together, and Chen ordered a full package of treatments. The consultant asked how much to make the package. Chen said $3,000 would be perfect. The consultant asked for a card, and Chen asked her to spend it on all procedures, preferably for the whole day. Chen told Lu Shi that they would do all the necessary beauty treatments and pick up cosmetics, while he went to the market to buy vegetables. He told her that he would just buy some vegetables, and when he came for her, they would go home together. Chen, meanwhile, went to see Master Jiang. There he was met by his happy little sister. Sun stopped her and told her that she hadn't braided her hair yet. Chen told the girl to brush her hair first, while he talked to the teacher in the kitchen. It was already time for Xiaoye to go to kindergarten, and she was very upset that she couldn't say goodbye to her brother. Jiang was asking Chen what Gukong was all about. Chen kept saying that there was no way he would give up his little sister to this monster, and he also asked what exactly happened, pretending not to know. Jiang said that because Chen had already been blackmailed, Xiaoye would stay with him for the time being. He said that he had enough free time after school, so he could take the girl to his place. Chen thanked the teacher from the bottom of his heart. Jiang told him not to forget that Xiaoye was actually his goddaughter. A couple of minutes later, Chen was already leaving the apartment and said that he had to go to work. After leaving, he noticed that he had an incoming call from Mr. Lu. Lu said that he was urgently called to school, and it didn't matter where he was now. He said that the new director of the foreign school wanted to talk to him. Chen was very surprised by this news. Chen immediately rushed to the school. Liu Yi told him that this was a very good chance to show off their school at its best. He explained that if the girl was satisfied, she would donate a large sum of money to their school. Chen suddenly asked him if he had managed to heal his wounds. Liu immediately relented and said that he was just asking him in a friendly way and would not be left in debt. Chen immediately made a deal with him that if he didn't come to class in the future, he wouldn't get paid for it. Liu informed him that the headmaster was looking for an assistant of the same age as her, and Chen was being sent as the best candidate. Chen went into the office and was met by the new manager. She said that the headmaster was a young girl and added that she would take him to see her. A little later, they were already at one of the hotel rooms. Chen went inside and realized that he probably knew a stranger. When the girl turned to face him, he found out that it was Nivier and was simply shocked. The girl calmly said that she had searched all the people in Hong Kong with his name on them. She said that she had worked very hard to find him and then found out that he was also a liar. He asked her if she had a yoga class. She got close to him and told him that she had booked a room for another 2 hours. As she put on the collar, she playfully said something about a bell. At this very moment, Sun felt a certain sense of unease. She was worried that Chen hadn't shown up at school for several days and wasn't picking up the phone. Ingwan and his mother were having coffee in a cafe. The woman asked her if Chen had contacted her and suggested that she take the lead. The girl replied that she had already taken the initiative quite a bit, and she was just tired of it. The woman asked if her daughter really liked this guy, to which she snorted. The woman suddenly looked somewhere to the left and shouted the guy's name. Ingwan immediately smiled happily and turned around, falling into the trap. Ingwan was sad again and told her mother that he had forbidden her to go back to school. Her mother advised her to look for him at home, but her daughter said that it would be ugly without permission. The woman whispered to her that since she was so beautiful and purposeful, she might as well take the initiative. Ingwan was inspired and decided that she would go to Chen right away. Her mother stopped her and told her to finish her coffee first. Nivier was harassing Chen a lot. He decided to go to extreme measures, grabbed the girl by the arm, and threw her into the deflection, saying that there was no need to rush. When the girl was on the floor, he threatened her not to move, otherwise he would hurt her again. Clutching his head, he asked her exactly what she wanted. She just said that she wanted him to be her boyfriend. Chen replied curtly that there was no way he would agree to that. Nivier continued to insist, saying that she had no one else. Chen tried to explain that he already liked someone, but Nivier kept coming on and saying that she could change that. Chen asked her if she would leave him alone if he said he was gay. Nivier shouted loudly that she would never back down. She hugged the guy tightly and asked him not to send her away and let her be close. Chen said that if she wanted to be around him, she needed to be very quiet and not give away his secrets. Nivier asked if he would be her boyfriend in that case, but Chen sternly replied that he didn't agree. Nivier agreed, but said she would keep trying. Chen also warned her that she wasn't allowed to do anything outrageous, like today. The girl said that she invested a lot of money in the educational company of their school. As she went down the stairs, she said that the princes were useless because they only admired her figure. Chen just silently admired the Devonhill family. Then he put his hands to his head and thought only of how good it would be if the girl stopped talking. At this time, Neo Tao was standing at the exit of Jinling International Airport with a suitcase. She wondered where her master might have gone and was very angry with her. Suddenly, a tall young man called Wizard walked up to her. He asked about the purpose of her visit, to which the girl replied that she had flown on vacation. He advised her not to pursue the Star Queen and instead become his disciple. He guessed that the captain was really in a hurry this time, since he had placed such a high price. As Chen walked out of the hotel, he thought that he had finally settled all the business with Hummingbird. Picking up the phone, he called Ling Sheng and asked him to come over right away. As they sat at the table together, Chen said it was time to tell him the whole truth. He asked Ling Shen, guessing that he had already remembered everything Qingshan had. Lin Shen was very surprised to find out that Chen knew about all this. He assumed that he would erase his memory again. Then he suddenly panicked abruptly and asked not to kill him because he was still his older brother. Chen hurried to reassure him and said that he wanted to ask him something. At this moment, a certain young man was standing at the door and wanted to open it. Qingshan told the subordinate to knock on the door first. Otherwise, it would be tactless. Qingshan rode in a wheelchair and greeted Hao Nan. Ling Shen was already trying to stay calm. Qingshan ordered his subordinate to come out and leave them alone. Ling Shen introduced Chen as his classmate and brother. Qingshan didn't expect the guy to be a brother as well, but he immediately understood the connection to recent events. Chen sat stiffly in his chair, frowning and frowning. Qingshan boasted that he stayed up all night to complete his task. Qingshan said that he hadn't done anything to Wang Hu yet, since he was still his subordinate, and he needed to sort things out first. He was just overjoyed that the girl was okay. Chen suddenly jumped up from his seat and shouted in outrage at his words. Qingshan concluded that Chen, unlike his brother, is very impatient and shows emotions immediately. Ling Shun asked him to sit down and calm down. Qingshan also mentioned Nu Kang. He assumed that the root of all the problems was Chen's little sister. When he became serious, he said that he would definitely take action against the two as soon as they were released from the hospital. Chen asked him what he was going to do with them. Really put them in jail? Qingshan said that he would arrange for them to hand themselves in to the police. Chen said that his older brother didn't think it would be enough. Qingshan looked nervous. He called his subordinate over and said that he had prepared a small gift. He bought the injured girl cosmetics and clothes. Chen immediately said that they would accept the gift. Qingshan said that in that case, it was time for him to leave. Chen and Ling Shen shook hands with him. Qingshan still decided to apologize and said that he probably didn't prepare well for the meeting. Already sitting in the car, Qingshan was disappointed that he didn't have time to talk about one very important topic. The subordinate reassured him that he would still have time to talk about her. He offered to talk to Chen's teacher again, to which Qingshan scolded him and said that they would be powerless against them. Suddenly, their car braked sharply, and Qingshan hit his head on the front seat. The driver began to make excuses that a car ran a red light in front of them, which is why they almost crashed. Qingshan suddenly shivered and realized that he could finally feel his legs. Ling Shen was trembling and couldn't get drunk. He was very emotional. Chen asked him why he was nervous. Ling Shen replied that he was nervous about Qingshan. Chen pointed to the bag on the table and asked Ling Shen to open it. Opening the bag, the guy was simply shocked by the amount of money in it. After a while, Chen complained that Ling Shen was counting the money for the 5th time. Ling Shen stammered out that the bag contained 80,000 yuan. Lin Shen thought that he had expected the amount to be much higher. Chen explained to him that the money was just a gesture of goodwill, and that the most important thing in a career was smoothness. Chen started walking towards the exit, saying that he needed to buy some more vegetables. Ling Shen shouted at him that he had forgotten the money, but then he realized that Chen had left the money to him. Later, Chen met with his brother Lei. He immediately boasted that the task assigned to him had already been completed. Chen asked him if he had completed the task so quickly. Lei replied that he had never neglected assignments from his boss. Lei pointed to a scratch on his face and said that he was beaten by a woman for stealing her clothes. Chen immediately said that he had another task to complete. Lei needs to find Qingshan. He warned me not to mention his name. Chen was already standing outside the spa by then. From behind the wall, people were talking about beauty. Before Chen could open the door, Lu Shi grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and dragged him away from the spa. After running to a safe distance, She said that she was just afraid that she might be deceived. She remembered what he'd said about financial families and said she'd never go to that kind of place again. Chen praised her. He suggested that she go eat at a nearby cafe. That evening, he was standing in the kitchen washing dishes. Lu Shi said that something was bothering her. Chen told her to take care of the new clothes, but she only asked warily if they were really her own. When she asked about the cosmetics, Chen said that he had packed everything carefully, afraid that she might break something. Lu Shi said that in that case, she should go change her clothes, since she had been wearing only a sweatshirt for a couple of days. He stayed in the kitchen and thought about how much he missed the old kitchens. Suddenly, Lu Shi called out to him. She came out in a rather revealing and unusual outfit and asked if she really wore something like this. Chen tried to stifle a laugh and had already mentally prepared a plan to take a picture of her and post it on the Octopus website. He told her that since they weren't quite finished yet, they could buy a new bed now. Lu Shi said that she would still go and change her clothes. Later, as they were leaving the house, Chen told her that they would go to Tangzi Street. Then they left the house, slamming the door. At that very moment, Ingwan and Sun were both thinking the same thing. Chen should be at home at the moment. Ingwan was getting into a taxi when she saw a little girl on the sidewalk. It was a tearful Neo Tao. Ingwan leaned over and asked her what had happened to her. Neo Tao tearfully said that she couldn't find her way back to the hotel. Ingwan asked if she was alone. Niu Tao replied that she accidentally fell behind her sister and got lost. Ingwan decided to take her to the hotel. Niu Tao shied away from her and said that she was forbidden to talk to strangers. Ingwan smiled sweetly and said that beautiful people like her just couldn't be bad, so she had nothing to be afraid of. Ingwan asked the girl exactly which hotel they were staying at. Neo Tao showed her the keycard. After a while, they took a taxi to the same hotel together. Ingwan asked the girl various questions to calm her down a little. After a while, they have already reached the right hotel, and they have only to go up to the right floor. After getting into the elevator, Neo Tao said that her sister hadn't returned yet. Ingwan told her to use the keycard and go to her room because she couldn't leave it in the hallway. Neo Tao asked her to sit with her until her sister came. As she entered the apartment, Ingwan asked if the girl knew her sister's phone number. Niu Tao suddenly turned around and asked if Ingwan had never been told not to go to strange places with strangers. Before Ingwan knew it, she was under the influence of her magic. Niu Tao used her powers to put her to sleep. Ingwan could only give in. The girl just laughed at Ingwan's naivete. Niu Tao asked one of the employees to help her drag the heavy box to the entrance. Ingwan was in that box. Late in the afternoon, the furniture market on Dansa Street was still crowded. Chen struggled to stand and haggle with the furniture vendor. He received a message from Brother Lei. He wrote that Sun went in search of him. Chen was extremely grateful that Lu Shi didn't see this message, as she was busy playing with the cat. Lei warned her that he had lied to Sun about Chen's time off. Suddenly, he wrote that the situation was very critical. One of his salesmen had blurted out to Sun that Chen had been seen outside a furniture store. Chen grabbed Lu Shi's hand and hurried to lead her to the exit as quickly as possible, shouting to the salesman to arrange the delivery. When he looked outside, he saw Sun's back and was scared shitless. Chen was well aware that when the two girls met, the tension between them would be maximum. He lied to Lu Shi that he urgently needed to go to the bathroom and asked her to wait. Sun had just entered the furniture store when she saw Lu Shi. She thought to herself that the girl was very beautiful, but then she caught herself and, frustrated, decided that it was best not to compare herself to her. She noticed that the girl's clothes were very similar to Chen's, but she stopped herself, thinking that she just missed him. Chen peeked out of the bathroom 5 minutes later, thinking that Sun had probably gone inside to look for him, and he might as well take a moment. He went out to Lu Shi, took her hand, and led her home. Lu Shi asked me to wait for her because now she also wants to go to the bathroom. Chen stood by the toilet and wondered just how unsafe he was standing there right now. Suddenly, Sun's voice came from behind him. She called out to him happily, and he flinched in fear. The girl threw herself into his arms, saying in frustration that she hadn't seen him in days. She asked him the reason for his absences, to which he replied that he had been busy with Lei all this time. Chen put his hands on her shoulders and told her that they shouldn't act like this in front of others, while he thought about how he could get her to another place faster. He took her hand and told her that he wanted to go shopping with her. Sun let go of his hand and told him that she needed to go to the bathroom and then she could eat. Chen was simply speechless. How was he supposed to stand here and wait for two girls at once. Sun went to the bathroom and met Lu Shi. Lu Shi complimented her on her lipstick. Sun immediately offered this lipstick to her. Lu Shi thanked her for her kindness and soon said that with this lipstick, the girl would be even more beautiful. The two girls just stood there, talking about their plans and how they had ended up on Danza Street. Chen was standing by the toilet, shaking all over. He was pale and panicked. Sun, coming out of the bathroom with Lu Shi, noticed that she was wearing a similar sweatshirt to her boyfriend's. When the two girls came out of the bathroom, they realized that Chen wasn't there. Chen hid around the corner just in time and couldn't believe his eyes that the girls had become friends. He stood around the corner and mentally begged Sun not to call his name. Sun was just about to say his name, but stopped herself. She called him on his mobile phone. He told her that there was an emergency at Brother Lei's store and he needed to get back quickly, and hung up. The girls said goodbye to each other, saying that they would go on business. Chen had been standing around the corner on pins and needles all this time, and he was very worried. When Sun left the store, he went out to Lu Shi. She asked him where he'd run off to, and he said he'd just gone to get some ice cream. He suggested that the girl go home because their furniture delivery should arrive soon. Sun went back to Brother Lei. Brother Lei tried his best to shield Chen. As Chen and Lu Shi rode in the taxi, he kept thinking about how well everything had turned out. He noticed that the girl was texting someone and asked. Lu Shi replied that she had made friends with a girl in the store and they had exchanged phone numbers. Chen's world collapsed with a bang at this moment. He simply didn't have a face from terror. He thought to himself that it would definitely be the end of him now that the girls had become friends and exchanged numbers. Chen asked her leading questions, trying to find out how much the girl had said. When they got home, they saw that the bed had already been delivered. Chen told the girl to take a shower first and give her dirty clothes to him for washing. While the girl was taking a shower, he quietly stole her phone and threw it in the washing machine. Lu Shi was already in bed, thinking about how strange it was to share a bed with Chen. After a while, Chen whispered softly in her ear, asking if she was still asleep. He wanted to touch her head, but she was afraid. She misjudged his strength and threw him across the room. Chen slammed into the wall so that a huge imprint was left, and the wall cracked. He said he just wanted to turn off the lamp on her side of the bed. He was upset and decided that he would sleep on the couch after all. The next morning, they had breakfast together. Lu Shi asked if he had seen her phone. He pretended to accidentally wash her phone along with her things. Lu Shi was very upset when she saw that the phone really wasn't working. In fact, he specifically washed it twice so that it would definitely break. He hastened to reassure her and said that he would buy a new one, but without the old data. Lu Shi asked to borrow his phone to call her friend. She said she knew the phone number by heart. Chen tried to save face, but inside he was panicking. He couldn't understand how a person with amnesia could remember the number so quickly. Lu Shi noticed that he was silent and asked what was wrong. Chen thought that he would definitely be dead if she dialed Sun's number and the name came up. He pretended that his phone was in the bedroom and went to get it. On the way, I frantically tried to come up with a plan. At that moment, someone knocked on the door and Chen was overjoyed. He thought he could take advantage of the situation, sneak out and warn Sun to change the number. When he opened the door, he saw the young wizard. He didn't even say hello, but slammed the door in his face with all his might. Grabbing Lu Shi's hand, he ran towards the balcony. The wizard easily smashed the door to splinters and shouted that the guy had nowhere to hide. At the same time, there was an abandoned house on the outskirts of the city. Niu Tao brought Ingwan there, tied her up, and sat her down on a chair. She showed me a picture of the Star Queen, told me her story, and asked if Ingwan had seen her. She swore that women were always making things difficult and demanded to admit that she was protecting the girl. Niu Tao said that she was sorry for having to keep her up all night. She opened the box from which the snake had crawled and threatened that it would crawl under his clothes if Ingwan didn't speak. Ingwan screamed hysterically and started crying. Niu Tao was elated because the snake wasn't even venomous. She said that she had many other methods of torture. Ingwan screamed that she would never betray Chen, even if she had to die. From her words, Niu Tao understood that Chen had something to do with the Star Queen. She grabbed Ingwan's phone and flipped through her correspondence with him. She flipped through the correspondence, but found nothing of interest. Finding the right contact, she tried to call, but the guy didn't pick up. At this time, Chen was fighting with the wizard, fending off his attacks. The wizard shouted for him to stop pretending and reveal his true identity as the Lord of Hell. He easily repelled all attacks, sometimes even praising their originality. He used all the knives in the kitchen and threw them at Chen. After a while, he noticed that Chen and the girl had escaped through the balcony. Chen sped away from the house at full speed, answering Lu Shi's questions at the same time. They jumped across the street and landed on a nearby roof. He shouted to her that they needed to go to a crowded place because it was dangerous to stay here. He ordered her to split up. He would draw out the enemy and she would wait in ambush. Chen couldn't understand how his real identity was known after being reborn. He knew the fourth level wizard from the Octopus website very well. In his previous life, he was a strong enemy, and they had fought for many years, so he was considered one of the best opponents. The wizard asked why Chen wasn't running away. Chen asked him to stop and asked him why he had come to see him. The wizard noticed that the girl was missing and suspected an ambush. Chen used his power on the shards and noted the opponent's self-confidence. The wizard laughed and said that defeating Chen was as easy as wiping your glasses. He added that if he surrendered, he would allow him to suffer less. Chen asked him to think for a few minutes, and the wizard knew he was up to something. Chen noticed that the wizard had already called him Yang Luo several times, and he couldn't understand how the wizard knew that name. Chen suggested playing a game, pointed to a pit nearby, and said the distance was safe. The wizard spread his hands and said that he didn't take his tricks seriously. Chen laughed and asked him what he would do if the pit suddenly filled with manure. The wizard was horrified by his words. A second later, a huge column of sewer fluid burst out of the pit. The wizard managed to activate the shield, but still shouted loudly, cursing at Chen. Chen winked and said that he had thinned the roof while they were talking. He hurried to get out of there, and the wizard tried in vain to call out to him. The wizard was shouting furiously that he would definitely kill the Lord of Hell this time. A second later, he caught up with Chen and couldn't understand why he was so angry. Their battle soon shifted to Nusho Mountain. Chen ran there, knowing full well that there was an abandoned mine with tunnels nearby that could help him. To do this, he only needed to stop the wizard for a moment in order to escape from the pursuit and get into the tunnel. The wizard was really very angry after his outburst and was furious beyond belief. Chen didn't understand why he was so angry, since he didn't even use any martial arts techniques. The wizard attacked from afar with small projectiles. After hitting Chen directly in the back, he said that he could read his mind and see right through him. Chen fell with a crash into one of the holes in the ground. The wizard was very upset that Chen's treachery had ruined their friendly duel. He shouted, reciting the lines written in runes, and ordered Chen to bow down in front of him. Chen fell to the ground. The wizard threw a huge rock at him and said that he had quite a good potential. Chen used the last of his power and deflected the boulder that was flying at him. But, unable to withstand the strain, he still collapsed to the ground. The wizard came right up to him and threatened to kill him in the most painful way. Chen asked him what benefits he would get if he killed him. He knew that he had revealed his identity only once, when he called Captain Anderson. The wizard replied that he only took on the task because the captain was afraid of him, and psychics like Chen attract his attention. He decided to finish what he had started and started chanting the spell again. Chen laughed out loud, grinning broadly. The wizard couldn't understand why he was laughing. Chen said that he had already used this method in his previous life. He added that he never mentioned that he has telekinesis. He reminded me that the #1 taboo for psychics is not to let the enemy get too close. With that, he abruptly jumped up, created an energy field around him, and attacked. He delivered a crushing blow to the jaw while explaining what his plan was. He chuckled, and in the underworld, a wizard is considered experienced, even though in his opinion, he is just a child. The wizard could hardly stand on his feet and could not believe that he had been deceived. He started using runic spells again and shouted, asking what kind of power Chen had. Chen snidely replied that he was taking away the kidneys and liver, while all he could think about was that there was a lake nearby. With the help of his power, he lifted the water from the dam and sent a powerful stream towards the enemy. After getting out, he sat down on the ground and realized that he had reached the limit. He needed to call his wife for help. The wizard tried to contain the waves by activating a shield, but he did not last long, and the water covered him. Chen watched the scene and wondered just how strong the wizard really was. As the water receded, Chen shouted that he still had an ace up his sleeve. But the wizard already knew it was a hoax. He cast a runic spell and lifted Chen into the air. Chen shouted, begging them to put him down and talk to him there. As he fell, he thought about how unfortunate it was that the wizard had figured out how to fight. Lying on the ground, he confessed that he didn't have any more aces. The wizard ordered his companion to be called, certain that their attacks would be useless. Suddenly, a powerful energy appeared and hit the wizard. This energy easily damaged one of his Horcruxes. Lu Shi was furious, thunder and lightning flashing around her. The wizard couldn't believe his eyes and didn't understand what the Star Queen was doing here. The girl attacked again and again, shouting, "How dare he touch her husband?" The wizard had no idea what she was talking about or what kind of husband she was talking about. When they came face to face in midair, he called her crazy and she just tisked. He warned her that if she continued to fight at the same pace, he wouldn't let it go. He couldn't believe his ears. The Lord of Hell had become her husband. Chen desperately hoped that Lu Shi wouldn't overexert himself and use up all of his energy. The wizard decided to use another Horcrux of his own. Chen realized that things were bad and rushed to save Lu Shi. She managed to grab his arm in midair. He scooped her up in his arms and praised her for her bravery and bravery. All of a sudden, she screamed that her arm was really hurting and even started crying. Looking at the hand, he realized that it was affected by the wizard's residual power, destroying it. He calmly told the girl that she could rest and recover. When it was already dark outside, he was still sitting next to her, using his healing powers. He was very worried because a few days ago her consciousness was already damaged, and after today's battle, it was even more so. While the girl was sleeping, he decided to confess to her. He told me all the lies he said. He admitted that he probably did not want to let her go and was afraid of the moment when her memory would return. He realized that he was already possessed by feelings that overwhelmed him. He remembered that in her previous life, she had also fallen asleep on his lap. He promised that in this lifetime, he would never get mad at her or call her crazy again. He lightly touched her face and asked her not to die. A large drop of tears fell on her cheek. Chen was crying. In the morning, he still sat next to her and treated her with his energy. Thanks to his efforts, she soon woke up. But when she opened her eyes and looked at him, she didn't remember him. He didn't say anything or give his name. She jumped up and said that all she knew was that he had saved her and that she could feel his alien energy. She asked me to tell her what had happened. After his story, she repeated his new lie. He made up the idea that he was a hermit practicing ancient martial arts who happened to pass by and saved her. The girl smiled and thanked him for saving her. Chen decided to ask who she was to check how much she remembered. Suddenly, she bowed down to him and asked him to be her little brother. She said that she is very talented and every second person wants to be her brother or student. Chen was shocked. In one day, he was both husband and brother to her. First, he'd lied to her, and now they were playing mother-daughter games. He decided not to answer and hurried back to the city. The girl caught up with him and asked to see him off if he lived nearby. So they took a taxi back to his dorm together. Chen left her in the taxi and asked the driver to take her to the address. When the taxi left, he was relieved. He was glad that she had forgotten the last few days and could now live in peace. When he got home, he somehow put his door back together. As he sat on the couch smoking a cigarette, he realized that he was feeling lonely. He wasn't used to being home alone. He even imagined Lu Shi in the room, but he realized that it was just an illusion. When there was a knock on the door, he thought it was the wizard again. He grabbed a large knife and cautiously made his way to the door. But before he could even open it, Lu Shi pushed the door open herself, knocking it out. He was taken aback by how she got to his house. She walked over to him and stared at him in silence. He asked her to say something rather than just keep quiet. She asked sharply why he had deceived her and why he had made it up. He pretended not to understand what she was talking about and asked again how she got to his house. She questioned him. He said he didn't know anything because he just saved her. When he looked into her eyes, he was embarrassed and said that he only saved her because she was pretty, but she pressed on and asked him why he pretended not to know her. She said that she perfectly remembers how they met at the restaurant where she ate noodles and does not understand why he pretends that they do not know each other. Chen decided to admit that he had seen her at the restaurant at the time and admitted that he had followed them after hearing the fight. Lu Shi said that she clearly remembered fainting on the lake. Chen waved his hand and said that there was no need to thank her for saving her. Privately, he was very glad that the girl had forgotten the days they had spent together. But suddenly she was even more angry and asked why she had woken up wearing a man's t-shirt. She also found a piece of paper in her pocket. Chen snatched it out and saw that it was a bill of lading for the purchase of a bed. Now he understood how she had found him. He decided to tell her that he had lent her his t-shirt the day she was injured, and when she woke up, he was just scared. Lu Shi decided that she would trust him for now, but not 100%. She leaned closer to him and said that she would definitely find him again and repay him for saving her. When she left his apartment, all she could think about was what a liar he was. As soon as she left, he immediately jumped up from the couch and decided that he would immediately start packing his things. He decided that he would go to any country, even to Antarctica, and his little sister would be taken care of by her godfather. Suddenly, his phone rang, and he saw that it was Ingwan calling him. The voice on the other end of the phone tried to imitate Ingwan's voice, but Chen immediately recognized the voice and saw through it. Niu Tao was trying to figure out why he didn't say anything, and Ingwan was shouting at the top of her lungs so that Chen Ni would be led into her ruse. Suddenly, Niu Tao called Lu Shi. When she picked up the phone, she said that she had seen numerous missed calls and asked if she really came to Jinling. She spoke quite calmly, as if nothing had happened. That evening, at the International Hotel, Niu Tao and Lu Shi were finally reunited. Niu Tao whimpered softly, without giving any sign, and asked her where she had been all this time. Lu Shi replied that she had met a very interesting person. Niu Tao immediately became suspicious. She immediately started yelling at Lu Shi, something about daring to disappear for such an amount of time, just because of some guy. Meanwhile, Chen came to free Ingwan. She bragged about how she had been very brave all this time and hadn't given away his secret. He hurried to reassure her and told her not to worry so much next time. She threw herself into his arms and began to cry, saying that she was very scared. Then, abruptly, she wrapped her arms around his head and kissed him. Chen realized that he had been caught off guard. She confusedly said that she couldn't die without kissing him once in her life. He decided to tell her a story. He told her a story about a lady who fell in love with a young man who gave her expensive gifts. Ingwan asked him if the lady fell in love after that. He replied that the master himself considered the mistress only as his little sister, and in his memory, she would always be small. Ingwan drew a parallel with herself and said that she didn't want unrequited love. Chen concluded by saying that the gentleman had remained in seclusion, where no one could find him. After hearing the ending of this story, Ingwan said that she didn't like it. Then she realized that he was telling her the story of their situation. She suddenly became sad and said that she knew perfectly well that he liked someone else, and she didn't mind at all. She asked if she could also follow him. He said she could tail him, but she wasn't allowed to kiss him so suddenly. He could only hope that she would soon meet someone more worthy than him. The next day, he finally showed up for school. As he walked down the corridor, he waved to Sun. She tried to ignore him in every possible way because of his recent misdeeds. But then I couldn't stand it any longer and went up to him at recess. She handed him the book dryly and told him to repeat the material before the exams. He suggested that they go home together, but she turned away and refused. He thought to himself that he knew several ways to make her stop being offended. He caught up with her in the aisle and hugged her tightly from behind. She was very embarrassed and yelled at him that they should not show their relationship at school. He suddenly clutched his heart and asked her if she really wanted to fight. She got angry and said that it was actually him who didn't answer her calls. He replied that he was just a little busy and so didn't answer. Sun said she could give him a massage when they got home. He said he still had to go back to Brother Lei's store. In fact, he couldn't let her into the house since the Star Queen's things were still there. On the way home, he handed her her favorite pie to make her happy. Suddenly, his phone rang. It turned out that the caller was Lu Shi, who couldn't get rid of him. He lied that it was Lei who called and said he had to go. A little later, he was sitting down and having dinner with Lu Shi and Niu Tao in a restaurant. Niu Tao jumped up abruptly and started asking him what he even knew about her sister. Chen suddenly asked her if she knew the rules for dealing with adults. Niu Tao was taken aback by this audacity. Lu Shi said that she invited him to dinner to thank him and apologize for the abduction of his girlfriend, and also to find out why he only found her last night, even though she was missing a few days ago. Chen pretended not to know. Lu Shi recalled her conversation with Niu Tao when she said that men were completely untrustworthy. Suddenly, Niu Tao asked Chen what kind of relationship he had with Ingwan. He said that that correspondence meant nothing and that today's young people joke like that. Niu Tao asked why she had texted him back then, how much she missed him. Was this also a joke? Chen caught a glimpse of Lu Shi's piercing gaze from the corner of his eye. Chen decided to pull himself together and said that his personal affairs were his own business and that the children should not pry into their own business. Lu Shi decided to stop the conversation and noted that it was rather impolite to ask such a thing. She only added that it is quite popular among the female sex. He changed the subject and asked how much she would stay in their city. She said that she needed to find one person who had offended her. She said that she had already met him, so she just needed to find him again. Chen tensed up a lot and immediately remembered that he was an arsonist. Lu Shi noticed that he was sweating and nervous. He said he was just getting a little hot and he was thinking about how to leave as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Qingshan was walking around without a chair, accompanied by security guards. Suddenly, he saw Chen coming out of the restaurant, followed by Lu Shi and Niu Tao. As soon as Chen noticed him, he panicked and didn't know what to do. He tried to show Qingshan with his eyes, so that he wouldn't let on that he knew the girl next to him. He suddenly changed his face and said that this was a very good friend of his. Qingshan looked at his angry face and didn't understand why he was so afraid of them being seen together. Suddenly, the thought occurred to him that Chen might have stolen Hao Nan's daughter-in-law, and he was horrified. He immediately apologized and said he'd better leave. Chen noticed that his legs were finally healing. Qingshan defended himself and said that his legs were still bad. Lu Shi advised him to rest more, which he agreed with. After walking a bit, he called Mr. Zhao and said that he also wanted to participate in team building at the Simitai group. Lu Shi asked Chen who this person was. From the look in his eyes, she guessed that he probably knew her. Chen said that the old man just saw a beautiful girl and couldn't look away, and for good measure added that he could introduce them somehow. He only exhaled when the girls finally left. Hao Nan called him and asked him to come and have a drink with him immediately. Lu Shi asked the driver to stop the car and said that she would get off here. She told Niu Tao that she had some business to attend to and would be back soon. Qingshan was sitting in his chambers, smoking a pipe. His subordinate asked if he really wanted to hide abroad. He replied that if he left, it would only confirm the rumors of bride theft. The subordinate said that if it was about Chen, he would have already come. Suddenly, there was a loud knock on the door. They both jumped up. The doors shattered into pieces, and an enraged Lu Shi appeared. Qingshan stammered that he didn't know her at all and pretended to. He added that he could pretend he hadn't seen them tonight. He shouted that he wouldn't tell anyone what was going on between her and Mr. Chen. Lu Shi briefly asked what was between her and Chen. He started banging his head on the floor and said he wouldn't tell anyone that they were family. After a couple of minutes, the subordinate touched his back and said that the girl was gone. At this time, Chen was rushing to meet Hao Nan. They sat and drank and talked about his unrequited love. Ling Shen said he saw Xiao cheat on him with another man. Chen replied that such girls usually do. Ling Shen was furious and told him not to talk about his beloved like that. Chen calmly said that he could arrange everything by calling Lei. He dialed the number and asked to prepare a couple of girls, saying that the budget is unlimited. Hao Nan was sitting with his older brother in the restaurant. Lei tried to calm him down, telling him that Chen would take care of everything. A beautiful woman sat down next to Lei, and they started discussing their plans for the evening. One girl was brought in, but Hao Nan said he wasn't interested in her. Lei ordered another to be brought in. 5 minutes later, he still didn't like anyone. Ling Shen suddenly jumped up and started singing sad love songs into the microphone. The woman brought a beautiful girl, Sha. Ling Sheng suddenly liked her. Lei shouted that she was really beautiful and advised me to choose her. As Ling Shen sat with her and listened to her sweet talk, he became more and more convinced that Chen's words were true. He decided to check on her and asked if she wanted to take a walk with him, asking her to answer honestly. She whispered that she had a lot of things to do after work, so she couldn't. He couldn't help but think back to that night with Xiao and wonder if she even wanted to see him. Ling Shen took out a wad of money, placed it on the table, and asked the girl again if she would take a walk with him. When she saw the money, she was immediately happy and agreed. He suddenly said that he didn't need a walk. He told her to take the money because he was just checking on her. Lei approached Ling Shen and asked if he was all right, offering to call a taxi. But the guy said it was all right. Chen, meanwhile, was sitting at home looking at the room that he had accidentally snatched out while treating Lu Shi. He absorbed this rune into himself, learning new skills. The next day, he came to school in anticipation of the upcoming exams. He walked past Sun and noticed something. When she lifted her face, he saw a huge bruise shining under her eye. She told him not to worry, and that she had only fallen down the stairs on her way home. Chen put his hand to her head and said that he would treat her a little, but he reduced the effect to make it less noticeable. When he let her go, Sun said she felt much better. The girl asked him if he was going to Teacher Jiang's anniversary party. He said that he would probably go visit him after school, and she suggested that they go together. After school, he kept his promise and went to see Jiang. He brought him a bag of groceries. The teacher started complaining about how careless the students had become. Chen decided to ask him how his little sister was doing. The man replied that her godmother was walking with her on the street right now. He asked how things were going with Gu Kong. Chen replied that he was lost somewhere and suggested that he must have found something to amuse himself with. Jiang invited him to come to his anniversary party next Tuesday, where they could discuss everything. When the next week came, all the students were happily leaving school and discussing the end of exams. Chen was walking with Sun. The girl thought that if she invited him, she could save on the gift. When they finally bought the gift, they decided to head home. Suddenly, Chen's phone rang. Her father called him and asked why she wasn't answering the phone. Sun took the phone from Chen to talk to her dad. After the conversation, she silently handed over the phone and turned very pale. And then she cried bitterly because it turned out that she didn't pass her exams well, and her dad scolded her, saying that he wouldn't let her see Chen again. In fact, she passed the paper quite well, but some of the answers were sloppy, which caused her to lose points. She also lost her phone somewhere. She complained that she had been having too much bad luck lately. Chen put his arm around her, comforted her, and told her that he would buy her a new phone. Suddenly, a stranger approached them and said that buying a phone would not solve anything because in a couple of days, she would lose it again. Chen turned around and asked who he was. The man said that he noticed the girl crying, accidentally overhearing the conversation. He suddenly declared that she was cursed. Chen called him crazy and cursed him. The stranger asked her if she'd had a black streak lately. Chen asked the stranger if he was a Taoist. He replied that it was true. Chen turned around and said they weren't going to believe such nonsense. The stranger asked to wait a minute, took some things out of the bag, and began to change. In a minute, he changed his outfit and said that he was now an enlightened monk spreading religion. Chen immediately pinned down the trickster and asked him how long he had been following his girlfriend. The man began to justify that he was not following anyone, but Chen continued to question him and said that he had arranged all this on purpose. The man handed him the ticket as proof and said that he was only recently in the city. Chen checked the ticket and realized that it had been deactivated earlier in the day and didn't look like a fake. The man said that he was going to add to the piggy bank of good deeds to clear his karma. He offered the girl to buy an amulet. Chen asked how much it would cost. The man first mentioned the starting price of 800 yuan, but then, after seeing Chen's expression, he gradually lowered the amount to 500. Chen agreed and handed over the money. Sun said he shouldn't spend that kind of money on a simple trinket. Patting the man on the back, he used that absorbed rune to control his mind. Thanks to her, he will be able to find this man if he is in the city. Sun wanted to give him 100 yuan, but Chen refused and said that he was not short of money. Sun frowned and said that she would be very offended if he didn't take the money. He asked her why she was so worried. She was embarrassed and said that she would go home, asking him not to accompany her. He tried to calm her down and told her that if it wasn't for the vow he made to her father, she would have taken his last name long ago. The next day, all the students took turns coming to see Teacher Jiang to congratulate him on his anniversary. Chen and Sun sat side by side at the table, while Sheng Li kept his eyes on her and coughed constantly. Suddenly, another man appeared and happily shouted that he had come to congratulate. Jiang called the man Wu Dao and said he was very happy to see him. He immediately introduced him to Chen. Chen immediately recognized the quack with the amulets. He decided to get on his nerves and asked him where he worked. The man replied that he was currently focusing on Taoism and Buddhism. Chen joked about him, saying that he was also a smart and talented Christian. The man was shy and asked to stop joking with him. He walked over to Teacher Jiang and handed him an envelope of money. The teacher wanted to refuse and began to wave it off. But Chen went over and persuaded the teacher to take the money, assuming that the envelope was just about 500 yuan. Jiang said that he would accept the money, but asked that it not happen again. Wu Dao began to tell him how he had returned to the city to go to the temple, and how he had lost his successor. After all these conversations, at the end of the evening, the drunken guests gradually went home. Chen kept trying to reassure Sun that her father would soon stop being angry. Xiaoye was saying goodbye to Zhang and laughing at how red his face was. Chen caught up with Wu Dao and grabbed his arm, saying that it was rather uncivil to leave so early, and offered him another drink. They sat on the bench until morning and drank alcohol. Wu Dao was praising Chen's fighting skills. Suddenly, out of nowhere, he fainted on the ground from intoxication. Chen decided to take full advantage of this situation. The next day, Wu Dao woke up in the car. All of his comrades were looking at him. He couldn't understand why he was so cold. It turned out that he was lying on the back seat, covered only with a towel. Lei was trying to get some information from him. Wu Dao asked what would happen to him if he refused to talk. Lei instructed one of the boys to open the doors, and the man immediately agreed to answer any questions Chen might have. On the same day, they met and sat on the couch talking. Chen told the scammer that he didn't have the patience to play games with him. He said that in the morning, he received a call saying that Sun had been hit by a car. He didn't recognize bad luck and amulets as something serious, but now everything that happens makes him think. Chen guessed that the man must know something, since he had come to the party by accident the night before last. Chen decided to be honest and said that he was really worried about Sun and was very afraid of losing her. The Taoist asked him if he believed in such a thing as luck. He said that according to legend, when the world was born, chaos was divided into pure and muddy qi energy. Pure and turbid energy acted as yin and yang, affecting everything that exists. According to their ancestors, if a person is exposed to one of the qi, then they will be chased by luck or bad luck, and the balance will be disturbed. Chen asked him if he thought Sun was affected by bad luck. The man said that if this is the case, then the bad luck will last for another 3 days, and bad consequences will follow. He said that there are only 2 options. A person can either be born with such an aura, or they can acquire it. Obviously, the girl has not been like this since childhood, so you need to understand with whom she communicated in recent days. He advised Chen to talk to the girl and find out who she had been communicating with in the past few days in order to find the person who had cast the bad luck. Chen very politely asked the man not to leave the city for the next few days until he solved the problem with Sun. When he was home, he tended to the injured girl. He examined her legs and said that the injuries were quite light. She was embarrassed and said that he had already examined her enough. He immediately reassured her, saying that he remembered the agreement with her father. He would not do anything until the wedding. He asked her if she had had any strange contacts with strangers in recent days. Inwardly, he thought that meeting Lu Shi didn't count, since it didn't just kill people. Sun said that she recently went to a friend's birthday party and met her friend there. She immediately began to justify herself, saying that there were only girls there, since she does not communicate with guys outside of school. She said that they sat for a while, chatted, and then went home. She said that the friend's name was He Rong. She decided to ask why Chen needed this information, but he said that he just asked. He asked her if she felt sleepy. She said she hadn't felt like it before, but at the moment, she was suddenly sleepy. Chen used his power on her to put her to sleep, and he decided to search for the remnants of that negative energy in her head. Suddenly, he felt something slowly emerging from her forehead. He took out a small black bundle of energy and didn't understand what it was. He decided to call this cluster the seed of failure and decided to find out how it works. The next day, that same friend of He Rong's was coming out of school. Chen had been following her and recognized her immediately from her description. She purposely walked past the car and scratched its body with her key. Chen saw this and realized how duplicitous she was. In the evening, she sat on the couch and idly flipped through the channels on TV. Suddenly, she remembered the girl she met the other day. With difficulty, she remembered that her name was Sun. She smiled mischievously and said that that girl was quite beautiful, so her dad was also going to be the vice principal soon. She spat angrily and began to say why a beautiful girl like her couldn't possibly die. Suddenly, deep in the world of He Rong's mind, an eerie voice spoke up and asked if she was excited. The girl's vague outline stood in front of a dark, sprawling tree. The sky around them was painted a blood-red color. The girl recalled how, as a child, she vaguely felt some kind of energy in her body. It was only a couple of years ago that she entered the space of her consciousness and realized that she had mastered an incredible power. A little later, she realized that this tree can absorb her negative thoughts and then propagate the seeds of bad luck. Unfortunately, this tree has produced only 3 seeds so far, but she hopes that she can increase its productivity. Suddenly, a male figure appeared right in her mind and uprooted her tree. When the girl woke up, she saw Chen standing in front of her, holding a small sprout in his hand. She screamed and begged him to give her back her treasure, but he grabbed her by the throat and said that he would never do it. Now that she didn't have that energy, she was just plain crazy. The next day, he woke up to the thought that he seemed to have stolen that girl's abilities. He sank into his own world of consciousness and looked at that very tree. He was aware that it was absorbing his chi energy, but he was very glad that his consciousness had become a prison for him, as he would now be able to find a use for it. He found all those with whom the girl planted the seeds of bad luck and destroyed them. He clenched his fist and directly felt as if some changes had taken place in him, and he began to see the world a little differently, feeling all its subtleties. Suddenly, Sun called him and said that her mascot broke when she was hit by a car. He hastened to reassure her and told her that it was probably the amulet that saved her from disaster. Sun said that she didn't have anyone at home today, but Chen said that, unfortunately, he wouldn't be able to see her today because he was busy, but he promised to come and see her. He himself went to meet the Tao. He brought him a bag of groceries and was smiling very broadly. Dao suspected that he was going to ask for something. Chen told the man that he just wanted to get close to him, but Dao couldn't help but feel that something was wrong. He directly asked Chen if the amulet he had given the girl was broken. Chen immediately asked the man to give him a couple dozen more of these amulets, but then said that at least a couple of them would be enough for him. The man said he didn't have a single amulet in his possession right now. Chen shook one of them in his hand and asked how he would explain it then. Dao couldn't figure out when the guy managed to take his longevity amulet from him. Chen said he picked him up while he was chatting. Chen asked for 1,000 yuan ransom for the amulet. The man said that his amulets are extremely expensive and do not cost so little because they are made of jade. In the end, they agreed on a price of 3,000 yuan and then parted ways. Chen escorted the man to a taxi and promised to stop by when the opportunity presented itself. Lei and his subordinates were having a quiet time in their shop. Chen asked him if he had noticed anything strange in the past few days. Lei replied that he was embarrassed that Dao had sent him to buy cheap jade this morning. He said that the jade was only worth 100 yuan. Hearing this price, Chen was speechless and immediately became gloomy. He opened the note that Dao had left for him. He wrote that they were now even. Hei Rong, meanwhile, was confined to a bed in a psychiatric hospital. Niu Tao and Lu Shi were talking outside the ward about the unfairness of fate. They wondered how it was that the girl had gone mad in such a short period of time. The nurse asked the girls if they were related, to which they responded positively. The nurse said that you can't go to the patient yet. Lu Shi used her energy on her through the glass, and thus found out that the girl was currently having something like a mental storm. And then, she suddenly felt that there was still Chen's energy left in her. Meanwhile, at Devon Hill Manor, one of the assistants informed Nivea that she had finally obtained the information she had requested. Nivea went to the mirror and removed the cloth from it, giving her older sister freedom. The sisters immediately began to argue over ways to attract Chen. Nivea complained that he hadn't paid any attention to her last time. Then my sister suggested that we take the initiative. She whispered softly that she had an idea to ask him out tomorrow. The next day, Nivea was sitting at a table in a cafe and introduced herself. She said that she had invested a huge amount of money in the school. Ingguan was sitting across from her. She asked why she was looking for her. Nivea told her the whole situation with Chen and his female fans, and told her that she wanted to form an alliance. She said that the summer vacation has been going on for a few days now, and so she wants to split this weekend between the girls. Ingguan suggested that Chen might just hide from them, and then they wouldn't see him at all. So Nivea suggested working out a schedule of meetings with Chen when he would be without Sun. Just like that, the unsuspecting Chen calmly went out for the summer vacation. On the first day, he went to the cinema with Nivea. On the second day, he was at the same movie with Sun. And on the third day, when he was dragged to the same movie by Ingguan, he didn't want to agree to any of them. Each of the girls invited him to go out with her day after day. He darted among the three lights. After a while, he finally realized that the three of them had worked out a schedule without breaking the order. On the way home, he decided to stop at his favorite place and order ramen. When he came in, he asked the landlord if his daughter-in-law was sitting across from him. The owner said that he didn't expect to see him here since they recently moved in and the guy lives far away from here. Chen replied that he often goes out with friends, so he stopped by. The next day, when he was sitting with Ingwan, she suddenly told him that she saw his friend with a beautiful girl. Ling Shen was walking right past them with the same xia. They were embarrassed and ate ice cream. Ingwan told Chen to look out the window as quickly as possible. But in a split second, he hid behind a table and asked her to pretend that she was alone. At that moment, Lu Shi walked up to Ling Shen. She said that she would like to talk to him and invited him to come to the cafe. Ingwan told Chen that the three of them were approaching them. Chen tried to hide behind the menu and begged not to be seen. But a second later, Lu Shi had already sneaked up on him and sat down next to him. She immediately met Ingwan. Lu Shi introduced herself as Chen's relative. He wondered to himself if his wife was considered related. Ingwan immediately apologized to her and said that she didn't want to leave a bad impression. Ingwan remembered that she had seen Lu Shi before, when she was abducted by a disciple of toys. Lu Shi immediately apologized for her disciple's behavior, saying that it was a misunderstanding. Lu Shi said that they had also already managed to meet up at the hotel. Ingwan asked Chen who exactly she was. Lu Shi replied that she was his aunt. She turned to Chen and asked sarcastically if that was the case. Chen directly felt that her memory had returned to her. Lu Shi abruptly stood up from the table, and he was very much afraid that she was about to start a fight. But she continued to talk to Ingwan and said that she hoped they would meet soon. Lu Shi waved at Chen and noticed that he was nervous, as if she was going to eat someone. Ingwan asked Chen if his aunt liked him, but he didn't say anything. All he could think about was whether it was better to go throw himself off the roof or drown himself. When he got home in the evening, he decided that he would pack a suitcase and still run away. But the Star Queen was already waiting for him in the apartment. When he came in and turned on the light, he couldn't help but curse when he saw her. He was terrified. Lu Shi turned her laptop toward him and asked if she should call him Chen or arsonist. She decided to use her power, picked up a few objects in the air, and asked if she should call him husband. He just smiled a little and said that he was happy to welcome his wife. Their neighbor Zhao woke up to a deafening crash. She went to bang on the neighbor's door and swear that they wouldn't let her sleep. Lu Shi, meanwhile, was throwing Chen around the apartment, yelling at him and remembering all the lies he had told her. She also accused him of collecting nude photos of her and selling them. She also said that he probably saved her just for the sake of watching the show. Chen was already almost unconscious and could barely speak. She took him by the scruff of the neck and asked him if he was trying to trick her into becoming his wife. He continued to deny everything. When there wasn't a single living spot left on it, she finally left it. Calling him a pervert, she said he deserved everything she did to him. The next day, one of the private planes cut through the air over the picturesque mountains. Niu Tao was asking Lu Shi where she was last night and why she didn't tell her where she went. Lu Shi replied that she wanted to kill a certain person, but for some reason, she didn't do it. Chen woke up the next morning in the same spot where he had been abandoned. He couldn't believe how she could abandon him like this after he saved her. He limped back to his apartment, muttering to himself that he would definitely get back at her when he regained his strength. He suddenly shouted at the entire forest that he couldn't stop being angry, and it was all the fault of the same captain. He decided that he would definitely find him and even the score with him, no matter how difficult it was.